In Houston, Arizona, and Purdue, Michigan, and Iowa State. And as we move the bracket forward, I've got Michigan State, Jeremy Fears, controlling the tempo of the game. Houston disrupting Florida, turning them over. Arizona and Michigan. All of a sudden, I've got Michigan advancing that game. Michigan State against Michigan. And then I've got Michigan winning it all. And I'm really interested to see the post-game handshake.
We'll break that down. If we do that, that'll be on SportsCenter. The complete breakdown of the handshake if Seth is right.
Bye.
Could this state handle it? Michigan State for the national title? It's possible. Michigan on the right side of the bracket, Spartans on the left side of the bracket. MSU's a 3 seed in the region of doom. Michigan's region more favorable, but there's a few landmines there. If both teams made it, big if, would you be for it? Would you want to see it? Michigan fans, chance to beat them 3 times in one season. Stop Tom Izzo at the rim from winning his national title, second of his career. If you're Michigan State, yeah, they beat you twice, but you get to play up the whole hard to beat a team 3 times, and you get the good versus evil. You get it doing it the good old-fashioned way. Using homegrown, multi-year players, good
Developed
triumphs.
them.
Good beats evil. Dusty loses. Izzo wins. It would be the greatest sports achievement for you as a fan of your team, but the downside is if you lose, it is the worst loss you could suffer as a fan of your team. Do you sign up for it? 248-539-9797. Over a third of people said no, they wouldn't want to see it.
I would like to know why. Were there any comments left?
Yeah, I can scroll through.
And I understand the pressure, that week in regards to, or that weekend, because you won't know. You'll only have one day to sit there and kind of stew on it a little bit.
Mm-hmm. One comment said, I'd rather eat my own S.
Oh. Ugh.
So not appetizing for them. Not worth the stress. Who wouldn't want that matchup? Sign me up. Who wouldn't want this? A lot of people want this.
Yeah. Well, 2/3.
No one wins or loses with less class than Michigan. Playing them is exhausting and is best avoided.
So you'd rather not be there?
I think they'd rather be there and not play you.
I get that. But I mean, I don't know. Okay, maybe that's the question. Who would you rather play in a title game? And it can't just sit there and be, UMBC. No, they're not going to make it.
So it'd be like a team that's a 1 through 3 or 4 seed.
Yeah, if you're going to sit there and say, no, I wouldn't want to play against Michigan for a title.
Would you rather play Arizona? Right. Sure, I get your question.
And I guess there's no real easy way to frame that because, then you just look and you say, okay, well, Iowa State or Arizona or Purdue, who's the 2 seed in the West. I just don't understand why anybody would say no to that matchup.
It's what
if
sports
it was
are all
all
about,
or nothing.
But it's competitive juices. That's what sports are all about. These coaches hate each other. The fact that they would go duke it out for a national title, it'd be awesome.
So Seth Greenberg's got he's doing it on that 4-letter network now. He's got Michigan State, Arizona, Michigan, and Houston.
Yep.
Houston coming out of the South.
So if you're Michigan, would you rather face Houston or MSU? You'd rather face MSU. If you're MSU, would you rather face Michigan or Arizona? I mean, take your pick. They're both 1 seeds.
Right.
At least you'd have the chance to topple Dusty May in the process. Again, you'd be rolling if you were in the Final Four.
Michigan State's got another big-time backer because Jay Billis has Michigan State versus Arizona for the title.
Interesting. Like, that's such a hard region, and maybe it's people are saying it's Izzo, but that region you could say it's Self, who's won a national title. It's Hurley, who's won 2 national titles. It's Duke, who's the overall 1 seed, albeit with their injuries. Patino, who's won a national title. It's not like you can just bank on Izzo and defense and coaching. That's the whole region. That's a toss-up region. That's a gauntlet region. That's why I said Doom or the region from hell.
Yeah. So they're just showing the running tally of people that have already filled out a bracket. There's over 5 million people just on that one app, the ESPN's app, that has filled out a bracket. We'll do our Final Four. We'll do our snake draft. We'll do all of those things here, and we'll declare who we think is going to be a national title winner. It's probably no secret who I'm going to pick. But let me ask you this.
Yeah.
When will you fill out your bracket? Are you going to wait to see the winner of the UMBC Howard game just to decide?
Well, here's the challenge. No, that shouldn't matter. But 11 seeds have tended to go on a little bit of a run in recent years. Those play-in teams.
Yeah.
So you might want to see who you're actually picking. But you do an initial canvas. I will say Michigan's going to be really popular. If you're doing a pool in the state of Michigan, you can't pick them. It's just bad strategy. Most people are going to pick them. You're going to be at a disadvantage.
Okay, yeah, sure. If you're
trying to win your March Madness pool, you shouldn't pick Michigan.
Right, but if you're rooting for your team,
okay,
how would you pick against them?
All right. And yes, we're going to pace ourselves. We're not going to do all of it on the first day.
No, I'm just wondering. I'm not saying for you. I'm not saying. I'm sure you didn't fill it out last night.
Not yet. No.
Are you going to wait till Thursday morning?
I will probably fill it out in totality before Thursday, but then do a once over afterwards.
The just final to make day. The final adjustments,
just
little tweaks here and there.
Yeah. And you know this. I don't do them the way I used to because you can bet on stuff. But yeah, I'll have one or two. I know Stony still got one, and he's shaking people down for money last week. He's like, I'm going to be out of town. Get your money in. Yeah, I'll probably do his. And I think as a station, we're going to have one too.
Heather, will you fill one out? Are you doing one for the station?
No.
No.
But I will do Stoney's.
Oh, well, okay, that's the one.
Loyalty to Stony more than here.
Yeah, it's the station. That's the station one. Yeah.
Is it?
No, I think they're different.
I mean, the way he implied it was that there's one for the station and one Stoney's.
Oh, who's doing one for the station?
The station. Like Debbie sent something out. I think there will be one for the station, but Stoney's got his.
I only do one. I do one, and it's always Stoney's.
Okay. We got text coming in. Says, as a Spartan fan, I'd sign up for a spot in the national title with Michigan. The lead up would be next level. You guys are saying Louisville wrong. It says Louisville is how you say. So what were we saying? Louisville?
Ask me something I really could care less about.
I'm sick of Jim's unbiased Chippewa thing. He's a Michigan fan. Own it, dude. And another one says, everyone knows Costa's a Walmart. If Michigan loses to UMBC, I will troll them as hard as any Spartan fan.
As you should. If anybody loses to UMBC, yes.
My point is I'm not getting my jollies off if Michigan goes on a run. I'm just giving them credit. They've had a hell of a season. They're the one seed in that region. They should advance. Anyway, we'll deeper dive into both those regions in the 8 o'clock hour. Michigan and Michigan State have their draw. They're both going to start in Buffalo on Thursday. The Spartans will play at 4 o'clock, and Michigan will play afterwards at 7 o'clock. Still don't know who Michigan's going to play. Your choice of 16 seeds. 8 o'clock hour will start. Talking a little hockey. Are people feeling hopeful after Saturday night? Big game tonight with the Calgary Flames. Gotta get 2 points in this one. Talk about it next. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans of Shelby Township. The NCAA tournament is officially here as all 68 teams in the field heard their name called yesterday. For Michigan, they earned a 1 seed in the Midwest region and will play the winner of UMBC and Howard, who meet in Dayton, Ohio tomorrow for the first game of the 4 play-ins. For Michigan State, they're the 3 seed in the East, led by overall number 1 Duke. The Spartans will play 14-seeded North Dakota State in Buffalo at 4 p.m. on Thursday. Tom Izzo has been through this tournament a lot, more than any other coach in the country. He says one of the most important things in learning from past experiences is teaching those lessons to his players. Here's what he said regarding MSU's loss to UCLA in the Big Ten tournament and how they move forward.
I did not think we did as good a job, and I blame the kids.
Tournament games begin with the first four in Dayton tomorrow as Texas and NC State follow UMBC and Howard. The Pistons lost north of the border last night to the Toronto Raptors 119-108 despite 33 points from Cade Cunningham. Detroit continues their road trip in Washington, D.C. tomorrow. Also, Team USA advanced to the WBC Championship last night with a close 2-1 win over the Dominican Republic down in Miami. At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabat. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Surprise, surprise. David Perron back early. Wings get a point. Surprise, surprise in Dallas. Does it change things for you at all as we go to a home stretch, John, that begins tonight with the Calgary Flames?
Gotta have two tonight. It is there's no question, there's no debate. This is a must-win game. You got Montreal on the heels of that one. So you got a little bit of a homestand here. 4 games at home. Calgary, Montreal, Boston, Ottawa. Got to start it off with 2 points. Calgary, one of the worst teams this year in the NHL.
Sellers at the deadline.
And you are in a position where right now, and I know there's been rumor, there's been speculation as to when Kopp will be back because he was skating around. People saw him skating around. If you're not getting Kopp, and we don't know, or you're not getting Dylan Larkin back for another at least a week, this is a must-win game if you're going to keep your head above water. That's why that 1 point against Dallas was so huge. You were down 2-0. You get into the third period. You scratch, you claw. I don't care how it finds the back of the net. It does. You take it to overtime. You lose, but you find a way to get a point. They are 1 point above the cut line. And don't look down, but they're only 2 points back of being in the top 3 in their conference.
And that team in that spot is Montreal, who will be in town on Thursday. I mean, this feels like this is the season, right? This homestand without Larkin, without Kopp. Got to get 2 tonight against Calgary.
And literally all you're trying to do right now is stem the tide. You'll take as many points as you can. But when you have a chance to get 2, you've got to grab it.
And Calgary is, outside of Vancouver, the worst team in the NHL.
Right.
You're at home. You're big favorites. Gibson should be between the pipes. You should win tonight. Mm-hmm. What does it ultimately mean? I mean, we still have reason to doubt. John, even in the Dallas game, it took them 17 minutes to open the game and register a shot. Their first goal was scored by the Dallas goalie on himself.
That's why I said I don't care how it finds the back of the net.
I know. I'm just saying. I mean, if the other team's goalies are going to start contributing for us, I like our chances. Otherwise, it's tough. Like Chris Osgood, if it was a drinking game, we all would have died. Like, how many times does the defense need to get involved with the offense? Because the offense isn't good enough by itself. Activate the D. Activate the D. That's why if we watch tonight, I'm curious to see if Pellica gets back in the lineup. Does he take the spot of Jacob Bernard-Docker, who's got 4 points in 51 games? Pellica at home, you get the last change. You can avoid putting him in some squirrely situations, and he is supposed to be a defenseman that can help generate a little bit of offense. He hasn't played since the trade deadline. They went on the road, and they've gone with a more defensive team, but you got to score some goals. I wonder if he gets some run here in this homestand, especially tonight against Calgary. If not, I bet he gets sent down because I'm not really sure why he's here.
Why would you be here if they're never going to use you?
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Todd McClellan spoke about the character of this hockey team on Saturday night, them coming back down 2-0 and getting a point. I have never questioned the character of this team. I just question the talent and their ability to finish. It's a painful experience to generate offense, ozone time, and goals. Mm-hmm. I don't think this is... Saturday didn't change my outlook. I'll put it that way.
Oh, it didn't change my outlook, but it did. Did it give you a little bit of optimism that they can scratch and claw and come away with a point against a team that they really didn't have any business getting that point against?
No.
No optimism.
No. I mean, if anything, they lost ground this weekend. Their lead went from 2 points to 1 point. They're only in by a point
but they could have been tied.
No, I know, but did you see what happened? I mean, Ottawa won and Columbus won, and
I understand that.
Other teams are getting 2 while we get 1 or none. I mean, most games this month have been losses.
So there's 15 games left.
Yeah.
And with the way it stands right now, they're at 80 points. And Tom, I think you had mentioned they got to get to 95. You think 95 will get you in this year?
Point per game the rest of the way.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty safe number.
All right, so you get 2 tonight. And you're down to 13.
And I think the next three
With 14.
are the big three because
Right.
they're all teams in or on the playoff bubble.
And a team in Montreal that you have, you're in direct competition with.
Yeah. Well, but then Boston is another team that you're
Sure.
sitting and sharing a wild card spot. And then Ottawa, they picked up a win on Sunday. Like, here they come. And by the way, Columbus and Ottawa have an extra game to play. So we talk about having a point. Columbus actually point percentage is better than Detroit.
Yes.
So no, Saturday in and of itself doesn't. And I'll be honest with you. I think they should win tonight. I want them to win tonight. I'm going to root for them. A win tonight doesn't change it for me.
No, but a loss would certainly put that next nail in the coffin.
Think about us. We're giving away tickets all week. They lose tonight. Like, we'll have to beg people to take them. Now, these are big hockey games. I'm going to go to 2 of the next 4, and I'm going to root like hell for this team to do what you said. Gut it out, find a way, steal a point, because, John, they don't have to make the playoffs in the next 2 weeks. They have to stay afloat when they can get their captain back.
So you're going against Montreal on Thursday. What's the next one you're going to?
Ottawa.
Okay, so.
Damn Kachuk in the arena. 248-539-9797. Checking in with Red Wing fans over the weekend. They did pick up a point. They've got Calgary tonight. They've got this homestand. And you have any hope? Do you feel a little hopeful after Saturday?
I'm still... And I think I sent you guys this. Last week, I think it was early in the week, I was maybe at about a 6. Or it was before Larkin and Kopp went down. And then I was right there at about a 5. And then we hear the news that it's going to be 2 weeks. I went down to a 4. If we could use decimal points, which I know you love doing.
You're the big fan of them.
I would be at 4.9. I am just under that 50-50 mark. So my 49% says they don't.
Okay, so this is a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being they're a playoff team.
Yes.
Because I think the way I asked it to you was 1 to 10 panic, 10 being panicked. And I was a 9, and this was before Larkin and Kopp were ruled out for 2 weeks. If you asked me...
Oh, maybe I was doing the whole... I was listening to Stony and Gator last week, and they were doing the...
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
The percent... just my thought of them getting in the playoffs is much lower. I mean, you say 49%. I know there are models that give them like a better than 50-50 chance. I don't think that's factoring in the injuries or their recent offensive shortage. I give them like a 30% chance.
So
you're not out, but I don't think you're getting in.
When is the 2 weeks up where they're going to reevaluate?
So the 2 week window from when McClellan said it would be the end of this homestand. So they would, in theory, be back for the road game at Buffalo at the earliest, unless there's who knows. I mean, I thought Perron was going to be out until Thursday of this week, and he's skating on the ice in Dallas on Saturday, and I'd imagine he's going to play tonight. So maybe there's a surprise, and they get caught back early. Or
so of 8 possible points in this homestand, they get 2 tonight. The next 3 games, what do they have to do to, quote unquote, keep their head above water?
I mean, it's all relative to what the other teams are going to do, though, right?
I'm not asking you that question.
But that is part of the math. You're asking me how many points on the homestand?
Yeah.
4.
Okay, so if they get 2 tonight.
That's probably higher than that. 5.
It's 5, yeah. I was going to say 5. Come out of this homestand with 5 points.
You get 2 tonight, all of a sudden the math starts
mathing.
Look a little better. Yeah. Then you'd need to get 3 points in 3 games.
Mm-hmm.
I still don't even know if they're getting that.
I just think it's hard to find a logical reason why they would make the playoffs at this point.
So that's why I'm at 49% that they miss out, because I'm trying to find out. If I had a logical reason, I'd have it. I'm ahead of them at 51%.
You're one of the worst 5-on-5 teams in the league. You're down your top 2 centers. You went Saturday night, 17 minutes to start the game without a shot. I mean, where's the scoring coming from?
Yep.
I mean, that's when we were sharing prep. I can't find where that's coming from. The only logical way you could argue that they do get in is that they survive this 2 weeks and muck up some points because of the nature of the sport. I mean, you've seen so many crazy runs in Stanley Cup playoffs just because it's hockey.
Yeah.
The nature of the sport, you got a goalie that can keep
Little puck
other teams
luck.
down. Yeah, puck luck. I mean, they got the luck the other night that Dallas scored on themselves.
Yeah, Ottinger put the puck. I mean, Edvinson shot it directly at his chest. Like, I get putting pucks on the net, but that's not a high percentage chance. And what does the goalie do? He tries to reach down to find it, and he scores between his legs.
I think you'll start seeing more of that, them just throwing the puck at the net, because they know that they...
Raymond said it after the game. He's like, we just got to shoot more. Like,
Yeah.
No, but
Really?
you got to have possession. You got to have Like, it can't just be one and done dump-ins, and then the other team is skating downhill all day. I mean, that was a rough start on Saturday night. I'm sitting there going, oh, they haven't put a shot on net. It's been 5 minutes. It's been 10 minutes. It's been 15. Are they going to get a shot in the first period of this hockey game? And eventually, damn near 17 minutes in, they get a wrister on net.
That's why, they were playing one of the best teams in the league.
Of
So
course.
but I like your Pelika idea, because I do think you just got to try to find some lightning. Have them jump into plays and take the risk of, one guy back and 2-on-1s.
Well, and it becomes really tough because maybe they want to start the game in a defensive shell and hope for, hey, a ricochet, a bounce.
Yeah.
But when they get down 1 goal or 2 goals like they did against Tampa and Dallas.
It feels like it's insurmountable.
Right. I mean, this team's not scoring 2 goals.
Until they do.
What?
Until they
they
feels
do
like
it?
it's unsurmountable. Like they're up, they're down against Dallas by 2 goals. And
So
they
this-
find a way to yuck it up.
This text just came in. What's the point of them making the playoffs? They're just going to get bombed out of the first round. They're not a contender. I would argue if they survive this and get healthy at the right time with Gibson as a goalie, that they could win a first-round series because of the nature of the sport.
You're telling me in that world, Larkin's back, Kopp's back,
Yeah.
Falk's been here for a month.
Yeah.
You did find a way to weather the storm. Again, big if, and you're in. They wouldn't be favored, but a hot goalie can steal a playoff series. That's the thing they got going for him is Gibson's going to keep him in a lot of these games, and they don't have very many back-to-backs the rest of the way. I think there's only 2 back-to-backs the rest of the season. So it's probably Gibson until the wheels fall off.
Has to be.
Has to be. Text coming in. It doesn't matter. This pathetic excuse for a hockey team is done. Guys, they'll need more than 95. I think they need at least 97. That's from Vince. Well, given how well everybody's playing, it's hard to argue with that. Walleye, no one cares about the Wings anymore. Guys, grab the drop, activate the D. Thank you. That's my Chris Osgood impression. How can McClellan put Kane on the ice 3-on-3 against Dallas, who skated circles around the Wings? And that's signed, Let's Go Red Wings. They're running out of bodies.
No one said it was going to be easy.
Certainly hasn't been. One last thing, and then we'll move on. They should win tonight. Iserman did tell us they've had issues coming back home from road trips.
Yeah, but it's Calgary.
I better be. Well, it's Calgary, and they beat them. God forbid. 248-539-9797. Talking about Michigan State's draw and their region at 835. Do the same for Michigan. It's 97-1.
If you're thinking about a new truck this month, a Ram truck should be at the very top of your list. And when you put the Ram side by side with the competition, it's not close. The Ram truck deals at your Metro Detroit Ram dealer this month are exceptional for power. There's no competition. You could choose from Ram's award-winning Pentastar V6 or Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8. Why would you trust from the competition a full-size pickup at any price with only a 4-cylinder engine? The comparable models. It's ridiculous. Can't play with it, can't work with it. And the full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights. For comfort and easy-to-use technology, nothing beats a Ram. Ram also has a 5-link coil suspension. All it's going to take is one test drive, and you will feel how much smoother a Ram is. Right now, lease payments on a new Ram truck are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. All you have to do is pull into your Ram dealer today. It's just that easy. And when you get there, tell them I sent you.
All right, the brackets are set for college hoops. Got a hockey team fighting for their life. It's the perfect time to get things tuned up, including with your routine. If you want a whiter smile or a straighter smile, Brightside can help you out. New patients are always welcome. $35 new patient special. So let me tell you about Brightside Dental. Not some big national chain. They're locally owned and part of the community. They treat their patients like neighbors, and they want to keep Michigan families smiling year-round. If your current dentist can't get you in soon, Brightside should be able to get you in same day. 1-800-PAINLESS, BrightsideDental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. I will not question the character of this hockey team. I thought that's how they found a way to get a point on Saturday night in Dallas when all hope was lost, when it took 17 minutes to register a shot, when their first goal had to be scored by Dallas on themselves. Still found a way to get a point. I will never question the character or the fight from this group. My issue is the talent. My issue is the ability to finish. They were already a bad team 5-on-5. They already struggled to score 5-on-5. They are struggling to generate offense. It's why I threw out Pelika. Hey, get him in at home so you can hide him. You can play the matchups, but he can help you generate a little offense from your defense, push the pace a little bit. And fingers crossed Gibson can steal games. But, John, it's an uphill climb. They're down to a single point separating them from in versus out. Everybody else is winning over the weekend. The 1 point doesn't do you much good if other teams keep winning and getting twos. Some of the texts. The Wings are on fumes. They couldn't score when healthy. Now it's worse. I tuned into that Ducks-Canadians game last night. What a game. It's actually one of the few that went Detroit's way. Montreal lost, but 7 goals between the two teams. Walleye, walleye, walleye. Red Wings are done. They're cooked. They don't have the horses to withstand the injuries. Someone with a more positive outlook says they just need a point per game with a below-average strength of schedule. Get the guys back from injuries. I like their odds. David at work.
Hey, the glass is half full.
I'm all about how you interpret a glass of 50% liquid.
Right.
There's not 50% liquid in this glass.
It doesn't feel like it right now, but there is, I wouldn't say plenty of time. There is still time.
We're going to get to Michigan State's draw for March Madness at 8:35, a region that includes Duke, UConn, Kansas, St. John's, a bunch of Hall of Fame coaches, national championship coaches, really good defenses, brutal draw. We'll get to that. We'll talk about Michigan, who is a 1 seed. They're going to be in the Midwest region. They don't have the same gauntlet, but there's a couple things that could trip them up, and it's not like they've been blowing people out anymore. So we'll talk about that end of the hour as well. John, I saw a movie this weekend that made me think of you.
Oh, all right.
It's called Fly Me to the Moon. And it's a movie set in the 1960s where they debate whether or not to trust the mission or fake the moon landing.
Oh, I thought maybe you were just going to reference that. I'm a transplant from the 60s.
Sometimes I feel that way. But they had the debate, do we fake the moon landing? And it stars Scarlett Johansson, Channing Tatum, Woody Harrelson, Ray Romano's in it in a side role. He's kind of funny. It came out only a couple years ago.
Yeah, but how did the movie end?
Well,
because they
it.
Obviously, well, okay, it's not like it's a new movie.
It came out a couple years ago.
Yeah.
Tell us.
I'm guessing that because they landed on the moon, they didn't have to use Plan B.
So Scarlett Johansson is like this big ad marketing person who gets hired to help spruce up NASA's image because they had the Apollo issues.
Yeah.
And she interacts with Channing Tatum, who's this like straight-laced, by-the-book, former pilot. We're going to do this. We're going to land. And Scarlett Johansson gets tasked from the government, hey, you got to shoot this alternate thing. And they do this whole production, and then they've got to, at the last minute, they find out that, oh, no, the plan was always to air the fake version because we just couldn't risk it. What if we screwed up and it's going to be live television and we're going to get laughed at and the Soviets and communism are going to win?
So you're bringing this up because one of the conspiracies that I brought up, I didn't say I bought into it, is one of the biggest conspiracies is that the U.S. never landed on the moon, that it was a Hollywood production.
Yeah, what's the flag doing that? What's going on with the footprints?
Okay.
But if this
Glad you thought of me.
I thought of you, but if it goes like my other movie recommendations, you're not going to like it. You checked out Argo and you didn't even make it halfway through.
I did. Saturday morning, I woke up and not that I was thinking of you, but you guys had mentioned this and you pumped up this movie like it was some great movie. And so I thought, well, you know what? The kids are still in bed. Everyone's still sleeping. I'm going to start this movie. And it was all I could do to get 25 minutes in. It was not anything that interested me.
Okay. In my defense, I haven't seen it in over a decade. It did win Best Picture. And I remember specifically later in the movie, some of the tense scenes as they're trying to get out of Iran where they're like undercover and they're at the airport. It was just a tense movie. I really liked it.
Maybe it was Saturday morning. I just didn't want to be tense. But there wasn't anything that I thought was, and I don't look at movies and say, oh, well, this one won Best Picture. I've got to watch it.
I'm just going to recommend movies where things blow up to you. That's just going to be what I do.
You got me figured out. A lot of gun scenes.
A lot of explosions.
I'm good. John Wick. Hey, if you follow that theme, I don't really care if there's much of a plot. Things blow up. Things go boom. I'm in.
John, the movie features a lot of dialogue and setup, and he's asleep halfway before I get done with the description.
Oh, yeah.
Fair enough. Let's get to Heather with the news.
This news is brought to you by Gardner White. Well, a Detroit Tigers prospect just had the kind of debut most kids probably only dream about. 19-year-old Jordan Yost, which was a Tigers first-round pick in last year's draft, stepped up to the plate for his very first at-bat in Sunday's spring training game against the New York Yankees and promptly launched a grand slam.
Bases loaded.
Boom.
Yes.
Oh,
his family was there too. I think we have the sound.
His family was there. I mean, and he's very.
We'll get the sound in a second. But yeah, his family was there.
Pretty incredible, right?
And this is their most recent first round pick, and it's like, well,
yeah.
Okay. And after AJ Hinch kind of told him, hey, that didn't suck. Didn't suck at all.
Thanks, Skip.
Yep. So we're just a few weeks away from Tigers opening day here in Detroit, and you won't want to miss the first 4 giveaways of the season at Comerica Park. So the first is Saturday, April 4th. That's the day after opening day. The first 15,000 fans will receive a rugby shirt presented by Pepsi. You can go and check out the photos of these giveaways online. The next giveaway is the following Saturday, April 11th. It's a Tigers hockey jersey presented by Miller Lite. And then the third is May 2nd, also Saturday night game. It's a caricature crew neck sweatshirt presented by Comerica. And then the fourth is Saturday, May 16th. It's a pink jersey for breast cancer awareness presented by Karmanos Cancer Institute. So pretty cool. There are going to be 8 more giveaways that are planned, but they have not released what those will be quite yet. So stay tuned.
They're breadcrumbing a little by a little. The best one of that group to me is the May 2nd, that caricature sweater. That looks awesome.
Yeah, very cool. They're all great. I mean, they're all probably, no, never mind. I was going to say extra large and will only fit certain individuals, but one size fits all, of course.
But I feel like guys argue the same way the other way. They go, it's all smalls and mediums.
Right.
They just turn into pajama shirts for girls. Like, that's what it is. It's like, oh, okay, it goes down to almost my knee. That's all right. So that's wear it to bed.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Yes.
A Sterling Heights man is in custody after leading police on a chase that ended in a crash that ultimately killed 2 people early Saturday morning. This was in Clinton Township. Crash happened at the intersection of Gratiot and 14 Mile right around 2:30 a.m. Police say they actually tried to pull this driver over, speeding, going really fast. They turned on their lights, their sirens, and as soon as that happened, the driver just accelerated, fled from police, obviously crashed into another vehicle at that intersection, killing a 25-year-old Southfield man and another occupant of that vehicle. To end on, some better news. One battle after another dominated the 98th Academy Awards, winning 6 Oscars, including Best Picture, Best Director for Paul Thomas Anderson, and Best Supporting Actor for Sean Penn. Sinners followed with 4 awards, including Best Actor for Michael B. Jordan. Then you have Best Actress, Jessie Buckley for Hamnet, and Best Supporting Actress, Amy Madigan for Weapons. So you can check out the full list online.
I saw Hamnet was streaming somewhere. Did you say you watched that one?
I didn't. No, the ones that I watched didn't really win any awards.
So I saw 3. I saw F1, which I actually really liked. I got to it late. I got to it on a plane. Perfect for kill 3 hours.
Sure.
But
that
Brad
did
Pitt,
win 1 award.
Hans Zimmer does the score, so I liked that. I get why it didn't win. It probably wasn't artsy enough. I saw Begonia, which I thought was too artsy.
I saw that too.
And then one battle after another. Look, I like Leo movies. It wasn't one of my 5 favorite Leo movies. That doesn't mean it shouldn't have won the award. It wasn't one of my favorites.
I'm with you on there. F1 won for Best Sound. Go
Hans
figure.
Zimmer. There you go.
Yeah, there you go. This is so cool. I saw this over the weekend trending. A 78-year-old DoorDash driver can now really look forward to retirement after a customer helped raise nearly $1 million for this man. Okay, so it happened in Tennessee. A woman was checking her doorbell camera. She noticed this older gentleman, the DoorDash driver, kind of, struggling to get up the stairs to deliver the package. Well, she ultimately found him in real life, learned that the reason he's still working is to help cover his wife's kidney disease medication. So she started a GoFundMe. Right now, it's over $927,000 people have donated for this man. And his story is just like, we had to find something we could do. So she typically goes on the drives with him to deliver the food. And he's the runner. And pretty cool, though.
Walker.
Yeah, well, exactly. The walker, the deliverer, man. Deliverer? The delivery man.
There you go.
Yes.
Yeah. Anyway, pretty cool. It's neat to see so many people coming together to
help
someone out.
Yeah. All right, coming up next, Michigan State's draw. We'll start with the Spartans, then we'll carve out some time for Michigan. What's the expectation, and what do you make of the region? It's 97-1. Brackets are out. Madness will begin shortly. Michigan State lands as a 3 seed in the region of doom. We'll go through it. The expectations and your reaction to the draw, 248-539-9797. I call it the region of doom because you have the number 1 overall seed, Duke. And while MSU's beaten them a time or two in the tournament, most of the history favors the Dukies. Izzo does not have a great track record against Duke. Injuries and all, they're the number 1 seed in the entire tournament. Mm-hmm. The number 2 seed, Dan Hurley, has won a couple national titles. They play great defense. The number 4 seed is Kansas. Bill Self has won a national title. They also have a top 12 defense. St. John's, many people thought they could be a 4 seed. They're your 5 seed. Rick Pitino's won a national title. And, they also play really good defense. So for a Spartan team that struggles to score, this is a brutal region. Great coaches, great defenses, the number 1 overall seed. Congrats.
Yeah, and I mean, outside of the Michigan State, in that region, if in round 2 on, I don't know if they play Saturday or Sunday, if it were to be St. John's and Kansas, that would be a great second round game.
Absolutely would be.
And then you look at that Michigan State going, okay, if they make it past ND State, which I think we all believe that they will.
Yeah, come on.
South Florida, Louisville, 2 completely different styles of play.
Yeah, Louisville, Pat Kelsey coached, a lot of 3-point shots. If they're falling, look out. If they're not, they could get upset. Like, I think that's a trendy pick. I'm probably going to be on the Bulls. South Florida won the American. They run. They're going to crash the glass and get extra possessions. Yeah, running with the Bulls, John. That's not a gimme matchup either. And I'll point this out for MSU. While they made the Elite Eight last year, and it is Tom Izzo and month of March and all that, 7 of the last 10 tournaments, they haven't made it past the Sweet 16. So,
to make it to the Elite Eight, they're going to have to get past UConn.
And in terms of this tournament, I probably have them only going to the Sweet 16. I mean, it's just a treacherous road.
It is. And it's just for a team that has had some inconsistencies. Whether it's 3-point shooting, it's, they're going to run. And I really think it comes down to Jeremy Fears. And can he create, against these teams that are playing really good defense, how much opportunity can he create? Because if you have a good point guard, and Jeremy Fears, whatever you think about his style of play, set that aside. He is one of the better point guards in the country. True. And if he can create penetration, if he can kick out, and he can get guys on the team open looks at the basket from behind the arc, and if they can have somebody that can knock them down, and it doesn't have to be the same guy. It could be the first round game. It doesn't really matter.
It's Tang in one game. Yep. It's Scott in another. It's Kohler is the big, who I think modernizes their offense when he's knocking down some of those pick and pops.
For me, that's the key to success for them. It all circles around Jeremy Fears. And 1, can he keep his emotions in check? And 2, can he create opportunity for the rest of his team?
Well, we know he loves to kick out.
Yes. Kick back.
And I don't know if the other teams are going to be reading the scouting report and breaking out the personal protector down low. The only game all year you got to wear a cup. You got Michigan State coming in. But yeah, that's their formula. Is it's going to be grimy and grinded out, and they fit the region, John. They also have a coach who's won a national title, and they also have a top 15 defense. But do I think they're going to string together 3-4 wins against those kind of teams and reliably have consistent offense? Not the team I've seen this year. Anything's possible in March, but if you're asking me for a prediction, I don't think they make it out of this region. I don't think they advance past the Sweet 16. Now, there will be plenty of talking heads who have them in the national title or in the Final Four.
We've already seen it, yeah. And one matchup that we'll talk about at 9:02. That's very interesting,
tantalizing. But what would you say? Expectation and biggest. I don't
know how they get past UConn. So I think they get to the Sweet 16, and I just don't know how they get past UConn. I think with the length that UConn has, and the way that they run the floor, the way that they shoot, I just don't know that Michigan State can be consistent enough for 40 minutes to beat UConn. Not saying they can't.
No,
it's just, anything can happen in this tournament. When you're a team like Michigan State that has enough talent to be able to make it to a Final Four, it's going to need to be a much more consistent brand of basketball.
Yeah, and I don't think we have to couch it like anything can happen. Like, we pick what we think's going to happen. And Spartan fans have been hard on their own team this year. We'll let them speak for themselves. 248-539-9797. They could have been a 2 seed. They did themselves no favors against UCLA on Friday night. I mean, there was a path for them to be a 2 seed, and now you don't have to play UConn in the Sweet 16.
It is what it is. This is what you've earned at this point. And now, what are you going to earn from this moment on? And it's going to be it's going to be a tough road for them to get past the Sweet 16.
Do you think the refs in this region are already like?
Oh, can you imagine if they do make it to the Sweet 16 and they play against UConn? You got Danny Hurley at one bench, Tom Izzo on the other. Like the officials are just, I mean, maybe they're going to wear earmuffs.
Well, how about this? For Dan Hurley to get to that game, he would, I don't know if UCLA gets out of the first round, but they may be facing.
Yeah, I don't know. Danny Hurley's no tall individual, but he actually may be looking down on Mick Cronin.
So in terms of the yappers, you've got Hurley, you've got Cronin, you've got Izzo. Rick Pitino will work an official.
Oh, yeah.
You don't think Duke's going to be begging for some calls along the way?
But as tough as the region is, and I do think that they don't make it past UConn. UConn has showed flaws throughout the course of the year.
Sure, I mean
Duke with the injury, they are not a perfect team. I think they are well deserving of the 1 seed. Mm-hmm. But when you look at even Arizona, they've had flaws. Iowa State has had a bumpy end of February, beginning of March. Michigan with the loss of LJ Cason and the fact that, hey, their last 4 games, they've won by a maximum of 4 points, and it took a heroic shot to beat Wisconsin.
There's plenty of flawed teams. The thing with UConn, they've lost to St. John's twice, and they end up in the same region as St. John's. Now, they wouldn't face the Johnnies unless Duke gets upset along the way. I mean, look, as much as I could sit here and go, boy, MSU, you got a tough draw. If I'm Duke, I'm going, wait, this is what I get as the number 1 overall seed? Right? If I'm Connecticut, I don't love this region either. It's just a brutal region.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Let Spartan fans weigh in on what they expect from their team after seeing their draw, the teams in their region, and what they think their team is capable of here.
Yeah, I'd like to know, what do you think the ceiling is? Is the ceiling a shot at a national title, or is the ceiling, like I put it at the Sweet 16? Because I know that there are some people that said, oh, it's a terrible Michigan State team and they'll be a one and done. No, they're dramatic. Not losing to North Dakota State.
It's dramatic. The most likely outcome is a Sweet 16 and then they're eliminated. If you ask me a ceiling, yeah, maybe they can get Elite 8. I don't think they're beating both UConn and Duke, though. I don't think the Final Four is the ceiling for this team.
Yeah.
Not with what we've seen. We'll do the same for Michigan coming up next. So, again, we'll read your feedback, we'll take your phone calls, and then we'll talk Wolverines in the Midwest as the 1 seed, a far more favorable draw. But there's a couple teams in the region you're going to have to watch out for, some landmines, teams that are just below the surface that if you take a wrong step, your season can end. Mm-hmm. It's 97-1. Whether it's a new roof, windows, or siding, these are big decisions for your home. And when it's time, you want a company you can actually trust. For over 30 years, Michigan homeowners have counted on Shaner Roofing. And now they're bringing that same 5-star service that they have with roofing to windows and siding. Local company, family-owned, treat every customer like family. Every roof they install comes with a lifetime transferable warranty. They've earned their 4.9-star Google rating from thousands of happy homeowners. That reputation isn't bought. That's decades of doing the job right. So, if you're in the market for a roof, if you need new windows or siding, you owe it to yourself to get a quote from Shaner. Super easy, mymichiganroof.com. That's mymichiganroof.com. Shaner Roofing, windows and siding, Michigan's name you can trust. Tech's on Michigan State's draw. Their region, they're the 3 seed in the East. Going to play 4 o'clock on Thursday against North Dakota State. They've got Duke as the overall 1 seed. UConn is their 2. Kansas is at 4, and St. John's and Rick Pitino are the 5 seed. Tech says, are we going to pay attention to how people are playing or just look at their names? UConn and Kansas are playing like garbage. St. John's has no offense. State's not good, so they won't make it to the second weekend, but this is not the region of doom. Another says disagree with that. Not the region of doom. Duke has injuries. UConn's been off for 2 or 3 weeks, going 7-4 in their last 11. Kansas and St. John's are inconsistent. This is the bracket of inconsistencies. If MSU shoots well, they have a shot. If not, there'll be an early exit. Michigan State's defense is probably their strength here, and I would tell you they have the 5th best defense in the region. Like statistically, Ken Palm has them 5th in this region defensively. If you want to say there's no great offenses, fine, but you got to win a whole bunch of street fights. That's not ideal.
Which they can, though. I mean, I don't disagree. I mean, you look at UConn, and part of it might be just Danny Hurley's coaching style. Like, there's no one that gets on his team. I mean, I know Izzo gets on individual guys, but at this time of the year, it feels like he is more getting them to play together, and he's not harping on his guys in tournament games. Whereas Danny Hurley, like, it almost feels like he's one that can self-implode.
Sure. Guys, I don't see how national pundits think MSU will make the Final Four at all. It's an obvious one-and-done team. Another says, I'd argue my Spartans have the worst team and coach of the 5 top seeds in the region. You don't want to call it the region of doom. You can call it what you want to call it. I do think it's a tough road for MSU. By the way, they play at 4 o'clock?
Yeah, in Buffalo.
While Mike and Rico are live on the air.
Instant reaction.
Statler and Wardell, the 2 guys from the Muppets.
Yeah. Oh, the 2 old guys.
Yeah, up in the balcony. Yes.
Those are my favorite Muppets. You can't ruin that for me.
I just picture that's them watching the game, like trying to do a radio show while this game is also happening.
That's a great comparison.
4 o'clock, middle of their show. Smack dab into Spartan hoops.
Now I can't unsee it. That's funny.
All right, on to Michigan. They're the 1 seed in the Midwest. John, I think this region is far more favorable.
It is, and there's still landmines. You talk about Texas Tech and the way they're playing right now. Alabama with their offense. And, I mean, we'll hear the stories about Nate Oates and all those different things about
Romulus
him.
High School?
Yeah, he's a Romulus High School coach. And then you look at the bottom part of the bracket where it's Virginia and Kentucky. I don't think anybody is sitting there worried about Kentucky this year, but Virginia and Iowa State. Iowa State is that team where I thought that they were going to find themselves a way into a 1 seed. For most of the year, they played that way. Now, like we were talking about, whether it's UConn not playing well in the final 2 weeks of the season, Iowa State's kind of been that team where they had a lot of things going for them up until about 2 weeks ago, and then it didn't derail, but they're not playing the same as they were. Very similar to Michigan.
So when I look at the region, you'll focus on the 2 and the 3. Iowa State, Virginia, good defenses. You have Tennessee. Rick Barnes' teams always play defense.
But Rick Barnes' teams always lose.
Yeah, that's true too. Those aren't the teams I would focus on. So for Michigan, I think they're more vulnerable to a team that just gets unbelievably hot and shoots the lights out. It's how Wisconsin beat them once, nearly beat them twice in the Big Ten tournament. So I look at Bama, who's the number 1 points per game team in the country, the number 1 pace of any tournament team. They will run and gun and shoot. And if they go white hot supernova on any given day, they could beat anybody, including Michigan, who, by the way, scuffle a little bit since they suffered that injury to LJ Kason.
Sure.
They're 4-1, but 3 of those wins are by 4 or fewer points. So a team goes insanely hot, and all of a sudden your season ends prematurely. That's the landmine. You step on it, and boom, you get blown up. Texas Tech, I think they're sneaky. People are going to overlook them because their best player is not playing. Toppin is out. Mm-hmm. They're 5th in the country in three-pointers made per game, 5th in the country in three-point percentage. They beat Arizona and Duke, 2 other 1 seeds, but you're going to say, Jim, they had Toppin. Okay. How about going to Iowa State and winning without Toppin? So, again, I'm not going to pick Texas Tech to beat Michigan at all. I am going to label them a landmine because that is the type of team where this dude can't miss. We put a hand in his face and he hit a step back and all of a sudden you're sweating out a game you never should have been sweating out. So I think those are landmines. I would put St. Louis. They're going to be a very trendy when people dig a little deeper into the mid-majors. They've got Robbie Avila.
Yeah.
We were robbed of him last year at Indiana State. He's Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, the big pudgy white guy with the specs.
Yeah.
He can shoot, he can pass, and they put shooters around him. They're one of the best three-point shooting teams in the country, so size and threes would be a problem for Michigan.
I don't think they'll be able to run with Michigan.
No, and again, Michigan should beat all of these teams, but I think there are landmines in this region. You mentioned Kentucky. I'm not going to label them a landmine, and I actually think that might be the Mark Pope gets fired game if Santa Clara pulls off an upset. I think it's on the table in round 1. Michigan fans, you tell us what you're seeing with your team. I know on CBS they labeled you vulnerable. I don't know if you feel that way or if there's a team that worries you most. 248-539-9797.
Well, I think when you go into the tournament, if you're just watching the way Michigan played throughout the course of the year, and I mean, hey, the huge win they had at the beginning of the year over Gonzaga, and some of the astronomical numbers and spreads that they were putting up against some of these others really good teams. We didn't see that at the end of the year. And it wasn't just the LJ case on injury. It was even before that. Now, that didn't help, obviously. But I think it's twofold. It's other teams, when you have that bullseye on your back, they're playing with no care in the world. They are throwing everything at you, anything that sticks, because if they lose, they're supposed to.
Yeah.
But how is that different than a tournament? It's going to be the same thing. And so, I mean, UMBC, they're going to be chucking up every 3 they possibly can if they beat Howard.
We didn't mention them, by the way. Yeah, there's a world where Michigan, and yeah, you're a troll if you bring it up, but we all thought about it. There's a world where Michigan plays UMBC.
Oh, I 100% thought about it. As soon as UMBC won their conference tournament, I instantly thought they're playing Michigan. I just know it. After what they did against Virginia, that 16 knocking off a 1, I'm like, it's just going to happen. And it did. Well, as long as they beat Howard. They're in a play-in game.
They are in a play-in game. 248-539-9797.
What do you think the ceiling is for Michigan?
National title. I think they're one of the best teams in the country. They only lost 3 games. We know what they can do. They can score 1 million points. I think the strength of their team, though, is that length on defense.
Yeah.
It was bizarrely absent against Purdue on Sunday. But I think we've watched enough of them this season. That's a really tough matchup for most teams.
What was bizarre in that Purdue game was Michigan was able to get their 2 bigs in foul trouble. And it happened quick at the end of the first half there. And then it was like they didn't capitalize on it. And then they come out at the beginning of the second half, and Purdue is white hot, as you mentioned. You play a team that gets white hot like a Texas Tech. Now all of a sudden, hey, how do you stop that team? How do you not go in the tank? I don't want to say go in the tank, but go cold yourself at the same time.
Yeah, it was weird. Like they were getting the switches and the matchups they wanted. Normally switching's been a strength of Michigan's defense, but who is the ogre-looking guy for Purdue? Clough?
Clough, yeah.
Yeah, this guy's making everything. He's just big and burly, and he was finishing at the rim.
Yeah, did you hear his path to Purdue? He played at 6 different schools, and when he was at a JC, he had actually played against Yaxel Lendeborg 3 different times.
Look, I'd believe it. I believe he probably spent 10 years in the mines, too. I have no idea where they got this guy.
No, Lucy's obviously on campus there in West Lafayette, and I'm like, have you seen this guy on campus? He looks like he's 30 years old.
She give you a hard time about that game?
She fortunately didn't. I was giving her a hard time when Michigan was up a little bit, and then all of a sudden the tables turned, and I started working on dinner.
The ultimate matchup next, 97.1.
Brought to you by Marin Buick GMC. The bracket has been set, and we're just 3 days away from this year's NCAA tournament. Last night, Michigan earned a 1 seed in the Midwest region and will start their March run in Buffalo, New York. The other top 3 seeds in the Midwest include number 2, Iowa State, 3rd-seeded Virginia, and number 4, Alabama. For MSU, they're a 3 seed in Duke's region and will play number 14, North Dakota State on Thursday. For a guy like Tom Izzo, who's been in this tournament more than any other active coach in the sport, he's trying to learn from past losses and pass those lessons to his players.
The little things matter. You've heard coaches say that for 100 years. And until you lose a game on a free throw cutout, or you get a 5-point lead, it doesn't hit home. The problem is, it hit me right in the frickin' eyes, okay? But I didn't have anybody playing now that was playing then. So sometimes they have to go through it, or I have to do a good job of finding a way to convince them. How do I do that? I tell them what I went through.
Should the Spartans win Thursday, they will get the winner of 6-seed Louisville and 11-seed South Florida, which has quickly become a trendy upset pick this year as everyone seems to be picking the Bulls. Since you asked, I'll take the Cardinals. Women's bracket was released yesterday as well. Michigan earned a 2-seed and will host a pair of games, while the Spartans are a 5-seed and are heading to Oklahoma for their Friday game against Colorado State. Red Wings also back home tonight. They face the Flames at 7 o'clock right here on 97.1. Our pregame coverage begins at 6:45. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
So in the aftermath, the bracket comes out, and then they make these studio guys pick the whole thing right there on the spot.
Right.
And it leads to some...
That's what they do.
I know, but it leads to some hilarious outcomes, including the unbelievable possibility. Are you ready for this? Could we handle this? Seth Greenberg says Michigan State plays Michigan in the national title. Could we handle this?
Oh, sure, we can handle it.
Could our listeners and the people who we live with
or work with
possibly survive this? Because it would be epic. I want to see it. I'm a Chippewa. I can watch the world burn. If you win this game, it's the greatest win in the history of your program. You're a national title champion and you beat your rival. If you're Dusty May, you dispatch Izzo. If you're Izzo, good triumphs over evil, doing it the old-fashioned way, the developmental way, not these mercenary bums. That's awesome. But if you lose, it is the worst heartbreak you could suffer. This is worse than trouble with the snap. That's a regular season game. This is for the national title.
Walking down the road, and I mean, like, no one's on the fence.
Yeah.
They pick a side. In this state, you're either Michigan or you're Michigan State, and you will have to live with this one forever. Michigan, if Michigan were to lose that game, they just swept them in the regular season. They could sweep them for the next 10 years and still not live this down.
Your stomach would be in knots leading up to this game. You would have so much emotion, adrenaline. Do you want this? Yeah, the good thing is your team is in the national title. If you're MSU, you survived a region of Duke and UConn and Kansas and St. John's. You toppled Hall of Fame coaches and national champion coaches. You're probably making some threes to make it there. You're probably playing your best. You probably tell everybody, hard to beat a team 3 times. If you're Michigan, you go, look, we punked them at the Breslin. We beat them at Chrysler. Bring them on. Bring them on like a piñata. We'll take another swing at them. It'd be awesome.
It would be awesome.
These coaches hate each other. That would be part of it. I would love this.
From a Michigan perspective, you also have to look at it and go, okay, well, if Michigan State does make it, then they've already taken care of, whether it's Louisville or South Florida, they then would have taken care of UConn, Duke, and then you're looking at it going, okay, well, if they get out of their region, who are they going to face? Either Florida or Houston.
Yeah.
And so if they make it out...
So it's either the reigning champs,
right,
who, by the way, have a ton of size, which I think would be a tough matchup for MSU, or Houston, that hounds you relentlessly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you're somehow standing after all that...
You're playing damn good basketball.
Oh, yeah.
And you've got all the confidence in the world. No, on Michigan's side, it's not like you would be, sitting there going, "Oh, well, we just eked our way in." No, they would have faced again, like we had mentioned, some of the landmines, whether it was Iowa State, if it was Virginia, Texas Tech, Alabama, but then you'd have to play probably Arizona or, Purdue's the number 2 seed. Right. I don't think Purdue has enough to be able to make it to the Final Four. But
it feels like Arizona's the softest 1 seed, the softest path for a 1 seed.
Yes. Yeah,
but if you're taking down Arizona, who didn't they start the year 23-0? They were the last undefeated Power 5 team in college hoops.
Yeah. Except for obviously not a Power 5 team, but Miami of Ohio.
Which, by the way, glad they were in the tournament. Yeah. I know you ended up on that side.
Sure, they got their
like
gold star.
They should be in the tournament.
Oh, sure. You get 68 teams. Put them into play-in, which Tom brought up last week, and that's exactly what they did. They're in the play-in, so hey, if you're as good as your record says you are, then they'll make the final field of 64.
They still had Bruce Pearl stumping for the teams on the outside yesterday, including his Auburn Tigers. It's like, you had a losing record in conference. We let 68 teams in. We can put Miami of Ohio in just to see.
Yeah.
They won 31 games. Now, some of them were against, Milligan and Indiana University East.
Right.
But, hey, 31 wins. Keep playing. Anyway, do you want this? Michigan State, the national title. It's been discussed on major sports network television, and we're bringing it to this show today. 248-539-9797. I saw this last night, and I posted it as a poll question. And I would think this is awesome. The positives outweigh the negatives. Your team's in the title. You feel good about your team winning the title, and you get to brag until they put you in the ground. 36% said no, they don't want this.
Just scared. They don't want the pressure that comes with this game, the risk that comes with this game. But that's what competition is all about, is being able to play your opponents and when it's and be uncomfortable and be able to come out on top. That's what that would be the ultimate scenario of this tournament. And I think there's a lot of people. I asked you this at one of the breaks. I don't know that there's a lot of juice behind the NCAA tournament this year, and part of it, we'll dive into it more as the week goes on. Last year was a very chalky tournament, and it was not. There were no Cinderellas.
Yeah.
You want to be able to see some Cinderellas make a run, whether it's to the Sweet 16, Elite 8, Final Four, whatever. But I think there's just a lot of people that believe that this is going to go
top heavy.
Yeah. And so there's not a lot of juice, but this would certainly put some juice into it.
Yeah, look, as the week goes, we're going to sprinkle in some Cinderellas, try to find you those teams that could go on a run. We'll do our draft, pick our 4 teams, go toe-to-toe with one another. We'll give our Final Four by the time we get to Thursday's games. But yeah, I want to focus on our couple teams right now that are in the top-heavy section of college basketball right now.
And look, it's more likely that neither team makes it than they both make it and they face off against each other.
I would agree. If I asked you to psychoanalyze of the 36%, do you think that's more Spartan fans or Wolverine fans?
Oh gosh, I don't even know if I could venture a guess.
Like, which fan base would not want the rematch more?
I can't answer that one without my own personal emotions being involved.
Okay, we'll leave it up to people. 248-539-9797. I would think Spartan fans wouldn't want to play Michigan, having seen what they've done to them twice.
No way. They can correct everything with a win. It's hard to beat a team 3 times in a row.
So you think Michigan doesn't want to see of the dissenters? You think it's more Michigan fans?
Like, State could gain from that in Izzo. First off, it's the second natty, which is just what he needs so bad to cap off his career. It's what people hold against him. But also just the fact that they unwrite everything that happened this season. It didn't matter.
Good versus evil. Doing it the right way.
Yeah, Izzo the old school way versus Dusty May's new way.
Listen here. You're going to try to take over my state, my sport? Nope. No, sir.
The gain for Izzo's for some of the people that have turned on him in the fan base.
Mm-hmm. And it becomes, I don't know if it's a write-off in the sunset, but it becomes that cap at the end of his career that everybody's been waiting for.
Michigan did it to Saban. Right off into the sunset.
Send him out back. All right, 248-539-9797. Some response. It's been too long since we've seen Michigan pull off a convincing win like we were accustomed to early in the season. This is a nervous Wolverine fan.
Okay, but I understand. Yeah, they were winning by double digits in a majority of their games. You get to the end of the season, things tighten up a little bit. Just because you didn't win by double digits doesn't mean you still didn't win the games you needed to win.
Michigan won't get past the Elite Eight. Guards are just not good enough.
That might be what bites them.
I think there's a lot on Cadeau's plate. I like what McKinney's done, stepped up, but a lot's on Cadeau's plate. And they can't have a cold night or a turnover-filled day.
Well, Kinney's not going to be the guy that distributes the ball.
No.
He's just not that. It's not his role right now. It's not his play. But he has stepped up to make some big shots and come through in some big moments.
You guys want the Michigan State matchup because of what you do for work. In reality, it would be a terrible basketball game with Michigan winning in a landslide.
I mean, you want to talk about root for radio. This might be the ultimate root for radio. Here in where you've got Michigan State, it's all the things that you talked about, Dusty May versus Izzo, the hired guns versus we develop.
Yeah, I'm nodding my head like a bobblehead. Yes, it'd be all of those storylines at once. 248-539-9797. All right, we've got that out there for people. We've got Michigan's draw, State's draw, the expectations, and the hypothetical possibility discussed by Seth Greenberg that these two teams would meet in the national title. MSU coming out to the left side of the bracket, Michigan from the right side of the bracket, and all hell breaks loose for the national title. It's 97-1.
Here's what I like about Guardian Alarm. They're not just some national security company pretending to know Michigan. They're from here. They've been protecting Michigan homes and businesses from break-ins, fires, and emergencies since 1930. No matter where you're located, from the suburbs to downtown and beyond, Guardian Alarm's got you covered with security cameras, fire protection, and real people monitoring 24/7. Local team, local service, real protection. If you want security from a company that actually knows this community, call Guardian Alarm. You can reach them at 1-800-STAY-OUT for a free quote. That's 1-800-STAY-OUT.
As a Michigan fan, I definitely do not want this. It's hard enough losing to them in any sport during the regular season, and I would respectfully disagree with those that say State fans would want this. Sure, they could right their wrong by beating Michigan in the national title, or they could lose in their primary sport.
So you don't want to play in the game because you're afraid you're going to lose? Are you kidding me? That's your argument?
Says State fans have held basketball over Michigan fans' head for almost ever. How gut-wrenching would it be for them to lose in the national title, Brandon and Macomb?
Yeah, but think of what you can gain by winning. I don't know that I can't accept that logic.
And yet more than a third of people have said they don't want these two teams to meet in the national title. And we were talking more off air. Jimmy says, I think it's more Michigan fans that don't want this. I don't know how to quantify the data. I just tell you a third of people don't. I don't have their, I don't know what diplomas are on their walls or who they root for or what gear's in the closet. But over a third of people said they don't want this. John, I'm with you. This would be incredible.
Oh.
And think about if you win. You're in the game. You've won all these games. You're playing your best basketball. What if you win? If you win and you're Dusty May and in year 2 you're a national champion and you did it by beating
your
crotchety in-state Tom Izzo, who's making comments at podiums about how you're not this and you're not that. How about all the Big Ten coaches that didn't name you Coach of the Year? You don't think Izzo was one of them? To be able to summit the mountain and beat your rival and establish, there's a new sheriff in town? You don't want that?
It would be amazing.
Sweep them, beat them 3 times in the same season. You know you're better than them. You played them twice already. Now, if you're State, what if we lose? What if you win? What if good does triumph over evil, John? What if building it the old-fashioned way, brick by brick, 1 2x4 at a time is how you're supposed to do it? And he tells Dusty, hey, what you're doing is wrong, and I'll prove it.
So I've always said I do want Coach Izzo to win another one. And I guess we'd probably get to the same point every year, and it would be, well, not this year.
Just not against my team.
Yeah, just not against my team. Because I do want to see somebody to win one the old school way. And I don't know that he may be the only coach left that is doing it that way. And I'm not going to sit there and analyze all the other rosters and all the other coaches and how they're building their programs. But the predominant way now is you have to be able to dip your toe or toes or all feet, all body involved in the transfer portal.
It's incredibly rare that you wouldn't have an elite one-and-done freshman or several elite transfer players leading the way and 1, 2, or 3 in your team in scoring.
I think it would be unbelievable to have them play for a national title.
Seth Greenberg picked it last night after seeing the bracket.
Well, and here's, it is unique because I've fallen victim to this before where I'll sit there and I'll say, well, I think that these 2 or 3 teams will be playing for a national title. And then you work your way through it and you're like, wait a second here. This isn't how I thought it would happen. And I don't know if Greenberg fell into that where he was picking this one upset over this one, and then all of a sudden he's got Michigan State at the end.
I didn't watch the segment, but all of a sudden you're like, well, I actually had UConn losing earlier than I thought, or Duke didn't make it to the Elite Eight, or something weird happens along the way that you didn't expect when you sat down and started filling out your bracket. Tex says, I wouldn't want the matchup in the title game because that would mean I'd be rooting for Michigan to get there. If it came to it, though, bring it on, baby.
Yeah.
As a realistic Spartan fan, I agree they likely lose in the round of 16 or 8. Not a bad season based on the lacking 3-point shooting. Anything short of the Final Four would be a major disappointment for Michigan. We're asking expectations based on the draw. Guys, this scenario kind of played out in hockey a couple years ago. MSU dominated the regular season, but Michigan beat MSU for a trip to the Frozen Four. As a State fan, it still makes me sick to think about losing that game with the most on the line tie in Detroit.
Yeah, but that doesn't carry the same weight as
Hoops
does, and especially with Tom Izzo being a part of that equation.
Sparty is like a bad fart. Seems to never go away.
See, that's what's going to happen for like days if this matchup happens. Like that Monday morning on the morning of the game would be ridiculous.
Oh, it'd be
it's already borderline
chaos.
like doing political talk when you talk about a football game in the regular season.
When would that be? Would it be? It's at the Monday after Easter.
Yes.
So the Tigers will just come off their opening day home weekend at Comerica Park, and that Monday would be Michigan State for the national title.
Yep, and the Wings would be fighting their way into the playoffs. Pistons wrapping up the end of the regular season.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we
Brad
haven't
Holmes
even mentioned the Pistons yet today.
Wait, Tom, did you slip in that Brad Holmes is making some moves in there?
No, they're just going to sign some clown off the street to a 1-year deal for $1.5 million. Sorry.
Let's go to Joe in Grosse Ile. Joe, good morning.
Hey, good morning. I don't know how you couldn't be super excited for a Michigan State final. If that were to happen, both teams would have exceeded expectations, especially Spartans, which admittedly I'm a Spartan fan. But the excitement level for that kind of game would be matched only by a Lions Super Bowl. It would far exceed any World Series, Stanley Cup, or NBA playoff game. It would be over the top cool to have those teams make it that far. I would love it. Sign me up right now.
I'm all aboard having it happen, but we just made John and I each shared a look when you started ranking it up against like.
Well, I'm glad you said that it wouldn't match a Lions Super Bowl, but I think a Tigers World Series, the Wings, if the next time, hopefully it's near future, that they win a Stanley Cup, this would be epic. I don't think it would reach pro sports championship level.
For me, it would.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay. No, don't apologize. No.
No, I just know like the Wings have played a Game
tournament is
7 for the
special.
Cup. Okay, yeah. I mean, it's hard to say until you're actually there, I guess. And maybe it would capture because every household
would be invested.
Yeah. Joe, appreciate it.
Sure. Well, your lips to God's ears.
Hey, we all want to see it happen on this show.
Yeah, I think it would be awesome. I mean, that would literally be everything riding on that game.
Would it be bigger than the Lions in the NFC title game? Because obviously not Super Bowl.
Well, I mean, so now we know the result of it. So
no, the NFC title game next year.
Oh, okay.
Versus,
I don't think so. No, I don't think it reaches the level of
your football team being on a edge of the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
I think I'm with you.
Yeah.
But the fact that you're even asking, though,
it's college basketball,
right? I mean, let's make sure we keep it in perspective. It would be an unbelievable moment, and it would be great for radio, but I don't think it touches the Lions in the NFC Championship game.
Jim in Walled Lake, you think it'd be radio for two, just our two teams? What would the rest of the country think?
Yeah, so it'd be great for the state of Michigan, but I mean, would you really care if Arizona State was playing for the national championship?
No.
Well, I mean, but that's happened. And okay, Arizona State hasn't happened. It hasn't been teams in the same state. But, I mean, we haven't had a seat at the table frequently enough, either team, for a national title. And so you're frequently watching teams that you don't really care about playing for a national title.
Yeah, but usually it's two of the top teams in the country, and it's not two teams from the same state. I can't remember the last time it was two teams from the same state.
And I think Duke and North Carolina met in a Final Four. That's the closest I think we'd have. But those are two top teams from the same state. Michigan and Michigan State are two of the 12 best teams
in the country.
Yeah, I mean,
so you'd still have two of the top teams in the country.
Yeah, we're not saying like, what if a 12 seed made their way?
Right.
This isn't like if we said Oakland faces MSU for the national title.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it was Florida plays Auburn, and you're like,
all right.
You know, okay, I'm still going to watch.
Let's get to Heather with the news.
This news is brought to you by Fusion Energy. You can go get yours today at 7-Eleven. Hey, here's a little good news for those who may be a little vertically challenged. There's a new roundup of research that says being shorter might actually come with several health perks.
Sure, you don't bang your head on everything.
Well, that's not on there, but yeah, that could be one of them. Scientists say that those with, smaller frames, I guess you could say, or
vertically challenged,
may have lower risks of certain types of cancers.
Oh.
Yeah, partially because taller bodies have more cells and growth hormones, which increase the chance of mutations. But it says every 10 centimeters of height seem to raise the risk of cancer by 18% in women and 11% in men. So taller women specifically appear to face a 20% higher risk of breast cancer, while the risk of melanoma increased by about 30% per 10 centimeters in both men and women.
So just, more surface area, more skin, more sun.
Taller people may also be more likely to develop cancer of the kidneys, ovaries, pancreas, colon, and prostate. So look out for that. Shorter people may also be less likely to develop dangerous blood clots. One large study found that men under 5'3" had up to a 65% lower risk than men over 6'2", possibly because shorter legs mean shorter blood vessels and better circulation.
Yeah, your heart doesn't have to work as hard.
This is, I kind of get, less likely to break a hip. Shorter people have less distance to fall to the ground.
Sure, yeah. Well, the levers are shorter too.
Yes.
Yeah.
Less likely to be injured in a roller coaster accident.
Again,
Yeah.
Can't ride the rides.
And finally, shorter people are more likely to live longer. Sorry, John. Not saying that you
I'm
can't live
already
to
up
100,
against
but,
it. Yeah, odds are not in my favor.
Yes.
But hey, I've been beating the
there
odds
you
my
have it.
life.
Yeah. A Detroit Tigers prospect just had the kind of debut most kids only dream about. I love the story. 19-year-old Jordan Yost stepped up to the plate for his very first at-bat. This was in Sunday's spring training game against the New York Yankees, and he just, boom, launched a grand slam.
I think they could have sold it a little bit more.
Yeah, come on,
it's a grand slam. It's his first at bat.
Yeah, that was like a pop fly call.
It's pretty sweet, though.
Scott Harris has done it again. Another stud pick.
Michael B. Jordan hit up an In-N-Out after winning an Oscar for Best Actor, and fans, customers went nuts. So he just waltzed on in, dressed to the nines, carrying the Oscar in his hand, went up to the counter, ordered his burger, went and sat down, ate there, and people were clamoring to get pictures, standing on chairs to see it. Pretty cool. Good for him. One battle after another really dominated the Oscars last night. One for Best Picture, Best Director, but not Best Actor, obviously. Sinners was next with the most awards. I think, what did I say, 6 for
one battle?
One battle, and then 4 for Sinners. So
I've not had In-N-Out. I know it's like a West Coast thing. I don't know if either of you.
So they won the war, but they lost the battle?
Yes.
Oh.
I have not. No.
Okay.
Finally, a strange discovery on Mars is getting a lot of attention online, and even some scientists are asking NASA to take a closer look. So images taken by NASA's Curiosity rover show this small, shiny, cone-shaped object just chilling right there on the surface of Mars. It's about 8 inches in length, smooth. The shape is what really has people. It's not a rock, right? It's clearly something. It was actually a picture. The picture was taken back in 2022, but it's getting attention now because it was kind of called out by this Harvard astrophysicist. And some people now are like, ooh, aliens, right? It's got to be aliens. Mm-hmm. This guy from Harvard, though, is like, most likely it's actually a piece of that Curiosity rover.
Oh.
But
Space trash.
But he does say, you know what? It's worth checking out. Why aren't we? Let's just send that little rover back and take a look at it.
Yeah,
just to
maybe
be sure.
it's a pipe for all the aliens that are living underneath the surface of Mars.
Yeah,
of course.
Could be.
Mm-hmm.
Heather with the news. Hey, coming up next, World Baseball Classic. Last night was a thriller, and the United States is on to the final where they will not hand the ball to Tarek Skubal. How do you feel about it? It's 97-1.
If you're thinking about a new truck this month, it's the perfect time. A Ram truck should be at the very top of your list. When you put the Ram side by side with the competition, it's really not even close. The Ram truck deals at your Metro Detroit Ram dealer this month are exceptional for power. There's not much of a competition. You can choose from Ram's award-winning Pentastar V6 or Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8. And for the competition, why would you choose any full-size pickup at any price with a 4-cylinder engine? You can't get anything done with it. It's no fun. The full-size Ram 1500 is also built right here in Sterling Heights, employing our own, and for comfort and easy-to-use technology, nothing beats a Ram. Ram also has a 5-link coil suspension. All it's going to take is one test drive, and you will feel how much smoother a Ram is than the competition. Right now, lease payments on a Ram truck are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. All you have to do is pull into your Ram dealer today. It's just that simple, and then tell them I sent you.
Good morning, 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park. We've got Gov and Paul Serra behind the glass today on a Monday.
That's interesting.
Cool.
It's up in
Thanks,
space.
guys. Thanks.
Never miss a chance. Anyway. John, I told you who's pitching for Team USA in the final of the World Baseball Classic. Do you remember who it was?
No.
Not Tarek Skubal. Nolan McLean. 48 career innings of Major League Baseball. He's a Mets power arm. People are excited about him, but he is notably not Tarek Skubal. How do you feel about the fact that he's not pitching the finale of the World Baseball Classic? Skeens did the job against the Dominican Republic. Skubal's there in uniform, but not on the roster, just cheering the guys on. How does it feel?
I feel like you're either in or you're out, and he's been walking this tightrope of I'm going to pitch against Great Britain, but no one cared. And then even his comments at the end were, I want to come back and help celebrate with the guys, even though he didn't really do anything. If you're in, you're in, and like Skeens was, just pitch again. You're going to be pitching for the Tigers in spring training, so why not make one of those spring training starts the championship game?
I'll defend Skubal. I feel like a lot of people are using this as a chance to chip at his competitiveness. I couldn't imagine if he was seen as not competitive because he wouldn't play in a seventh inning of a playoff game, but he pitched in whatever this is. It's not the Olympics. Some teams are taking it more seriously than others. Oh, you're willing to pitch in this? And it hurts the Tigers? Like, imagine, God forbid, he had a setback or an injury pitching for Team USA. I think Tiger fans would go, we're excited for this season. You wouldn't pitch for us in a big postseason game. You wouldn't come back out, but you'll pitch for Team USA. I think he's kind of in the damned if you do, damned if you don't. And if I'm him, I look at this and go, I don't want to play your reindeer games. The USA manager doesn't even know the rules. He's warming up Clayton Kershaw with the bases loaded when every run counts. We may get eliminated. You're putting a B lineup out there. We're getting drunk and partying the night before we've even advanced. I don't want to play your reindeer games. The Italian players aren't even from Italy. They've never been to Italy. Great Britain's got Jazz Chisholm from the Bahamas playing in their lineup. Like, I love that the Dominican Republic's taking it seriously. The World Baseball Classic has varying degrees of how serious this is. And some of that is just because inherently it's before the start of the season when guys are ramping up. So if I'm Skubal, I don't need to play the reindeer games. I don't really know how in or out guys are. I got to get ready for the Tigers. And as a Tiger fan, John, I'm putting on the Old English D glasses. I'm not mad that he's not pitching on Tuesday. God forbid something would have happened in an exhibition as he's gearing up for a pivotal season for the Tigers.
And I know this is, you put on those old English D glasses, and it is, hey, they went out and got Framber Valdez. They've gone out and invested in the pitching staff. Not really in the lineup. It's kind of the same cast of characters last year, but it kind of feels like, hey, the last year of Skubal, this is the best chance that we've had in a long time to make a run at a World Series. So I understand that. If you don't want to, start the year with him with a sore elbow or a blister on his finger or whatever, could possibly happen, then why even bother with the Great Britain start? Was it just for show?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't appreciate the half wet thing. I don't think that does you any favors optically. I've said this has been kind of a PR disaster for him, but he's got hundreds of millions of dollars riding on this season, and the Tigers are their best chance to win a World Series in a long time here, at least a decade. I'm not mad that he's not pitching on Tuesday. And again, the mixed messaging, even from within Team USA, Aaron Judge has said these environments are better than the World Series environments he was in with the Yankees.
Sure.
And at the same time, Bryce Harper's talking about how, it's not the Olympics. Do I need to put myself on the line for this? What is this? Do we know what this? I mean, I know it's the World Baseball Classic, but doesn't it feel like its importance is in question?
Yeah, but I think it's also, it's the history that we have with Tarek Skubal. It's the fact that he didn't go out and pitch the seventh against Seattle. It's all of these different moments that we have faced with him. It's the fact that he won't pitch more than 95 pitches in any game. And this is even a comment on Twitch. It's lazy. Skubal's afraid of competition. Will Vest is down there with the same Tigers workout routine.
I think Skubal's a little more important than Vest.
There's no question about that. But then why bother pitching against Great Britain?
I hear you.
Is it just I want to wear the jersey for a couple of innings?
Yeah.
And
well, and then I again, his comments when he was on the fence of do I keep pitching or not, like he felt compelled to defend his patriotism, like because people are going to attack him for, well, you're not a good American. Just drown it all out. Focus on the upcoming season. I got no issue with that.
No, but it's when does the when do you just go out there and play baseball? Like we've all lost that. And I understand the millions of dollars that are at stake. I understand the opportunity for the Tigers. But if it's just another spring training start to you, then what does it matter if you're wearing Team USA or the Old English D?
Well, I think if he was going to pitch in these games, he would have had to push himself more than he would ordinarily in the ramp up for the season.
So, I mean, Skeens made that decision.
Yeah. Well, Skeens is under club control for several years. Skeens doesn't have access to $300, $400, or $500 million in the next year.
Yet, but he's still putting his arm at risk by pitching for Team USA.
Yeah, but he could have an arm event, come back, and win another Cy Young and be okay. Skubal doesn't have that luxury.
I get all those things, but then again, why, if he had to push himself so hard, why did he push himself so hard to play against Great Britain?
Well, I don't know that he did. Didn't need to.
Yeah, I didn't. But that's my point. Is
Well, let's see where people are at on this. Cody, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good.
Hey, so, I mean, the thing that really hurts me about this, I'm a Wings fan, and, I try to get my buddies to watch hockey, and it's like when they did the Four Nations tournament last year, that was awesome, man, and it's awesome because all the players bought in. It wasn't just some fun thing. They did that instead of All-Star Weekend, and that went well. So to see Scoob just kind of say, I don't know, I pitched the one game, now I'm just kind of here. It's like you want to see the players bought in. It gets everyone invested.
I would agree, but I question if Team USA's managers bought in. He doesn't even know the rules.
Yeah, that's fair. And he turned it into a little bit of a circus. But, wouldn't it kind of mean something if he kind of steps up, says, hey, we're here, we're serious, let's go win it?
Yeah, I think it does start with the players, but I was really turned off by how foolish Team USA looked at the end of the pool play. Hey, since we've already advanced, cutscene, no, you haven't.
Right.
And then managing like you didn't have to win the game. If I'm Scooble, I'm going, wait, this is what I'm going to get mixed up in?
But I think it's different for us in the U.S. too, and I don't know what baseball looks like in all these other countries after the WBC is over. Like, this is their Olympics. This is their big moment. And we have 162 to look forward to.
Yeah, to give you perspective on it, Julio Rodriguez, he's a center fielder for the Mariners. We saw him in the playoffs last year. They were very much in a World Series chase. He is on record as saying winning the World Baseball Classic to him means more than winning a World Series. I don't get that feeling from everybody in this tournament. That's what I'm saying. It's the intensity levels.
Right, but is that only Team USA? That they don't care as much, and I say that kind of in air quotes because there are some guys I believe that this is a big moment for them and for playing for Team USA.
Yeah, I'm not speaking for the entire roster, but guy here, guy there, manager here, assistant coach here. 248-539-9797. Our question is, do you wish Scooble was throwing in the final game, the finale for the World Baseball Classic Championship? Game is tomorrow. It'll be Nolan McLean. Who? Baseball guys know him, but like the average fan doesn't know a rookie pitcher from the Mets. It could be, and many people feel like should be, Tarek Scooble. It's 97.1.
If you woke up early this morning, you felt the warm weather. If you're outside now, it's chilling off pretty good, but that warm weather, the rain that we've had, all means that your grass is going to start growing, and you've got to take care of it now with Natural Way. You can get them on the phone at 888-GET-GREEN or on the web at naturalwaylawn.com. You got to start early for the best results. Maybe you think back to last year. Hey, did you battle the dandelions? Did you battle crabgrass? Maybe your grass was thinning at the end of summer. Great lawns don't happen by accident. You need the right timing and the right program and the right company. That company is Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with Natural Way, and you can save some green when you prepay. Call by the end of the month for the early bird discount. They also have, for a limited time, if you could purchase a full lawn program, you're going to get free grub control, but you got to mention my name along with 97.1. We all want that green grass. We want a company that's not going to bring problems to us. They just fix it. That's Natural Way. Get green, stay green with Natural Way. You can get them on the phone at 888-GET-GREEN.
And the Wings get a point Saturday night in Dallas. John, did that do something for you?
It stole one, and it gives you a measure of, I think we're in that mode right now of they just need to keep their heads above water. They need to stay in the fight. The problem is if they do get Dylan Larkin back at the end of this homestand, if they do get Andrew Kopp back, it's not like they were playing great hockey before.
Great point. They played Vegas with both of them and blew the lead. They had the lead in Florida without Larkin, blew the lead.
So and by keeping their head above water, it may just simply mean, like right now, they're one above the cut line. Like it's a razor thin margin. If they're two back of that last wild card spot, are they good enough? And are the teams that are, because then you've got to count on somebody to lose, but are you good enough to take advantage of every single opportunity that comes your way?
Saturday night did very little for me, and I don't want to minimize the effort, the fight, or even the point they got. I just know when you go 17 minutes before you register a shot to start the game, you have some deep problems. When your first goal is Dallas scoring on themselves, I don't think that's going to show up consistently. I think what's going to be an issue is no matter how hard this team wants to fight, I question, can they finish and do they have enough talent? And John, the other teams, like, sure, Detroit picked up a point. They lost ground because the other teams keep winning. Boston wins and Columbus wins and Ottawa wins this weekend. Detroit went from 2 up to 1 up. And by the way, they got Montreal, Boston, and Ottawa coming up on this homestand, which makes tonight critically important. Beat one of the worst teams in hockey. Take care of the Calgary Flames, because it may be the only 2 points they get on this homestand.
Well, they're going to need more than that if they're going to keep their head above water. If they're going to stay in the fight, they're going to need more than just the 2 points that they should get tonight. And I say should doesn't, there's no guarantees.
Well, here's why we say should. Outside of Vancouver, Calgary's the worst team. They traded Kadri, who's their best center. They traded multiple defensemen. They are starting in the belly of a rebuild. We say should, though, because Yzerman even told us sometimes when we come back from these road trips, we don't play well enough at home. So nothing's a gimme. I mean, I know Gibson will do his thing, but are the Wings scoring more than 2 goals? Is it going to be, even against a bad Flames team, are we going to be gripping the stick to the final whistle tonight?
Right, but it's also in terms of like playing Montreal, like they're 1 point above, the Wings are 1 point above the cut line. They're only 2 back of Montreal for that third spot in the conference. And so their division.
Yeah.
They're not out of it. And it's not like they can't make it, but the cards are stacked against them. And even when they're playing with the full deck, the question is going to be, are they going to be good enough if they're 2 back of the cut line? Are they going to be good enough to make up that difference? It doesn't sound like a lot, but it could be.
And it's funny because a couple years ago, it was one of the softest bubbles ever, and they missed by a point.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now this might be one of the toughest bubbles that we've seen. I mean, the idea, I think Tom's thing has been 95 points. It might be 97. I mean, you might have near 100 points to make the playoffs this season. So
if it gets that high, it's not going to happen.
They don't have the horses. It's going to need to get bogged down. They're going to need a lot of like war of attrition. Everybody beats everybody. They stay afloat. I'll be at the game Thursday rooting like hell for them. I just don't think they've got the horses. I mean, even when healthy, I thought it was going to be tight. So, look, tonight becomes all that more important. They lose tonight, I think anybody who's still holding on for hope is...
Yeah, that's going to be a nail in the coffin.
Can I give you something to watch for?
Yeah.
So, Axel Sandin Pellikka hasn't played since the trade deadline. They added Justin Falk, right shot, and I thought, Pellikka will be the third pair.
Mm-hmm.
He hasn't dressed. They need to generate some offense. Chris Osgood on the broadcast Saturday kept talking about getting the defense involved in the offense. Well, that's Pellikka's game.
Mm-hmm.
Jacob Bernard Docker has 4 points in 51 hockey games. I get it. He may be steadier. You got to score a couple goals to win. You can't win every game 1-0 on puck luck when your goalie pitches a shutout. And here's the thing. Now that they're home, they can dictate matchups with Pellikka. They don't have to put him in the D zone against the other team's best line. They can deploy him in the O zone or against the other team's, worst pairs and worst lines, their third and fourth lines. I think it makes sense to get Pellikka back in the lineup tonight. At least tonight against Calgary, and see if he can juice them up a little bit offensively.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be if you're going to risk trying something that you haven't had over the last week and a half, that would be the thing to do, and it'd be the moment to do it.
Yeah, I'd like to see, and maybe we'll hear today if he's playing, but they'll play Calgary tonight. The other thing they have that they can ride is Gibson. They only have, I think, 2 back-to-backs the rest of the season.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to be the one that's in for the long haul. Yep. Like if you got a shot to make it, Gibson's going to have to be as good as he's been all season long.
You said 15 games left?
Yep.
Sounds like he's playing 13 of them.
You're gonna have to,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. I hope it's not too much.
Yeah, as long as he can stay healthy too.
Yeah.
He needs to. I mean, we've seen twice in the last week and a half where he's been knocked out of games. So yeah, I hope he can stay healthy.
How was your weekend, Gator?
I was all right.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, it's a little warmer than I expected. I didn't know how warm it was yesterday. I was sitting inside and because it looks awful out there. You know, it's just kind of gloomy and it's windy as hell. I just assumed that it was cold. And it's like 5:30 or so, and then I'd open up the door to let the dog out, and I'm like, wait a minute, is it warm? And I'm looking at the thermometer that I have outside, and it's like almost 70. And then I looked at the TV to see what their temperature said, and it said it was over 70. I'm like, oh my God, puppy, let's go for a walk.
Now, did you see today though?
Oh yeah. Well, when we came in this morning, obviously you were still sawing logs, but it was, it was in the mid 60s. And now
it's like 35 right now. Yeah. I know. It's just look, we're used to it, right? But it is worth noting that it was literally over 70 degrees yesterday, and now it's going to be like in the teens overnight or something crazy like that.
A 50-degree swing, something crazy.
I just expect to see a funnel cloud over my house at any moment. I mean, I hope not. Because there were some trees in my neighborhood. I saw at least 2 houses where giant trees were uprooted.
Yeah.
And
that wind on Friday was wicked.
Yeah, it was crazy. Crazy.
You get Doug back?
Yes.
Hi.
It was
Hi, buddy.
Co-host roulette last week.
Yeah. Spring training trip annual. Well, this might be the last one. But
spring training. I wasn't invited to spring training. I thought.
No, well, you could go. I don't.
We did.
I love it when you come to my kids' sports.
You do, actually.
You would have been rocking your a Metallica T-shirt and shorts.
Whatever, man. Yep. Whatever's going to have to inspire the kids.
Tennis match years ago. Anyway, March Madness. Here we go.
They're next. 97.1.
Well, good morning. Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. What's up, man?
Hey, buddy. How was Florida?
It is Florida. I've said it before.
You wouldn't go back.
It's not for me. and I keep having to go back. Bowl game, Orlando Citrus Bowl. I didn't think we would do another spring training trip, but a lot of high schools do this now with their baseball programs, hold fundraisers, and then head off to Florida for spring training. So did that with maybe one final time, and swear that I'm done with Florida every time I come back. I've done that with Vegas too. Where I'm like, that might be it for me.
I've never done with Vegas.
But I
just booked the flight yesterday.
Did you? We may be going to Florida again this year, believe it or not, because now my daughter is like, for my 21st birthday, I'd like to go back and go to Epcot. And I'm like, okay. So we'll consider that, but I'm not Florida's just not for me. Let me give you some things about Florida.
Oh, here we go.
Yep. An unusually high percentage of people get full meals from Wawa, a gas station.
Yeah, facts. Or Publix, huh?
I'll tell you what's a very popular move in Florida: parking on one's lawn. Just park on the grass.
Yeah,
just park
sure,
on the grass.
Sure.
Unusually long traffic lights. Very long traffic lights.
I think I remember that.
Yeah. And then the one thing that's funny is my wife wanted to get some shopping done. And since she's not 75, and there's beautiful parts of the state and the weather's great and all that, but Florida's just not for me. And I'm never going back.
Mm-hmm.
Until the next time I have to go back. So anyway, how are you?
All right.
Yeah.
I mentioned I couldn't believe how unseasonably warm it was yesterday, and took the dog for a walk. And about 5 minutes into walk, I recognized it's warm, which is great. Mm-hmm. Windy.
Yeah.
Poor Lois thought she was going to be flying up in the air.
Even the dog?
I mean, that dog is never like more than one step behind me, and if she is, it's because she's like sniffing something out.
Yeah.
She was like 5 steps behind. I'm like, puppy, let's go. And she's like, I'm trying.
This wasn't. No, she doesn't like. She doesn't like the.
Well, I mean, we were walking into the wind, and that was something.
Mm-hmm.
It was also looked like we were on a commercial shoot too, with the flowing hair and everything. But no, it was nice little break yesterday, and then looks like we're not going to get nice weather again for another couple weeks. But hey, man, Michigan. It's okay. As long as we get to opening day, and let's hope opening day is around 60 degrees and, maybe a little warmer would be nice.
You never know what you're going to get.
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 All right. So the big news over the weekend, obviously, the brackets come out. I always find the Big Ten tournament, or as Gator now calls it,
the dumb tournament,
to be one of the more fascinating sports events that we have. And I went to, I don't know, I've been to maybe 10, 12 Big Ten tournaments. And somebody pointed out to me once, actually it was a boss when we were trying to justify the expense. Boss pointed out to me, how many Big Ten tournament calls do you get the day after you get back? And I said, well, virtually zero.
That's right.
And it's because it is an event that in the moment in time seems very important. And then it gets completely wiped off the irrelevance map by the brackets coming out. And I
hurry up and celebrate. We got the brackets coming out in 24 minutes.
But the moment those brackets come out, it felt like nobody was talking about what happened to the Big Ten tournament, which has made it, the type of event that is important for teams that need wins to get into March Madness. It can be important for teams trying to solidify their spot on a seed line. But even that is, you're like, the difference usually between one spot on a seed line. So, maybe it's just because of our perspective with Michigan and Michigan State. It can matter to the MAC schools. It can matter to Oakland University. It can matter to UAD because they need to win those tournaments. I think it's absurd that a conference will allow the team that gets hot for 3 games to take their automatic bid over one that's proven over 2.5, 3 months that they're the best team in that conference. But that's the way it goes. It's a very, very seems like it's overly emphasized in those smaller conferences. And yet, if they don't give the automatic bid to the conference tournament champion, why even hold the conference tournament? Which
Right.
You're asking that question at the Big Ten level.
Yeah, I mean, for the crap conferences, I get why they do it, and even then, you have a situation like you do with Miami of Ohio, where they go 31-0 and then lose in the conference tournament, and then now they're in a play-in game for the NCAA tournament.
Have you watched? I wonder how many people have actually watched Miami of Ohio. Everybody became aware of the resume, but how many people actually watch Miami of Ohio? Because I've watched Miami of Ohio, and I don't think they're an NCAA tournament team. Well, I just don't. Like my eyeballs.
I'm not going to argue with
my eyeballs tell me they're not that particularly good, and they played a historically weak schedule. The only sympathy I have is those emails that went public of them trying to schedule some big boys, and those emails not getting responded to.
Right, but I think you read two. Like there were two of them. Like
I think there were three,
maybe
but I might have read two of them.
I mean, you may want to, not you, but
yeah,
if you're Miami of Ohio, hey, maybe you might want to spread it out a little bit, and instead of like 3 schools, maybe like 43 schools.
Yeah, every big boy. You see if you can get somebody to bite.
So anyway, I think it's, for the crap conferences, if that's how they want to determine who gets in, fair enough. But for the bigger conferences, they're going to have, 8 or 9 teams make the tournament like the Big Ten does.
Mm-hmm.
Why bother? Like, what was the whole point of having the regular season? Why are we busting our ass to play whatever it is, 18 conference games, or I don't know how many conference games they play, but why are we doing this? And then we're going to have a tournament afterwards?
Play 20. Yep.
It's just dumb.
Well, but the thing about it, too, is the Big Ten also has their conference tournament go the longest. Like, it's the last thing that ends before the brackets come out.
Right, because they have more teams, too.
Our teams have the shortest turnaround. If you play on Sunday, which Purdue and Michigan did, Michigan draws a Thursday game. They have one of the shorter turnarounds, which it shouldn't be an issue. But whatever percent of whatever close to 100% you can possibly be, you might not be because you had the quicker turnaround. But it should, like I said, it should be irrelevant. They're a 1 seed, but if you're a lesser team, it could make a difference.
Yeah, but it did make a difference a little bit. I mean, Michigan was vying for the number 1 overall seed. Had the season ended after the victory over Michigan State a week ago, Michigan's probably a number 1 seed in the tournament. And now they're not because Purdue beats them in the final game of the dumb tournament. And now, look, I mean, you're splitting hairs here, right? They're still a number 1 seed, but they're not the overall number 1 seed. And the way the brackets, it kind of looks like it's a better bracket for Michigan is the number 3 overall seed or whatever they were. Fair enough, but it did affect it. And not only that, it greatly, Michigan State was a number 2 seed if the season ended on Sunday, but because they lose their 1 game to in the tournament to UCLA, and then Purdue keeps winning and Purdue wins the tournament, Purdue leapfrogs them, and now Purdue's the number 2 seed, and now Michigan State's a number 3, and oh look, hey, thanks for putting us in the Duke bracket again. But it's just another one of these things. Like a week ago, we would have had a number 1 and 2 seed.
I don't think Michigan was going to ever pass Duke because Duke had the head-to-head, unless Duke completely folded. Yeah, but at the end of the day, it's minor adjustments. Yes, it cost Michigan State a spot on the 2 line most likely, and it changed Michigan's overall seeding. But these are minor adjustments.
Was Duke without their was there
Duke's got the injury? Yeah,
right now they do. But was he hurt in the Michigan game?
He was not. No.
Okay, so that does play a role because the guy talking about it said it plays a role.
I never thought they had a chance to pass Duke unless Duke completely gas piped in their ACC tournament, which they didn't. They went and won it. So anyway,
good for Duke.
Yeah,
Michigan and Michigan. It's such a easy program to root for.
Here we go.
Underdogs all the time, never get any breaks. It's about time finally something broke their way. Way to go, Duke. Congratulations.
Here we go. So Michigan and Michigan State fans, how you feel about your bracket, your draw? You like it? You hate it? Do you who scares you in your bracket? What's the team that you don't want in your bracket? Like you want, as much as it's cool to like prove yourself and all that, there's also the, hey, if you can get the easy path, you want it. Who do you not want in your bracket? How do you feel about it overall? Let's go. Wolverines and Spartans, 248-539-9797. By the way, It's Monday. That means Champ and Chump. Get your Champ and Chump votes in. Who should be singled out for having a great weekend? Who should be called out for having a weekend that stinks? We will get your Champ and Chump votes in, tally them up, and post on our website on Tuesday who the people select as Champ and Chump of the weekend. It is Carson Anderson. March Madness is here, 97.1. Sam Bernstein Law has been respecting Michigan clients for more than 50 years. To insurance companies, you're just a file. To them, you're a person. They give your story the respect and dignity it deserves. Get the Bernstein Advantage, 1-800-CALL-SAM. This is like an old school March Madness theme. Where'd you find this, Keg?
1987 to 1992, boys.
Is that what it was?
Yep.
I think 1992 might have been the last time Charles Barkley watched a college basketball game. This is the time of year that we are reminded of a whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah. That sounds like a video game. It sounds like this is the open for Sega.
This is crazy.
Sega presents college basketball.
Everybody remember your login credentials? You know your login credentials for ESPN.com or CBS Sports?
I might.
Forgot password gets clicked 1 million times this week.
At least.
Mm-hmm.
When this song was being played, we just filled them out by hand and handed them into Stony.
Right.
That was it. There was no login.
Stony had a Sharpie. This is the time of year you start looking. Where is Greensboro, North Carolina? This is the time of year.
It's in North Carolina.
Well, thank you very much. This is the time of year that some gumpy dude becomes a national sensation. Hey, and I remember Jack Golke? He was our national sensation.
Linebacker Jack Golke?
That's right. This is the time of year where you're trying to remember. Now, where is True TV? These are all the things that we do as we get set for March Madness. And I will do what I always do. I annually ask Gator, what are you doing tomorrow night?
Tomorrow night?
Yeah.
I think the Pistons play tomorrow night, so I'll watch the Pistons.
You want a road trip to Dayton?
No. Who's playing in Dayton this year?
Well, SMU is playing Miami of Ohio. Did you see the point spread on that too? Miami of Ohio, who everybody said they got to get in, they got to get in, they got to get in.
I'm going to get, SMU is one of these bubble teams, obviously, because they're playing the play-in game. So I'm going to guess it's probably like 9.5 or something.
It's 7.5. It opened at 9. It's been bet down to 7.5. Look, Miami had a great year for the schedule that they played. But
they had a great conference schedule.
Yep. And at the end of the day, I don't think they look particularly good. And I like SMU here. And I know that people jumped on board and I honestly believe that the committee got bullied into putting them in the tournament. But
but you know what? You probably did because two teams from the MAC probably shouldn't make it. However, you have to with the conference champion. And the other side of it is, with the dumb tournament champion. And because they did go undefeated in the regular season, how do you ignore that? I mean, I get
it's not a metric.
They played, 3 teams on their schedule that don't even have hyperlinks on ESPN.com, and that's actually true. And it shouldn't work like that. But they did play the conference schedule undefeated. That should mean something. And here they are playing for their lives in a play-in game before they get to the tournament, which is. It seems appropriate. It's like the F around and find out thing. Hey, let's take a chance on not making a tournament by having a dumb tournament. Let's go.
Well, they
really push it to the
limit. On the big picture, I usually am all super pro MAC.
I want to be.
Yeah, I do too. Believe it or not. All right, so Michigan State, 28 consecutive tournaments for Tom Izzo, which means 28 different regions that they have been seated in. How many times have Michigan State and Duke been in the same region?
27. No. I think it probably happens far less than we think it does, but I would still say it feels like it's been 10 of them.
Okay. So if you figure 28 times and there's 4 regions, an average number of times that Michigan State and Duke would be in the same region would be 7, right?
That's math.
There you go. This is the 7th time.
Is that it?
It is. Yeah. It is exactly the 7th time that Michigan State and Duke have been in the same region. They have played in the Final Four, obviously not coming from the same region, and they have been in the same region 3 times and not played one another. So, this will be the 7th time they're in the same region.
Yeah, it's recency bias. I think because it's happened probably more in the last 15 years than in the first 13 years.
Now, what's hysterical is that it feels like every bracketologist for the last month, as if it's been decreed from on high on stone tablets, has had Duke as a 1 seed and Michigan State as a 2 seed in the same region. And then Michigan State gets bumped off the 2 line and ends up in Duke's region anyway. And here's the question I have for you as we ask fans, how do you feel about your draw? Are you happy? Are you mad? Are there teams in your bracket you're scared of? And this is for Michigan and Michigan State fans primarily. But Evan, okay, runs our website. Big Spartan fan. His quote was, I hate to say it, but I like it. Evan wants the smoke. He wants Duke.
Well, if you're going to, I don't mind it this year, honestly. I mean, we can joke about it.
Yep.
But, if you're going to have to play Duke to get to the Elite Eight or whatever it is that where it sets up? Okay. I mean, that seems about right. And I don't think this is a particularly great Michigan State team. So if they're going to get there, earn it, right? And show it. Because if they're able to beat Duke, if they somehow make their way through a couple games and then they play Duke and beat Duke, they can beat anybody. But I don't suspect it's going to happen. But I don't mind it this year as much. I just kind of roll my eyes every year. It's like, let somebody else take them on. And yet,
statistically, it's weird, isn't it?
The reality is they don't play in the same region as Duke all that often.
They do it 1 out of 4 times with 4 brackets. It makes sense.
Right. It's just I can remember times when we've beaten Duke, and I remember times when we haven't beaten Duke. And then it feels like we play Duke every other year in the regular season as well. And it's a lot of Duke, Michigan State. And, now that Krzyzewski's gone, we're hoping I would be done with it, but it's not.
Okay. So as far as the Spartans are concerned, they play North Dakota State in the first game, and they got some guys who can shoot it, but they only have really one big. ESPN had a stat that since the calendar turned to 2026, they've been one of the best 3-point shooting teams in the country. They had 10 threes in the Summit League championship game. They shoot it 1 through 3 and 5. Like as far as their 3-point shooters, 4 of their 5 starters will take you behind the arc and shoot it. And they've got Tay Smith coming off the bench, is a dead-eye 3-point shooter. And they got a guy named Makari Strickland who played at Western Michigan for Dwayne Stevens, transferred to North Dakota State. That'll be their first-round opponent. When I ask the question, is there a team you don't want to see, I'll tell you who has become an incredibly popular sleeper is South Florida. South Florida is the 11 seed. They take on 6 seed Louisville. That is relevant to Michigan State because should and when the Spartans beat the Bison on Thursday afternoon, on Saturday they will play the winner of Louisville and South Florida. And it feels like anybody who's paid attention to South Florida raves about South Florida as they've won 16 of the last 19. They got one of the best mid-major players in the country in Isaiah Nelson. And if you look at their roster, transfers from Kentucky, Arkansas, Florida State, James Madison, U of D, who's Isaiah Jones, who was at U of D. He also started his career at Oakland University and played on that Jack Golke team that beat Kentucky. And so he is at South Florida. And Gator, what you'd probably like the most is that their head coach looks like a character from Game of Thrones. He's got that burly look that I didn't even watch Game of Thrones, but I want you to look up the South Florida coach, whose name escapes me right now, and tell me that he could be a character on Game of Thrones.
Brian Hodgson.
There you go. Am I wrong?
He looks a little bit like the Mountain. He's got some mountain to him.
It's a decent reference by me who didn't know what he was talking about.
That's not bad. I wonder how tall, if it says how tall he is in his bio. It does not.
I don't suspect that he's particularly tall. He doesn't look that tall. But
I didn't know because he's a basketball coach, so you never know.
Anyway, how do you feel overall, other than the Duke thing? How do you feel about the Spartans draw? Or is it just about the Duke thing?
It's a little bit about the Duke thing, but it's from what everybody says, it's the toughest draw in the tournament. Because UConn is awfully good. They can win. Hey, look who else is in there. UCLA, who is, Michigan State split with this year. You got Kansas. I mean, I forget what they said. There's like 7 national championships or something like that within this region alone, or maybe it's more than that. Because obviously Duke has 1 million of them, but Michigan State's got 1, and UCLA has 1 million. It's way more than 7, obviously. UConn's got a bunch of them. So so does Kansas. So it's a tough bracket. It's tough. You got to earn your way. But again, this is going to be a different way for me to watch the tournament this year with Michigan State because I've said before, I think Michigan State's a good team. I don't think they're a great team. I think they have potential to put things together. I just don't think they do it for a run of games. Like they can do it for a game, but I don't think they can do it for a long stretch of games. So I'll just sit back and enjoy this one, and if they're able to win, I'm really going to enjoy it. But if they lose, it's not going to bother me too much because I just don't think that they have the horses.
True or not true with Michigan State, there is a data point that I'm completely throwing out, and I believe it, about the Spartans And we will get to that today at 10:31. Plus our Champ and Chump nominations at 10:35. Michigan will get into the Wolverines draw. And Wolverine fans, how do you feel about your bracket? 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
You know, whether it's a new roof, windows, or siding, these are big decisions for your home. And when it's time, you want a company that you can actually trust. For over 30 years, Michigan homeowners have counted on Shaner Roofing. And now they're bringing that same 5-star service to windows and siding. Here's what sets them apart. Shaner's a local family-owned company, and they treat every customer just like family. Every roof they install comes with a lifetime transferable warranty, and they've earned a 4.9-star Google rating from thousands of happy homeowners. And that kind of reputation isn't bought, it's earned. Earned through decades of doing the job right. So if you're in the market for a roof, new windows, or siding, you owe it to yourself to get a quote from Shaner. Go to mymichiganroof.com. That's mymichiganroof.com. Shaner Roofing, Windows, and Siding. Michigan's name you can trust.
All right, we'll get to your feedback coming here in a minute. It said there's one data point with Michigan State that I completely threw out, and that's the UCLA game. The UCLA game in the Big Ten tournament to me was completely irrelevant. And I think, here's my theory too. I think for Tom Izzo it was completely irrelevant. In the moment, you don't want to lose the game. You want to go out there and you want to get your best. But there were two guys. Kurt Tang played 26 minutes. Trey Fort, welcome back, played 13 minutes. Trey Fort had some DNP CDs mixed in lately. And by playing him 13 minutes and Kurt Tang 26 minutes, I think Izzo was like, look, if we keep winning, fine, but I'm not going to gas my starters leading into next week. And let's see what these kids can do in a game that is a virtual exhibition. I mean, you want to win it in the moment and you're trying to win it, But I think the rotation suggests that game's completely irrelevant. And I would not be scared of UCLA if Michigan State comes across them again.
No, I hear you. And nobody wants to lose to a classier coach in the NCAA than what UCLA's got going for him. That guy's just the best.
I think his offense is terrible. I've never seen a team that relies so much on, okay, you dribble one-on-one, now you go one-on-one. It's just like everybody takes their turn at beating their guy off the dribble. I don't know what they're trying to do, but Izzo respects the hell out of Cronin, it seems. But I think maybe he just likes that he's hard on his players, and that's something that Izzo always wants to talk about, how everybody's soft now, blah, blah, blah. But
by the way, did you see what the footage of Michigan State learning their fate, of where they're seated and all that, and they have all the Spartans are gathered in this room watching it. Mm-hmm. Izzo's got, like, I don't know if it's a grandkid or what, but he's got this little baby girl in his arms watching it. The kid's probably less than 2 anyway. And it's so funny because I'm like, here's hard-ass Tom Izzo. And now he's going to be all soft and mushy with this little baby on his arm while he's watching the seats. We're a 3 seat. It's okay.
I can't say that I did see it. But
it was kind of funny to me to see that.
All right, feedback coming in to the Carson Anderson inbox at 248-539-9797. How you feel about your draw, Wolverine and Spartan fans? From an unnamed texter, Michigan got a great draw, and I could see them running the table. They're very good. Michigan State is really irrelevant. Is those teams the last 15 years are always flawed. They turn the ball over too much. They have no outside shooting, and they'll be out after the first week.
They can have outside shooting. That's what's frustrating about it, because you've seen Kurt Tang knock down shots. You've seen Trey Fort knock down shots. You've seen Scott knock down shots, and all these guys have the ability to do it, but they go through stretches where, man, they're shooting 20% from 3 in a game, and you do that, you have no chance. You have no chance to advance if you're going to be abjectly bad at shooting from 3.
Rod in Birmingham says, old man hot take, Michigan doesn't have much offensive flow. Seems like I'm watching a lot of one-on-ones and three-pointers. They've been able to out-athlete teams all year, but I suspect that will only get them so far in the tournament. Now back to my Bunyan treatment. Rod, when Michigan's offense bogs down, and there have been moments, they definitely did in the Wisconsin game that they lost earlier this year, a little bit yesterday, but they run a lot of sets. They get a lot out of it, and they love dropping the ball down into low block, as they should. But they run – there are times when they struggle, and it feels like they get away from their offense. So, Rod, I when they're at their worst, they're like that on that end of the floor.
Well, see what it's like in the first couple rounds. I imagine that they'll have a massive height advantage over some teams, and they'll just steamroll the first few. Remember how this team played – for the first 25 games or 20 games of the season? They'd steamroll teams with 30-point wins every single time. I have a feeling that's what's going to happen, whoever they play in the first round, and what do they got the next round? The winner of Georgia-St. Louis will be the same thing, and you get to the third round where, okay, maybe things are going to change up a little bit.
All right, we talked about Michigan State's draw. We'll get to Michigan's draw here in a minute. First, our champ and chump nominations, Gator. My champ of the weekend is the announcement that came out of the NBA. I'm going to give the NBA credit. They're going to hold a vote next week, which I'm sure is going to get approved because it is a money grab, and who won't grab the most money they possibly can. The NBA is going to vote to expand to Las Vegas and Seattle, and I'm glad that the NBA is going back to Seattle. And I will give the NBA credit. Seems like a good NBA town that never should have lost their team.
Can they keep the name Supersonics, and will they keep the jerseys? Because I love that green, yellow, white color scheme. I thought was great.
I hope so.
That'd be awesome. And having a team in Vegas makes all the sense in the world. It's what they do. My champ is Kanata Richardson. She's a wrestler who finished as the state's runner-up a week ago in the high school championships, but then she moved on to nationals. She was seeded 8th, and she won the championship, and she won the final 10-0. She represents Bluefield Hills High School, too, so that's pretty cool.
That's awesome. My chump of the weekend is the home plate umpire in last night's semifinal game between the United States and the Dominican. I don't know anybody who thinks that was I think he just got fooled. I think the pitch was so good he got fooled.
It's a great pitch.
It's
not a strike, but it's a great pitch.
Take your time and don't rush the call.
Yeah, that was not the way to end that game. We'll talk about that later, I guess. But for me, a Ducks defenseman, Radko Gudas, had the cheap shot on Austin Matthews, a knee-on-knee hit, which results in a 5-game suspension for Gudis, but results in the end of the season for Austin Matthews. He's got an MCL tear and some other issues there. Toronto's not happy about it. They want more of a punishment for Gudis, and I can understand that. I mean, 5 games doesn't seem like it's enough for somebody who went and was going to hit Austin Matthews, realizes he's too far away, and then sticks out the knee to do it. And that's just a cheap shot that happens. It doesn't happen all the time in the NHL, but when it happens, you hear about it. It feels like every couple of years something bad like that it does come down, and it's there's no place in the league for it.
All right, there you go. Champ and Chump, we got our votes in. How do you feel about your draw? We kind of went to Michigan State's draw for the first 2 rounds. As far as Michigan, they do get the quicker turnaround, the quickish turnaround, playing 3 games in 3 days and then getting the Thursday draw, but it shouldn't be a factor. Obviously, in round 1, they will play Howard, who's backcourt. They got 2 guards that each average over 17 a game, and Bryce Harris and Cedric Taylor. When they played Duke, they lost by 40. And when they played Northwestern, they lost by 20. They got the 2 backcourt scorers. They got 1 shooter and not much else there. Howard will play UMBC in one of the first 4 games. And UMBC is famous because they are the 16 that beat Virginia. They were the first 16 over a 1. It was UMBC. And now that Virginia team back in 2018, remember they had DeAndre Hunter, and he got hurt before the tournament started, and they lost him. They didn't have him in that game, but it didn't mean that UMBC should win. UMBC, if you recall, that game was tied at the half. UMBC went on to beat number 1 Virginia by 20 in that game, outscoring by 20 in the second half. The winner of that game advances to play Michigan. One other note about UMBC, which likely won't impact the game. They have an elite athletic department Twitter follow. It's filled with humor and sarcasm. They do a really nice job.
Good to hear. And it's UMBC, so it's not UBCM like I'd put down on my sheet.
It's the University of Maryland, Baltimore County.
Yeah, I had my little dyslexia kick in there.
Yeah.
University of Baltimore County, Maryland. No? Maryland, Baltimore County. There you go.
Yep. The other thing is if Michigan advances, they play the winner of Georgia St. Louis.
Woo.
St. Louis is one of those terrifying teams because they can shoot it. You know, when you see upsets, you always talk about the buzzsaw factor. A team that's just not going to miss, and specifically from 3. The Billikens are a 40% three-point shooting team. And that team can shoot themselves into and out of a game, and if you get them on the wrong day, they can beat you. They also have a strong candidate for Gumpy Guy. We talked about how every year some Gumpy Guy becomes a sensation. Look up Gator. I want you to do this like we did with the coach at North Dakota State that looks like a character out of Game of Thrones. Mm-hmm. Look up Avila St. Louis and tell me if he is not a strong candidate for a national sensation as Gumpy Guy.
Robbie St. Louis? Or Robbie Avila?
Yeah. Do you got him? Strong candidate, right?
I mean, strong to quite strong. I don't know. What would you call him? A chunky Buddy Holly?
I would call him husky. He's bespectacled and husky. And
I don't know where he looked worse. Does he look worse playing for St. Louis or when he played at Indiana State?
So he's got a look.
That's a look.
He's got a look.
Man who wears glasses on the daily, so he's got to wear the sports specs. Mm-hmm. That's a look. A lot of teeth in that smile. Seems happy. Interesting hair.
He shoots 42% from 3-point land.
He should.
Yep.
6'10".
Yep. So keep your eye out for.
Did they call him Big Country? Because if you're 6'10" and white and you look like that, I feel like everybody's called Big Country.
I didn't know this was the same guy, Doug. You don't remember him from when?
Yeah, you know what's funny is Kang made the comment, and I didn't realize it either. Kang made the comment in the office. He looks like that dude from Indiana State a couple years ago.
Yeah, it's the same guy.
He is that dude from Indiana State.
Yeah, they call him Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Kareem Abdul.
Cream.
Yes. Yeah. So that no Big Country. It's Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
I
Gator.
remember the name.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I think he's going to transfer again and do it all over next year.
Why not?
So there you go.
Do you know what a billiken is, by the way?
Is it a bird?
It's a mythical good luck figure invented in 1908 by Missouri art teacher Florence Pretz. Often described.
I'm sorry, who?
Yeah. Florence Pretz. Often described as a chubby imp with a pointed head, impish grin, and sitting posture. Known as the god of things as they ought to be. It's like a Buddha figure. It's just weird. It's just strange.
I did not have
That's
chubby
a
imp
Billiken.
on the Carson Anderson bingo card today.
But well, now you got it.
248-539-9797. Dan's in Warren and on 97.1. Hello, Dan.
Hey, guys. Happy Monday.
What's up?
I want to talk about the Michigan bracket.
Yep.
The Michigan regional. I think it's interesting that it's SEC heavy. Georgia, Alabama, Kentucky, Tennessee. But the team that really scares me is Iowa State. I think they're the real deal.
Iowa State had a very, very impressive season.
They're number 2
Purdue
seed for
20.
a reason. Yeah, it's a good team.
And what they did to Purdue early in the season wasn't a joke. I think they're that good.
They did that in Mackey, too, didn't they? Okay. I mean, yeah. I don't know. We shouldn't discount wins over Mackey because Michigan and Michigan State both went and did it. And it feels like, but Purdue went through that terrible, terrible stretch where they looked like they couldn't win another game, and now they're back to being themselves.
So the interesting matchup will be in round 2 when Iowa State takes on Kentucky. I mean, Kentucky is not Kentucky of old, but you still look at Kentucky and think blue blood. Do they have a chance to knock off Iowa State early?
I mean,
If
I would
not,
give them a chance, but
yeah, but if not, then you got it should be a 1 versus 2 regional final.
Iowa State is legit. And you know, it's funny. You just said something I'm never comfortable saying in March Madness. It should be.
Should be.
Yeah.
That's why the word should is there.
Yeah. We'll have more on the Wolverines draw. How do you feel about your draw, fans, Michigan and Michigan State fans? What concerns you? What do you like about it? 248-539-9797. And we want to know, Spartan fans, do you want Duke? Do you want that smoke? It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Nick writes in, I am so sick of MSU being in Duke's region. It just seems so old and played out. It's the same storyline over and over and over. Would have loved the change-up.
And yet?
It's 7 times in 28 years. This is the 7th time, which, given that there's 4 brackets, it would stand to reason that it would be 25% of the time. And it's because it's probably happened more recently. And I think, let's see, in 2013, 2018, 2019, 2022, they were all in the same bracket. In 2015, they played in the Final Four, which obviously isn't in the same region. So it's a little bit more recently, but overall, it feels like that's the case, but it just really, Nick, isn't the case. With that said, I don't blame you for wanting something different. And by the way, being in Duke's bracket usually is not a great thing. I wonder if they're saying the same thing in Durham. So sick of being in Michigan State's bracket.
I don't think they care. They're 11-2 against Michigan State since 2010. I don't think they care.
Yeah, and you found the same graphic I did that goes. It only measures back to 2010, right?
Yes.
Yeah. I went back and looked at all the brackets back to when Izzo's streak started. All right, as far as Michigan's draw is concerned, what happened against Purdue is something that, whether or not it's a formula or just a Purdue thing, and that is Purdue hammered Michigan with the pick and roll offense, and the Wolverines struggled with it. Michigan had a 7-point lead with about 4 minutes to go in the first half when they took out Ade Mara and Yaxel Lundeberg. And what happened? Purdue got hot and didn't really cool off until it felt like about inside of 10 minutes to go in the game. Where I don't know I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I would bet that Purdue scored on over 75% of their possessions. And it was the pick and roll where they ended up with Mara guarding Braden Smith a lot. I don't know that this is a formula you need to worry about because Braden Smith is an extraordinarily talented player. And Trey Kaufman-Renn has been hurt much of the year, hasn't looked like himself yesterday. And when I say look like himself, he looks like the kind of guy that would lead the Big Ten in quarterback pressures and QB hits. He looks like an edge rusher and plays like an edge rusher as an extremely difficult guard. And you mix in Clough, who's gonna if he's not gonna get foul calls, he's a massive problem. If the refs are gonna let him play, and I would say that they let him play yesterday, and that's part of the game. I'm not saying that's why Michigan lost, but I'm saying his effectiveness goes up if they're going to let him play. So I don't know if that's a Michigan problem, the ball screen offense, or just a Purdue problem, because most people can't hit you with Braden Smith and Trey Kaufman-Renn. I do suspect what is probably going to be seen, at least on Thursday against Howard or UMBC, is a lot of zone defense. I think when Minnesota was banged up and they went into Chrysler, they played 40 minutes of zone against Michigan. And if it wasn't, it may be only a few possessions a man. And that game was probably closer than expected to be for much of it. I would imagine that an outman opponent might just try and hit Michigan with 40 minutes of zone.
Well, what does happen oftentimes getting into the tournament is it's what style play is going to be dictated. Are they going to allow physical play? Because that's what the Big Ten's all about. Big Ten is physical from top to bottom. And if they allow that style of play, that's only going to benefit the Big Ten teams. If they're going to call it tight, that could be trouble. That could be problematic, and they're going to have to adjust and on the fly and adapt to a different style. But look, these are all top teams; they know how to do this. Michigan's got an excellent team; they're number 1 seed for a reason.
Then the other question is, how much is the LJ Kaysen injury impacting them? It doesn't feel like, okay, point guard off the bench, backup point guard, it's a deal. But I think we've seen some struggles without him. He was effective in creating offense, getting into the lane, creating things for his teammates, hitting some big shots, and they haven't had him. And, they won't have him. So how much of an injury, how big is that injury for Michigan moving forward? Time will tell. 248-539-9797. E is in Detroit and on 97.1. Hello, E.
Hey, what's going on, fella? I got a championship for you.
Let's hear it.
My champ is Michigan for winning the Big Ten. They should have won yesterday. I got them winning the national championship. My chump is the refs from yesterday. How do you let Purdue shoot 22 free throws and Michigan only shoot 6? They were 16 for 22. That's 11 more free throws. We lose by 8. The momentum of the game was horrible. I thought I was watching rugby yesterday. I thought I was watching college rugby or something. I didn't know what I was watching. Every time we went up for a layup in the second half, there was a foul. There was a trip, a rebound. No loose ball fouls called against them. Everything went against us yesterday. Don't worry about it. Go blue. Bet we're going to win the national championship this year. All eyes go on for Michigan.
All right, E, thank you for the phone call. They let them play. And in March, there are going to be 67 games played in March Madness with a whole bunch of different officiating crews. And whatever your crew is going to be, whether they're going to call the nickel dimer, as Bill Raftery likes to say, or they're going to let them play like they did yesterday, you got to find a way to win the game no matter what. It's part of it.
Yeah,
In fact, it's an underrated part of it, and coaches need to prepare teams for how games are going to get officiated.
And yesterday matters not.
No, it doesn't. I mean,
It's
if you're
all in the past, and that's why, again, I refer to it as a dumb tournament because Michigan is, well, they're
no, it's just funny. It's just typical. Gator goes, when you see something you don't like, you go straight hostility.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, they're the Big Ten champion, and that's all it is. And then what? That gets taken away because they didn't win now there's a Big Ten champion, a Big Ten tournament champion? I don't care about the Big Ten tournament champion. You care about what you did there during regular season or in the 20 games that you play against the conference, not about 1 week in March leading up to the big dance.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, but the tournament moves the needle very little in terms of March. It can have some impact, and obviously it moves some teams around, but you're talking about one seeding line. You're either you a big part of winning in March Madness is a really difficult thing to measure, but it's called luck. You need some luck. You need the ball to bounce your way. You need the bracket to open up. You need somebody else to do your heavy lifting. You need to win on a day you're not playing well. Sometimes you just need the other team to miss shots. But, I've often stated it is the ratio of entertainment for this tournament to how much sense it makes, because there's not very many sports where you let teams in to the championship round that have no chance of winning it. But, you've got to find a way. You've got to find a way. 248-539-9797. My champ is Tariq, the spoiled little baby. Take my ball and go home guy. Is he talking about Tariq? He wrote Tariq. Is he going Scooble here?
Well, and he's your champ, and you're going to refer to him like
he
that?
He said my chump.
Oh,
Sorry,
chump.
My chump.
Okay.
And he said my champ is Paul Skeens, a true love of the game player and patriot. That's from TT.
Playing a World Baseball Classic.
I mean,
clearly it means more to other countries than it does to the United States.
And look, they have a job to do.
Yeah.
But here's a chump vote for Scooble. 248-539-9797. How you feel about your draw, Wolverine and Spartan fans? Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Brought to you by Mother Waddles. The best week of the sports calendar is here as we're ready to have our brackets busted in just 3 days when the games begin on Thursday. The play-in games start tomorrow, and Michigan men's hoops will pay special attention to the first game as the winner of UMBC and Howard will be Michigan's first opponent on Thursday. Of course, we all remember UMBC became the first 16 seed in history to beat a 1 seed when it defeated Virginia back in 2018. That Michigan game Thursday in Buffalo, New York will come right after the Spartans and 14th-seeded North Dakota State face off, as those two will tip at 4 p.m. MSU is favored by 16.5 points on FanDuel over the Bison, who won the Summit League tournament and enter the dance with a 27-7 record. The women's teams for both schools made the dance this year as well. Michigan earned its highest seed ever as a number 2 and will host 2 games in Ann Arbor starting Friday when they take on 15-seed Holy Cross. MSU is a 5 seed and will face Colorado State in Norman, Oklahoma on Friday as well. The Red Wings start a big homestand tonight with the Calgary Flames, first at Little Caesars Arena. With 15 games left in the year, the Wings are 1 point up on the playoff cut line at 80 points, just barely ahead of Columbus with 79. The Flames stink this year, and tonight is almost certainly a must-win for Detroit, given the opponent. Our pregame coverage starts here on 97.1 at 6:45 before puck drop from Little Caesars Arena at 7 o'clock. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, here we go. Hour 2 of the Carson Anderson program. Thanks for being with us. 248-539-9797. Champ and Chump votes rolling in. Champ and Chump brought to you by Sarah Chevrolet, Sterling Heights. Bob in L.A. writes, my champ of the weekend is Kimi Antonelli for winning his first race in Formula One. Chump of the weekend is everyone who said Lewis Hamilton was washed. Gator?
We told you don't do that. Do not do that. I mean, you can say what you want, okay, but at your own peril. You come that strong. Yeah. Look out.
Lewis Hamilton? Washed?
I'd say he's saying the Chump and people said he was lost.
Well, isn't he dating Kim Kardashian, Gator? You told me about this a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
That Kardashian curse lives on?
Well, is it more Kardashian curses? They're going from Mercedes to Ferrari.
Well, when Gator told me about them dating, I was like, Lewis Hamilton, the race car driver, and you said yes. And I said, well, does he not care about mileage?
Wow.
Still funny.
Wow.
A lot of tread.
A lot of wear on that.
Champ and Chump votes. This is from Dan. Dan writes in, my champ is the World Baseball Classic Team USA for making it to the championship team. Now let's finish it. My chump is Brad Holmes for not, in my opinion, being aggressive enough in free agency. Needed more defense. Dan, we will get into that. We're going to talk some Lions today at 11:30. So we'll follow up on this. I think it's important to point out, Dan, it is far from over. It is far from over, the offseason. But your vote counts, and we will get to what we think is going to happen next coming up shortly. Jamie writes in, if Michigan wants to go on a run, they need more Morez Johnson. He's got to snap out of whatever slump he's in. Yesterday versus Purdue, he got absolutely bulked on the block and hasn't played well since the Illinois game. So, Jamie, players go through ebbs and flows. The kid from Wisconsin that went crazy from beyond the arc. His name completely escapes me right now. The Aussie, 22. What the hell was his name? Anyway, that kid, he was Morez's guard for a lot of that stretch. And Morez, it was the same thing that happened in the Wisconsin-Michigan game in Chrysler. And that is, Michigan I personally got a little too quick to double team in the low block. Now, let's be fair. They won the game, and Wisconsin's really good. But it felt like to me that was Morez's guard for much of it. We have seen him look like just an elite and dominant player, and he hasn't been that. There was a while there, though, Michigan fans, and you might have been one of them, said, oh, God, they got to get something more out of Namari Barnett. And then Namari Barnett came around. So, there's ups and downs in a season. If they have Morez at his best, yes, that helps. It certainly helps. From an unnamed text, I'm sorry, no, this is from Sauce in Howell. The Pistons and MSU are similar teams. Struggle from three, play hard defense, and run. If either shoot good from three, they're hard to beat.
Well, if you can shoot from three, you've got a huge advantage. I mean, that's why everybody wants three-point shooters. If you start knocking down shots at a 40% rate, you're going to be really tough to beat. Whether it's the NBA or if it's college basketball or high school basketball, wherever. I mean, you do better than 40%. Look out.
Yep. Johnny O in Greenville writes in, I don't know what Michigan State team is going to show up. Consistency has not been the case. However, they're in the tournament. Mr. March will get the best out of this team.
Well, like I said earlier, Michigan's got height advantage over teams. If Michigan State can do the same thing, which I think they have in the first round, impose the will. Feed it into Carson Cooper and Jackson Kohler, let them do the job. You've got Cohen Carr flying around, and then you don't have to worry so much about are you knocking down your three-point shots because you're just dominating on the interior. You're going to have to defend, but that's usually what Michigan State is usually pretty good at defending.
Pretty consistent, yeah. From P-Trey100 on Twitch, my champ is Anthony Semo for the PBA win. My chump is Aberg for blowing the lead at the Players. From EbDub76, my champ is non-live versus the Players Championship. Versus the Players champ Cameron Young. My chump is MSU showing in the Big Ten tournament. Well, it is mostly irrelevant, and I thought Izzo's rotation in that game signified that he wasn't coaching to win that, maybe coaching to try and get some guys going and maybe coaching a little bit for rest. I don't think they were trying to lose a game. Just think he gave more minutes to a couple of guys off the bench that typically don't play as much.
I mean, had Michigan State won a game or two and then lost in the finals or lost on Saturday, would they have been a 2 seed? Would they still be in the Duke region? Just flip them? I don't know. I don't care how they looked against UCLA on Friday night. It doesn't matter. What matters is how do they look this Thursday afternoon? Can they survive the weekend and get to next week in the Sweet 16?
Champ Jordan Yost, great first at bat. Chump conference tournaments award the regular season champ the automatic bid. That's from Pedro in Memphis.
How about Jordan Yost? Tigers' first-round pick from a year ago. We don't talk about him because he didn't even play in the minors last year. He got drafted out of high school. We don't see him. He's out at the backfields, and they say, hey, young fella, why don't you come on over here with the big league club? We're going to go to Tampa to take on the Yankees. You want to, maybe we'll get you in the bat late in the game as a DH. He gets his chance. His first at bat he sees wearing a Tigers uniform, and he hits a grand slam. How awesome is that?
Pretty cool.
That's stuff that you dream about.
Pretty cool.
Look
Here
out.
we go.
What? What'd I say?
Did the ball sound different off Yost's bat?
I didn't hear it. I saw it, and it looked like a nice level swing from the left side of the plate. Not too much of an uppercut, and just launched over the wall in right field. Apparently, he's added 13 pounds of muscle since last year. There you go, Kay.
Oh,
Shape of his life.
All right,
13 pounds.
First of all, it's always better to look good than bad. But how would you be reacting if you struck out on 3 straight pitches?
We wouldn't even get a mention.
Exactly.
Yeah. But he didn't.
He wouldn't get chump votes?
But he didn't.
Right.
He had a grand slam. It's
so
pretty
only
awesome.
if it's good.
That's right. You only mention it when it's good. Look, I was
kidding.
When I was in a box score yesterday and I saw that, I was like, what? He's even playing? Like, he literally has not played in the minors yet. So good for him. We'll see where he starts. I imagine he starts at Lakeland in the spring. We'll find out.
Let's go to Dave on a cell next here on 97.1. Hello, Dave.
Yeah, hi. How you doing?
What's up?
As far as Michigan State facing Duke in the bracket, about 8 years ago, I think Tom Izzo complained right on camera about being in the Duke bracket, that he was tired of, or he was wondering why he kept coming up in the Duke bracket. But my thinking is that I'd rather beat Duke in the bracket. I want to face him in the bracket. Now, this year, it's probably not going to make much difference. But any year, I'd rather meet him in the bracket than meet him in the Final Four.
Interesting. I don't remember him complaining about it. And we took a look at it. It's been 7 times in 28 years they've been in the same bracket. They haven't always played each other when they're in the same bracket because one of them could lose before a possible matchup. which 7 out of 28, given that there's 4 brackets, is an average number of times. It feels like it's more than that, but regardless, either way, you're happy about it. You want to beat Duke in March Madness.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, I get it why you'd feel that way.
I want to face them, before they get more confidence and they get in the Final Four.
Well, they're really good. They've got an injury situation themselves, but they're Duke, Arizona, and Michigan. To me, are the 3 teams. And if you want to take a team that I think is going to get undervalued here locally, I don't know how many people have watched it. It is Arizona. Like if you're just trying to fill out your bracket and you say, all right, there's going to be a lot of local people that take Michigan and Michigan State, and then Duke always gets a ton of support. And you want to do something that is, I mean, they're a 1 seed, okay? So it's not like you're taking some super sleeper. But my guess is locally here, if you're trying to buck the trend, Arizona is so good. And Arizona being the team cutting down nets on Monday night, I think is as much of a possibility as anything. And I think they're going to get undervalued here locally, which isn't what he brought up. I don't know why I transitioned into that. But
here's a note. I know this is completely out of left field, but this is, I know it's breaking news, but it just kind of happens in the NFL. And because the Lions, we've got Teddy Bridgewater coming back as the backup quarterback. We asked the question, hey, better than Kyle Allen, who's going to be? So the Chiefs have made a trade. They've given up a 6th-round pick and sent it to the Jets in exchange for Justin Fields.
Wow.
Oof. Justin Fields, when he can be a problem in the NFL when he's on.
I feel like Justin Fields, for the beginning of his career, I felt like Justin Fields was misused and a victim of his situation. Then I started to think less so over the last year or two. But for a 6th-round pick,
think where he's played. He played in Chicago before they really built up their offense. And then they obviously switched coaches and everything else. And then he goes to the Jets, and the Jets are pathetic. Well, I guess I've always thought he had a lot of talent. He just hasn't been in the right places. And now he's going to be a backup to Mahomes. But the price was a 6th-round pick.
We'll get to some more Lions talk today at 11:30. Champ and Chump votes, get them in. Wolverine and Spartan fans, how do you like your draw? 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Hey, it's Doug Carson. Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights has your lucky break this March with low payments on a 2026 Silverado. Pay just $199 a month for 24 months on a crew cab LT 4x4 with $19.99 down. $199 a month. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive with GM Employee Discount, Chevy Lease Loyalty, and Costco in the household. All right, Gator. It is bracket time. So we need to revisit a few things. First of all, how much time and effort do you put into filling out your bracket?
Each year I endeavor to spend more time.
You endeavor to do a lot of things, but each year?
I mean, that's mostly true. I would say typically I spend 15 minutes filling out a bracket.
Okay.
Maybe less. This year I endeavor more.
More than 15 minutes.
Yeah.
So when you do finally sit down from beginning to end, I'd like you to time it and tell us how long you take.
Do you fill it out like today or tomorrow before they do the play-in games, or you wait till those are done?
Well, I've already filled out portions. And the reason I say portions is because there's teams that I've latched onto during the regular season that I have vowed when they get to March, how good is their good? Who's a team? And there were two teams in particular that I fell in love with as March threats. And they ended up in the same bracket, and they ended up on the same side of the same bracket. And right now they're favored to play each other in the second round. That is Wisconsin and Arkansas. I think Darius Acuff can win tournament games all by himself for Arkansas. And I think Wisconsin, with their roster and their ability to shoot it 1 through 5 and play defense, is a problem. I think they're a matchup nightmare, and it turns out that Acuff and Arkansas and Wisconsin will play in the second round. And they're also in the same region and the same side of the bracket as what I thought would be of undervalued 1 seed in Arizona. I think this Arizona team is fantastic. I think Michigan, Duke, and Arizona are a cut above. And so that bracket has me totally puzzled because I wanted to make a Arkansas, Wisconsin to the Final Four pick, and they end up in Arizona's bracket. Now, I guess the only way I could comfortably put them through to the Final Four is they've ended up in Florida's bracket because Florida's the 4th number 1, and they're very good. But I also want to point out something that I said 1 year ago. Okay? Here we go. And I said it leading up to the brackets being unveiled. I said the 1 seed that doesn't scare me, if I am Michigan or Michigan State, you may recall this, I said it a bunch, was Auburn. And they both ended up in Auburn's bracket, and Auburn proceeded to eliminate both of them. So no matter how much time and effort you put into the regular season and all the things that you start to believe in your philosophies, Auburn last year was the 1 seed that I said does not scare me, and Auburn eliminated Michigan and Michigan State.
Well, that won't happen this year.
No.
Because Auburn did not make the tournament. Did you watch any of the selection show?
Yes, I did.
So I watched like towards the end of it when they started interviewing. It was Keith Gill, I think, who was with the committee.
Well, I think did a night. Like I found his total aside. Don't mean to interrupt.
No, please.
That was way more gratifying than the college football committee's interviews.
I would agree with you. I thought he did an excellent job of it. And I took particularly joy in it because I read a story last week where I think it's Steve Pearl, is Bruce Pearl's kid, who coaches Auburn.
Yep.
And Steve Pearl, after they got beat by Tennessee or somebody in the SEC tournament, said, we're a tournament team. We belong in the tournament. And I'm like, you're 17-16 and you lost halfway through the SEC tournament. Do you really belong in the tournament? You're 17-16. So they get left out. And Bruce Pearl is on the panel of the people from CBS, and they're talking with Keith Gill. And Bruce Pearl says, "Hey, it's Coach Bruce Pearl. So can you talk us a little bit about one of the process of the teams that were the last 4 out, and in like Auburn and teams like that." And then they show the graphic of teams who are the last
4 out,
last 4 in, and last 4 out, or whatever. And on that graphic, Auburn is not listed. Right. Which just makes me laugh hysterically inside because I'm like, you're only doing this. It's self-serving because you're sticking up for your son, and your son was bitching about how they should be in the tournament, and they're not. And you're setting him up. But the graphic slapped down Bruce Pearl before Keith Gill had to. It was funny in his response. He just didn't even mention Auburn and just talked about the teams that were considered for the last 4 in. It was great.
Yep. The one other thing that I want to bring up here when it comes to brackets is what leads to the greatest eye roll I can possibly have.
Okay.
And you know my rule.
Yeah.
I roll my eyes so hard when somebody says they picked an upset and says the following. I picked that in one of my brackets.
Yeah.
Oh, you did? But you picked against it in all the others. Well done. You took both sides.
Way to
and now
hedge.
you want to brag about that.
Multiple bracket guy has no place on this station.
I don't.
On these airwaves.
Multiple bracket. You can do it.
During the hours of 10 to 2.
You can do it.
Don't bring it up in here. Not up in here.
I have no issue with people deciding I'm going to fill out
You
multiple
can
brackets.
do multiple brackets. Don't talk about it.
But once what you forfeit then is the right to brag about an upset pick that you make in one of your. If you made it in all of your brackets, that's different. But how convenient that you picked both teams to win, and you were right. Bravo. So that's the only other thing I'm are my bracket rules here. Feedback coming in from an unnamed texter. I champ Concord winning the state championship. Chump the MHSAA refs who couldn't count 6 players on the floor with 20 seconds left, almost costing Concord the championship. From Joe in Tecumseh. Champ David Perron for bringing some much-needed energy to the Red Wings Saturday. Chump Radis Gudis for the cheap shot on Matthews. That's Joe in Tecumseh, and that's the same as you.
Yep. He deserves it.
Yep. And the Perron thing is a nice little...
Yeah, I came back, I think, earlier than anybody expected and provided a little bit of a spark and some... I don't know if toughness is the right word because it's not like this guy's going to go out there slamming everybody through the boards and punching guys out. But what he provides is abrasiveness and a guy who's going to be a loyal teammate.
Mm-hmm.
That's why the guys love him. When they brought him back, the whole locker room was like, yep, love this guy because he sticks up for everybody in that room. It makes him more cohesive. And he did some of that over the weekend, which was great.
Champ, Italian baseball, Viva Italia, Chump, Tarek Skubal. That's from TN in Detroit.
Scuba's going to catch a lot of flack, and I get it, because it's like, what difference does it make if you're pitching in the World Baseball Classic or you're pitching a random Tuesday afternoon against Baltimore in spring training? You're still getting the work. Why not do it for the national team that's playing in the World Baseball Classic?
I'm not sure I understand the controversy. He's a Detroit Tiger. Mm-hmm. And is he getting chump votes for prioritizing his job with the Tigers?
Yeah, he is. You know why? Because Tiger fans want to be represented. And Will Vest representing the Tigers coming out of the bullpen whenever he's going to come out of the bullpen isn't enough. When you've got arguably the best pitcher in baseball, although every moment they watched last night, they kept saying Paul Skeens is, but that's okay.
I don't know.
Split hairs, they're both great. But when you've got arguably the best pitcher in baseball and you're watching this national stage last night with USA and Dominican Republic and Skubal's not going to pitch, it stings a little bit because you want your guy out there to help be part of it. If they're going to win this thing, go ahead and do it. Mm-hmm. Now, it doesn't matter as much to the United States to win this as it does for Dominican Republic or if it would for Venezuela or Japan or Mexico or one of these other countries. I don't know about Italy. I mean, these guys are all basically major league players. Very few of them are actually true blue Italians that are from Italy, but there are a few of them. But the other teams, like you watched last night, how much it meant for the Dominican Republic, and then they have guys come out and say, yeah, this means more to me. Winning this means more than winning the World Series. No American would say that, nor should they. And the reason is because when you're playing in the greatest league of baseball in the world, which is Major League Baseball, it's played here in the States. That's all we know about. We know about you compete for the World Series. That's what matters. This World Baseball Classic is a concoction that came up 10 years ago or whatever, 15 years ago when they first started it. It's a nice tournament, but it's a spring training exhibition. This isn't like the real deal. If they did this in the middle of the season, it's a different story, but they're not doing it in the middle of the season. I'm kind of glad they're not because when you get into investments of players, the last thing you want is one of your players to get hurt. So like when Julio Rodriguez got hit on the wrist last night by a Paul Skeens pitch, I'm sure that with Seattle, I'm sure the Seattle fans aren't thrilled watching that because it's a meaningless exhibition game. But for the players from the other countries, it means something. They make a living here in the States, but they're still their country is is not the United States.
Right.
So I can understand why it means more to those guys. But here in the United States, hey, we're playing here. I mean, we're just kind of gathering together for this tournament we made up.
Everybody has the right to prioritize whatever is most important to them. And that's certainly should have that right. What's more important to me is Detroit Tiger, Tarek Skubal, than USA pitcher Tarek Skubal. So I have no issue with him managing the spring however he wants. 248-539-9797. More your champ and chump votes, get them in. Wolverine Spartan fans, how you feel about your draw in March Madness? What scares you the most about your bracket? Let's get to some Lions talk as well, as Brad Holmes has a chump vote, and I want to address it. That at 11:31 on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Doug Harsh alongside Scott Anderson, Kang and Kenny behind the glass. Great to be with you here on a Monday. The brackets are out, and we've dedicated much of the first hour and a half of the show talking about March Madness, and certainly will continue down that road if you so choose. But as we sit here on this Monday morning, we've had a chump vote come in for Brad Holmes. Somebody's saying they wanted more done in the offseason. To which I would argue, much of the offseason is still to come.
There is, but we're still not a week into free agency, by the way.
No, we're not. And here's the thing. I don't know what defines a big move. So I don't know if I should shoot the boot, guarantee it, and I don't even want to go down that road in terms of, but they're going to make a big move. They're going to make a big move. They didn't clear cap space for no reason. And part of Brad Holmes' pattern is he wants a game-ready team before the draft. He wants to have a game-ready team signed before the draft. Why does he want to do that? Because he believes in drafting talent and best player available. And when he has a game-ready team already locked up before the draft, Brad Holmes then has the luxury of using the draft to take the most talented players on his board, regardless of position. And it's been a formula that's worked for him. They've got all this cap space. They have some guys that they want to restructure and guys that they want to sign long-term for sure. But those long-term contracts usually have more impact down the road than they do in the immediate, whatever time period you're in. They're more costly down the road. So I am very confident that there are still big move or moves coming. And they might be via trade, by the way.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
You're not as confident, clearly.
No, I'm not, because I think that if you're talking a big move, I think the move that's going to be made to eat up some of that cap space is going to be an extension. And I don't know if anybody's worthy of an extension right now. The two guys that are ripe for it right now are Brian Branch and Sam Laporta, because it's year 4, going to their 4th year, the last year of the contract, and you can extend them. But both players are coming off injury. Both players are coming off surgery. I'm in no hurry to give either an extension. In fact, I'm probably not going to even think about it until halfway through the season when I see that they're both ready, that they're both actually playing. Laporta might be able to play right at the beginning of the season. No reason to think otherwise. But Brian Branch is a whole other game. You're talking about an Achilles injury. We don't know how he's going to come back. We don't know if he's going to look anywhere near what he was. And even when you first come back from an Achilles injury, it's going to take a while.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to extend both players. I like both players a lot, but I don't need to do it yet. I'm going to wait. I'm going to let this thing play out and see if I really want to do that by the end of the season. And okay, but if that's what they're holding up this cap space for, they have anywhere between 32 and 40 million in cap space, but depending where you're looking at right now, it seems to make me think that that's where it's going to go, because the big name free agents have already signed. The guys that are left, and by the way, I'm not upset with what they've done. When you look at what Brad Holmes has done, the first priority we said was get a center. Went out and got Cade Mays at $8 million a year. It's an upgrade and in a very, a contract that makes sense, reasonable. Then they go out and they sign Isaiah Pacheco, the backup running back to David Montgomery.
One of the more unique running styles. It runs like he's mad at the ground.
Yeah. And look, he's had a couple years in his career where he's looked like, oh my God, this guy's amazing. And then the last couple years were not so good, less than 4 yards a carry, banged up, doesn't look like it's great. But it's a backup running back role. Is he David Montgomery? No. But does he have upside? Yeah, he still has upside. I don't mind it. You find out they signed Ty Conklin, the tight end. Okay, I like that, adding depth to that position because they need tight ends, frankly. And Ty Conklin's been a pretty good tight end in his career. They went out and get Izzian, the defensive back. He plays safety, can play corner, and I think that's a really good signing. A guy who's young in his career, only played a few years in this league, and he's a willing participant when it comes to supporting the run. He's a sound tackler, and by all accounts, it's a pretty good signing for them. Okay, great. These are one-year deals. When it cocomes to the last three, the center, I should say, is a 3-year deal. Not only that, they bring back Teddy Bridgewater, which out of all the quarterbacks that were really available, this is before we saw Justin Fields get traded for a 6th-round pick, but the free agent quarterbacks, that makes sense. Been here a couple of years. He knows what's going on, knows the team, knows the players. Okay, sure, bring him on. I'm cool with that. And it's an emergency break glass situation. I feel confident that Teddy Bridgewater can keep this ship afloat if that's the case. Works for me. They also signed another defensive back, I forget the corner. McCreary, who's got a lot of starts under his belt in the league. Okay, that's a depth signing. I don't expect him to be a starting corner, but okay, it makes sense. All the moves he's done to this point have been kind of sensical. Getting some depth on the offensive line. I don't know if these guys are going to have a chance to start or if they're going to be competing for a starting job, whether it's through the trade or through free agency that they've got, with Borum and Scruggs. But they still have a move to make. The big move they have to make is at edge rusher. And they've got money to go out and outbid anybody for Cam Jordan. If it gets to be a bidding war for Cam Jordan, the Lions should be able to outbid teams for it. Now, I know that Kansas City wants to make a strong push for him. We'll see if they do. I know the Jones, the defensive lineman there, he was like 2 words, Cam Jordan. Okay. So I notice there are teams that want him, clearly teams that want him, and he's weighing his offers and going to figure out where he wants to go. And hopefully he chooses the Lions because I think he's the best of the bunch of the edge rushers that are available in free agency. And there's still some pretty big names that are available.
I mean, we've talked about Cam Jordan for it feels like months now as being sort of the perfect guy. I mean, the
go back actually to the trade deadline. We talked about Cam Jordan.
Jadeveon Clowney, still out there. Kyle Van Noy, still out there. AJ Epinesa, still out there. Cam Jordan, as mentioned, still out there. Michael Dana, Yatir Gross Models, still out there. Joey Bosa, still out there. I think a big move is coming, and everything. There's this initial burst, and then everything kind of slows down for everybody. I'm not I'll judge the offseason when the offseason's complete.
Yeah,
and I feel like we've just kind of started it here. And if you look at Brad Holmes' pattern, I don't think he's kicking back with his feet on his desk going, we're good here. And let's just go straight to draft prep.
Well, rewind the clock exactly a year ago when we were out doing the shows from Twin Peaks, which will be out again this week, Thursday and Friday, for the tournament. And news was breaking that Rock Ya-Sin had signed with the Lions. And I don't know if it was Dorsey or whatever, or there were a number of, there were like 2 or 3 defensive backs that signed in that 2-day period. They were all depth guys, but they made sense. Those were sensible and reasonable contracts that they gave out to these players that were going to be quite capable to upgrade the depth. What we have with the Lions in this offseason, though, there's some holes at starting jobs that I'm not sure if those are filled yet. And there are question marks also, not just holes, but there's question marks. Question marks about Terry and Arnold and what's going on with him in off-field issues. Question marks with health with Ennis Rakestraw and Terry and Arnold coming off surgery as well, and the aforementioned Brian Branch and Sam Laporta. We've got injury issues with this team, guys coming back. So there are still things that can happen, and they can actually still go out and get a free agent offensive lineman that would definitely be a starting caliber tackle. There are some of those still available.
Juwan Taylor or Jonah Williams or Jack Conklin or Cam Robinson.
Yeah, I mean, there's still some guys out there that get the job done, but they all come with various risks because of injured pasts and whatnot. But would they be somebody that's an upgrade who's on the roster right now? Probably.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Stan in Shelby Township. You're on 97.1. Hi, Stan.
Hey, good morning, guys. Great to talk to you. I got my weekly Tigers champs and chumps.
All right.
My champ, I think Matt Vierling's going to make the opening day squad. I think he had just a heck of a weekend. And my chumps, I'm thinking about Riley Green. I don't think we should worry. Anybody who complains about his strikeouts are missing the picture. And, I just think like Matt Vierling, Gator, I want to ask you, do you think fans are going to realize that Matt Vierling is an ad as a right-handed bat for the coming season because he wasn't there all last year?
I don't know. I'm not a huge Matt Vierling guy. He's got some versatility to play throughout the diamond, and when he's healthy, he's good enough. But I never look at Matt Vierling and think that's a starting player on this roster they have to have. To me, he's one of the last few guys on the roster because of the versatility. But I hope they're not relying on Matt Vierling for their offensive
He had
side.
a WAR of 3 in 25 or 24, right?
Yeah, he was one of those guys that I feel like Matt Vierling's the type of player on a really good team. He's that extra piece that you value a ton. So if he's healthy and can get back to that form, I think he becomes an extra piece that can be very much valued. But is he a starting player? I think he's this kind of guy when somebody gets hurt, you're really glad you got him.
Yeah, I mean he's an average major league player. You look at his OPS of the last. Forget. I mean, if you want to take out last year, that's fine. I'll agree with throw that out. 144 games in 2024. Did OPS of 735. The year before that, had 530 plate appearances and OPS of 717. He's an average player. That's fine, but he's not going to hold back Kevin McGonigal from making the roster. What Matt Vierling does with the versatility is it makes it easier for AJ Hinch and Scott Harris to say as we craft this roster. Okay, because he can play multiple positions and he hits right-handed. We need right-handed hitters. Let's keep him. And then Parker Meadows, you're going to have to get seasoned up for one more year in the minors and show us that you belong here. And they've got a couple other options as well they're going to have to look at. In the meantime, Matt Vierling's had a nice spring, but so have some other guys. Jace Young has had some really good approaches at the plate. Max Anderson's had some good approaches at the plate. So we'll see who ends up winning jobs.
Hey, Twin Peaks is kicking off the most magical week of the year. That's right. The stage has been set. The bracket's released, and they've got games tomorrow and Wednesday, and things really heat up on Thursday. If you haven't experienced the madness of Twin Peaks, you're missing out. We loved it so much, we are coming back for our third year in a row to the Madison Heights Lodge to kick off the tournament on Thursday and Friday. Now, picture this. You walk in, it's the ultimate man cave, waves of beautiful Twin Peaks girls there to greet you as you're taken to your table. The next wave of beautiful Twin Peaks girls delivers your 29-degree draft beer while you take in 8 different games at once on 50-plus TVs, some as big as 98 inches, showing off all the half-court shots and buzzer beaters. Go blue or go green, tip it off as they start their run, and then more beautiful Twin Peaks girls serving up the best bar food you've ever had, like the sweet heat shrimp tacos or the cheesesteak twice-baked potato. If you think it's impossible to spend 12 hours at a bar, think again. Clear your schedules. The best 4 days in sports. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. I think our previous caller, Stan, said something that you dismissed completely. That is that you do know Veerling was a +3 WAR player 2 years ago.
Oh, did I dismiss that? Okay.
Would suggest he's more than an average player.
Yeah, 735 OPS. The average OPS of Major Leaguer, I had to go back and look and see in 2024, but I'm guessing was around 715. So slightly above average. And then last year was 617. So a monster drop off last year. Only played 31 games.
Yeah, he got hurt. 248-539-9797. Let's go to John in Detroit. You're on 97.1. Hi, John.
Hi.
What's up?
I have perfect confidence in Brad Holmes.
You do?
I think the Lions should trade Sam Laporta. You don't need an all-pro tight end. You can get a medium tight end, and Goff can make him a great tight end.
It may or may not be true. I just want to start with this. If you don't need an all-pro tight end, what do you think you're going to get back for a player that you don't need?
I think people overrate tight ends. I think they'll get a lot for
You
them.
think somebody else will value him? Okay.
Yeah. And I think that Brad Holmes knows talent, and he will fill the holes with draft choices and medium players. I don't think the Lions need to make a big splash because they're dedicated to their core, and I think that's a good strategy.
So, John, I think it is a good strategy up to an extent. Like you have full confidence in Brad Holmes, and I'm maybe the biggest Holmes fan on this station, but what he has done is built an exceptionally good football team, one that is a legitimate Super Bowl contender, but he's got to figure out how to get him over the top. And he hasn't figured that out yet. And it's the hardest part.
Injuries are a problem.
It is a problem, but everybody has injuries. But yeah, I mean, to an extent, they could use some good luck there. There's no doubt about it. I'll just say this about Brad Holmes is the hardest part of building from the ground up is the last step. And he hasn't found that last step yet. And it doesn't mean that he won't. I think he gets multiple cracks at this. But I'd like to see what his idea for that last step. And
he's lost a lot of players. What's his name? The center retired, and Taylor Decker retired.
Yep.
And it leaves a
Decker
huge
didn't
hole.
retire, but Decker didn't retire. But yes,
He still might.
He's
but
gone. He's
yeah.
gone. He's
yeah,
gone.
And maybe he's not. Maybe he gets out there in the open market and doesn't get the offer. Kang, did you bring that up last week? That Decker could be back?
Well, I brought up to Gator, and I think it was Mark Ryan that was in at the time, right, Gator, that I don't foresee this happening, but if the market turns really soft for Taylor Decker, I would be more than open to bringing him back at a lower rate, which the Lions, reportedly wanted, right? Mm-hmm. Now, Decker's feelings may be hurt, and he wouldn't want to do that, but if we let you go test the market, it wasn't maybe what you thought, we would love to have you back, we just wanted you back at a lower number, and I think that way I feel safe. I feel more confident going into the draft, not knowing we need a tackle. But yeah. I also said they might like Borum more than we do, like a lot more.
They may, and yeah, I'm totally open to if the thought of having Taylor Decker back is great, but it's up to Taylor Decker. If he wants to come back, it's going to be at a much reduced price, and it seems like with him, it's either going to be I'll come back with the Lions or I retire. But the whole Instagram thing a week and a half ago, whenever it happened, was weird. Like going into free agency last week, it was like, yep, everybody, I'm coming back. I'm looking forward to running it back another year. And then a couple days later, he sends out another post saying, obviously, things aren't working out, or we, disagree on a number. And so I have asked the Lions to release me. So he asked for his release. Okay. Then the Lions granted his release. So it doesn't sound like they're going to get back together, but if they were, that's good news. If they were to. And then to Gang's point, and to your point as well, he's saying, look, Brad Holmes wants to have this team ready before they go into the draft. That would have the team ready before the draft. So then you look at pick 17, and if Monroe Freeling is there at 17, or, Caden Proctor or one of these other, Ian Archer, the other offensive tackle, one of these guys are available at 17, they can go ahead and take that player. And knowing full well that they've already got Taylor Decker to play at the left tackle position, it can be a little bit of a red shirt year or a learning year, and get some snaps when necessary, and it might be beneficial.
Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. Scuba went to the World Baseball Classic to pitch one time, but instead of leaving after that, he had to say, I want to pitch once more. And then he changed his mind again. That makes Scuba look bad. Either be all in or all out. That's from an unnamed texter.
Well, then the other thing is, isn't he sitting in the dugout too?
Mm-hmm.
Which kind of seems weird. That, dude, you're not going to play anymore. Like, if you're going to pitch another game, great, go ahead and pitch, tomorrow night. But it doesn't seem like it's going to happen.
I could try extraordinarily hard to come up with why him changing his mind matters.
Right.
And I can't for the life of me think of one reason why Scooble shouldn't be allowed to change his mind. What difference does it make?
You know what? I'm telling you, dude, this is the Olympic hangover from Team USA beating Canada. This is exactly what it is, because everybody wants to have that feeling again of USA versus the world, and it kind of is that way outside of sports right now. And you want to get back to having a patriotic feeling of rooting on your team and having your home guys doing it. And Tarek Skubal is the best of the best. You want him to be part of it, and he's not. That's all this is. I don't think this is anything that's going to linger too much.
Well, I think, don't forget, guys, I think a lot of fans are kind of sick of Skubal because the whole contract situation, arbitration. All right, so that's the backdrop, okay? Then you come out with this WBC where he's only going to pitch one game, and then he's going to bounce. And then he realizes, oh, this is way more energetic and awesome than I realized. And then he comes back. He's not on the roster. He's in uniform. I think people are just like, what are you doing? Say less. And we're sick of this whole Scuba situation in general. I don't know how they feel about this outside of Michigan and Detroit, but here I think people are just kind of tired.
Well, like I said, the world's full of all kinds of different people that see things through different prisms. I literally don't think I could care less about what Scubal's doing in the World Baseball Classic, and he's building up chump votes today. Marlon Wall Lake says, gentlemen, my chump is Steve Eiserman for not adding a goal scorer at the deadline when we clearly needed one. The Wings missed the playoffs. The Eiser plan has failed. My champ is Brad Holmes for filling a lot of holes we need, even though they are not sexy names. We got some good players. Marlon Wall Lake.
I agree. I think they got some good players.
Unnamed texter, Doug, tell me what position they got better in. Cade Mays, you can say, but who else? Well, I'm going to say Cade Mays. I don't think they got particularly better at corner or safety, but I think they got serviceable players there at a cheap price.
Well, I would say this. Is having Izzy and playing safety better than not having Brian Branch play?
Yes.
I mean, that's what it is.
Yeah, and look, it's so far from, this offseason is so far from over. I'll tell you what positions they got better in come August. I mean, they still have a ton of cap space, still have a draft. Brad Holmes has implied there's going to be more trades.
Yeah, I would feel a lot better if we heard today or later this week that the Lions have agreed to terms with Cam Jordan and L'Jarius Sneed.
Mm-hmm.
I'd feel great about that. You know, L'Jarius Sneed released last week. Okay, does that mean you can get him for the league minimum? Because I'm all about that. Let's sign him up. Need corners.
Yeah.
Many corners as you can get.
I don't know why most people are freaking out. Most free agents don't sign till after the draft. That's from an unnamed texter.
I don't know if that's true, but the high-end free agents have all gone. Most of them have gone.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Brought to you by Mother Waddles. The Red Wings are set to take on the Calgary Flames from Little Caesars Arena tonight in the first game of a 4-game homestand. The Wings need to stack as many points as possible this week, and they'll have a chance to do that against a number of other playoff hopefuls. After tonight's game, Detroit will welcome the Montreal Canadiens on Thursday, followed by the Bruins on Saturday. Then the following Tuesday, the Wings will face the Senators at LCA. Tonight's game against the lowly Flames begins at 7 o'clock here on 97.1. Our pregame coverage starts with Jeff Rieger at 6:45. Some breaking news in the NFL today. The New York Jets are trading quarterback Justin Fields to the Kansas City Chiefs in return for a 6th-round pick this year. The Jets get the pick and are eating most of Fields' remaining salary to facilitate the deal. The other big news in sports today, Shams Charania says the NBA will hold a vote March 24th and 25th next week to explore adding expansion teams in Las Vegas and Seattle. The vote targets the 2028-29 season for the expansion, and should it pass, bids in the $7 to $10 billion range are expected for both franchises. Venezuela faces Italy tonight in the semifinals of the World Baseball Classic. Tigers pitcher Cater Montero will start on the mound for Venezuela as both nations are in search of their first WBC final berth ever. Winner moves on to play America tomorrow in the title. Also today, A.J. Hinch confirmed that Framber Valdez will be number 2 in the rotation behind Tarek Skubal this year. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabat. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Happy lunchtime, everybody, on this Monday. Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Hope you're doing well and hope your weekend was great. By the way, Scott, how was your weekend? Anything exciting?
No.
Not at all, huh?
I don't think anything terribly exciting. No. Kind of.
I'm always looking for those stories of the fast single life that you lead. You know?
Yeah, well, it's when the weather heats up, things will change.
Were you on a private jet or anything this weekend, or a yacht maybe?
I was not.
No?
No. I did make my flight reservations for Vegas for my annual Vegas trip.
How are those? Don't tell me the exact number, but were they?
It ain't cheap.
Okay.
It ain't cheap, but I with my credit card I get a companion ticket, so it's like 2 for 1. So it makes it a lot.
Oh yeah,
that
helps.
That actually kind of does make it cheap, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's still not cheap actually, because the flights are crazy expensive. I mean, yeah. Anyway, it's expensive. So, but I'm looking forward to.
We're gonna win it all back in Vegas, anyways.
Now you're talking. That's how we roll.
That's how it works, Doug.
Mm-hmm. Boy, I have yet to experience that.
Out of
Vegas.
all the times I've been to Vegas, which is probably at least 15 times in my life, I think I've only won twice.
Where you left up.
Where I left with more money in my pocket.
You went at some point, but you just give it back.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Yeah.
So
it's at the end of the trip when I walk home, I'm like, well, wait a minute. Look at this. Hey.
That makes you unique in that you're one of the few people that will admit that you've only won twice in 15 trips. Now, 15 out of 15, did you have fun?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say. Is there one time that I went? No, I think 15 out of 15. I think I had great times every time. I mean, it's Vegas. You're always going to have a great time. If you don't, it's on you. You know, because either you did something stupid gambling, or you just didn't explore enough. You can do anything in Vegas.
Yeah, I'm well aware, and
that's why I love it.
And what I do in Vegas is different than most.
Well, no, but
I tried to kill Kang. You
tried to kill Kang when you guys were on mountain bikes, and I get that. But I've done, one time I went to Vegas. We took a trip out. We took a car out to the desert and went walking and took a hike in the Red Rock area there. It was beautiful. Cool, I enjoy that. You know me, I like to walk. I like to hike. But yeah, there's tons of stuff to do. I also like to sit and veg out at the pool and have several drinks.
Enjoy nice dinners at night.
Oh, the dinners are the best part now. Now that you're older, it's all about how good is the food. Oh, really, really good. Looking forward to that. My buddy makes the reservations for where we go, and that's pretty great.
He's got a good eye for it. You trust him?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Yeah, he's on a roll right now. We have yet to have a clunker out of the.
He's on a heater.
He's on a heater.
You never leave a heater.
Never. I think 9 for 9 right now is what we're
at choosing restaurants.
Yeah, and it's been a different restaurant every time. So,
gotcha. You're not going soon, right? You're not going to be there.
No, this is like end of July.
When it's hottest.
That's the best. Yeah.
It's a good time to go mountain biking out the desert.
It is. Yeah.
Okay.
Although when you did that was September. Just to keep that.
That's true, and it was hot.
Still hot.
Yeah, it's still hot. Not 115 hot, but it's hot.
So I took, for people who don't know, I took Kang and said, let's go rent bikes. And you agreed to do it. And
I must have been hungover or drunk.
So we head out and, it was a relatively easy trail. But Kang took a video of me off in the distance riding away from him. And he narrated and said, I'm pretty sure Doug's trying to kill me.
Yeah, you took me to a place like, if anyone's watched Breaking Bad, the opening scene where they're in the middle of New Mexico somewhere, that's where it was. I didn't see anything. You couldn't see the strip or anything where at one point there's these very, very narrow trails that we were trying to stay on. Otherwise, you're going to wipe out because there's, rock terrain everywhere.
Sagebrush, rattlesnakes.
Yeah. And Doug's
Gila
just like,
monsters.
it was like, you know how happy you are at the pool vegging out?
Yeah.
Doug was just as happy out on this thing.
I know, because that's Doug.
It's like,
Doug has to be in perpetual motion to enjoy anything that he's doing.
I'm getting better. Like, we just got back from Florida. I spent a lot of downtime next to the pool, okay? And I'm getting better at that part of vacation. One of our trips to Vegas, I don't know if this story's going to hit on the air at all, but it was a mutual friend, our buddy Hoffman,
and
his wife Katie. And Katie has a rule: if I can break a nail or sweat, I'm not doing it on vacation. So a bunch of us, I'm convinced, and I didn't have to do much. We're going mountain biking. We went to this place called Blue Diamond, Nevada. And I mean, you talk about the most dust bowl of dust bowl towns where we could rent bikes and do this trail. And it was an awesome trail, and it was, it was challenging for sure. But there was one store in Blue Diamond. There was a place you could rent bikes, and then there was one store that was also the library, the post office, and the liquor store. It was one small with a little porch. Library, post office, liquor store.
Perfect.
You could rent videos. Like, there was all kinds of, but it was in this tiny little, and there's nobody in Blue Diamond. And we go ride the trail. We get done. We grab a 6-pack of beer, and we're sitting on the porch of this store. And Hoffman, who has the wife that says it, he just says, yep. Katie's going to love it here. And we all burst out laughing because there was no place on the planet she'd rather be less than Blue Diamond, Nevada. But my trips to Vegas are a little different. I do love casinos and I love the action. But the problem is I like watching it. I don't like participating. And I have fun with it, and that's fine. But nobody wants you to watch if they're losing.
No. I mean, a trip I would take in September or October is different than the trip I take in July. In July, because it's too hot to play golf, so I'm not going to do that. So basically, it's enjoy the early morning into early afternoon at the pool, and then it's change and go walk the strip and go in and out of different casinos, come back, maybe take a quick nap, and then get ready for dinner. And then after dinner, you go walk the strip again and go to other casinos or go see a show or whatnot. So I look forward to it. So that's the first big step into getting excited about vacation is actually booking the flight.
Well, congratulations. I'm excited for you. I'm fresh back from vacation. Was in Florida last week, Suns baseball, and I have vowed, and probably 3 or 4 trips ago, I will not go back to Florida. It's just not for me. And then something happens, and the next thing you know, I'm back in Florida, like going to see your kid play, or Michigan goes to the Citrus Bowl, and there I am back in Florida. So it's probably just been a hollow vow, but Florida's just not. I'm amazed at how many people park on the lawn, how many people get full meals at a Wawa, how long the lights are in Florida, and how little. My wife went shopping, couldn't find anywhere to buy clothes because she's not like 75.
Right.
But
it depends where you're at.
The weather was great. Did enjoy that. It was fun watching the baseball. But
that's huge.
But flying back yesterday, a bouncy going into Metro, had the Big Ten Tournament Championship game on, Michigan and Purdue. Got home, brackets came out, and we've got March Madness set and ready to go. We talked about it a lot at the beginning of the show. And, we want to know, Wolverine and Spartan fans, how you feel about your draw. There is a bit of a misnomer that Michigan State always ends up in Duke's bracket. We went back and looked. Izzo's been to 28 straight tournaments. Of those 28 with 4 regions, it would stand to reason that another team that would be in all of them would be in your bracket 7 times. And this year it is the 7th time that Michigan State and Duke will be in the same bracket. They haven't always played, but they have been in the same bracket. This is the 7th time. They have played in the Final Four twice. In 2015 and I believe 1999 was the other year, but the Michigan State Duke thing was weird in that it ended up on every bracketologist prediction for like the last month that Michigan State and Duke would be in the same region. Then Michigan State went from being a 3 seed to a 2 seed to a 3 seed, and it didn't even, in talking about projections, went from 3 seed as a projection to a 2 seed projection to back to being a 3 seed in reality, and they still end up in Duke's bracket. Some people hate it. Some people love it. What stands out about the Spartans bracket for you, Michigan State fans? And Michigan fans, how you feel about your draw? The tournament chair said that Michigan went from the 2 overall seed in the tournament to the number 3 overall seed in the tournament. One of the teams that many people respect is Iowa State. They're in the bracket. But then there is also one step at a time. Michigan and Michigan State both go to Buffalo, and they both play Thursday. We will talk about their early matchups next. Plus your phone calls and feedback. How you feel about your bracket, people? 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Start thinking about your lawn and how green you want it to be, how lush you want it to be, how awesome you want it to be. And you better start calling Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service to ensure that you get green and stay green with Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN is the telephone number, and you can save some green when you prepay. Call by the end of the month, get the early bird discount. They offer the 100% satisfaction guarantee, which is key. Plus, it's a place I've used for almost a dozen years now. I love Natural Way, what they do with my yard. If you're tired of fighting weeds and watching that grass thin every single summer, give them a call. Great lawns don't happen by accident. You need the right timing, the right program. And listen, fertilization, aeration, weed control, disease control, they offer so much more, but you got to get on the schedule early. It's easier to prevent a problem than it is to fix one. Call right now at 888-GET-GREEN. For a limited time only, you purchase a full lawn program, you'll get free grub control, but you got to mention my name, Gator, and a station 97.1. Again, give them a call today, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
Somebody will get burned. Somebody will get burned in March Madness, whether it's a coach, a team, or just a fan base. More likely it's a fan base. By sitting there and looking at the brackets and speculating on all of the future matchups of who you could play in the second round, in the third round, regional final, et cetera, et cetera. And then you get on the court on Thursday or Friday, and the next thing you know, you're in a dogfight against some seed that on paper has no business playing with you. I'm sure Memphis didn't think Colorado State was going to be a problem last year, or 2 years ago when Yale beat Auburn, a 13-4. Michigan had a loss to an Ohio U team. Back in the early Beeline days, Michigan State had a Middle Tennessee loss of 15-2. I think it was a 15-2. But so you don't want to look ahead. And the only thing out of Thursday when Michigan and Michigan State play that evokes some sort of emotion is being in trouble or a loss. Both teams are expected to win. And you survive in advance is a real thing, and you celebrate your wins, but by celebrating your wins, it's usually, okay, what's next? When you're a 1 facing a 16, or in Michigan State's case, a 2 or a 3 facing a 14, you don't spend a whole lot of time celebrating. You just go, okay, what's next? But the question is, can either of these teams find themselves in trouble on Thursday? And it can happen. Like, it can absolutely happen. So how do you avoid it? And, it starts with the coaches. Now, Izzo's been around, done this a million times. Dusty May has had great success in the postseason with the Florida Atlantic. You do all the warning signs. And I have a theory that teams that play early, I think teams on Friday, I don't know if this is true, upsets are more likely to happen on Thursday than Friday for 2 reasons. One is it can be a quick turnaround for a favorite. 2 is your radar isn't up. But the first time that a 2 seed is in trouble with a 15, all the top seeds are going, whoa, whoa, whoa. You don't want to take an opponent lightly.
No, you definitely don't want to do that. And you're right. You're right on all the accounts there. Why there would be, we don't have the data to back it up, but it would make more sense.
Doesn't it feel like it?
It sure feels like it. The more of the upsets happen on the Thursday than the Friday because of the reasons you stated. I think you're spot on with that. I wouldn't expect Michigan State to have much of an issue with North Dakota State, nor Michigan to have any issue with Howard or whoever they're playing.
UMBC.
That's right. Baltimore County. I don't think they're going to have any issue there. I think Michigan is just going to go business as normal until they, get into a matchup against a team that's got some grit. And it may take a while before that happens. Maybe Texas Tech has a chance to trip them up, but I doubt it. I think it's going to go down to Michigan and Iowa State when all is said and done there. But with Michigan State, so anything unique about the bracket, the amount of blue bloods in this bracket is staggering when you look at Duke and Michigan State and Kansas and Louisville and UCLA and UConn. That's 6 teams or 7 teams there. It's oh my God.
Yeah, but they don't even have Kentucky. Right. You're right. I mean, that is some of those teams aren't like.
That's not. This is not the UCLA team that is capable of winning a national championship, but it's just throwing another team in the mix there. But my God, UConn, Michigan State, Kansas, and Duke are all capable of making runs. I don't think State's a national championship team, but they can play like one. I've seen them play like one this season, but they haven't done it consistently enough that makes you feel really good about their chances. But I do feel good about the North Dakota State game, and then hopefully you can get through whoever wins Louisville, South Florida, and then we're talking about this again next week when you get to the Sweet 16.
I often look, when it comes to upsets, since we started with Michigan State, I look for teams that can shoot the 3, that if they get hot, it's the buzzsaw effect. Some team just gets hot, and I think we had it locally here. Jack Golke was taking YOLO 3s. He made a few for Oakland University a few years ago against Kentucky. He made a few 3s, and he was just like, F it. I'm shooting every time I touch it. And he was bombing away with no regard for how far he was from the hoop, or whether he was guarded, whether he was fading away, and he just caught fire. Can North Dakota State do that? They shoot it 1 through 3 and 5. Like, they have 4 starters that will shoot it from 3. Tay Smith will come off the bench and hit some threes. But if looking at it from, all right, where is the first weekend danger for Michigan State? Oddly, it feels to me the people I respect are talking more and more about South Florida than Louisville. Now, Louisville's had a key injury, but South Florida's won 16 of 19. And if you look at their roster, they got transfers from Kentucky and Arkansas, Florida State, and James Madison. In fact, they got a transfer from Oakland University, went from Oakland to UAD and now to South Florida, and he was on the Jack Gohlke team. But the point being, people are talking about South Florida as one of the more difficult teams to draw in this tournament. And I think that in the first weekend, they might present the biggest danger to Michigan State. For Michigan, I think it might be St. Louis, who's a team that shoots 40% from three. They were down 21 points in the first half against George Washington and shot themselves right back into the game. And so, and St. Louis is the 9 seed. Like, they are the underdog against Georgia. But there's that sinking feeling when you get into you're a heavy favorite and you're in a tournament game, that you realize the rest of the country is tuning in to see your team struggle. And you were just like sweating bullets, because it's one thing to make it to the Final Four and lose. It's one thing to lose to a team in your peer group. It is a sinking feeling when you get yourself in trouble against a Cinderella and realize that the whole country is tuning in to watch your game.
Yeah, that's problematic for sure.
And again, it's gonna happen Thursday and Friday. It's gonna happen to somebody.
It will. There's no question about that. When you look at Michigan State and they need somebody to step up and be able to knock down threes, would be nice if they can do that. The best 3-point shooters are Jackson Kohler, who's hit 39% of the season, and Kerr Tang, who has knocked down 38% of them. Down the list is Jeremy Fears, who's only hit 32%. However, he's 13 for his last 25. He started to figure it out. I think it was the game after the Michigan game, or 2 games after the Michigan game, he started a little bit of a streak. And he's been awfully good from beyond the arc at that point, while still managing to dish off 10 assists a game. He's going to be obviously a key for Michigan State. He is the straw that stirs the drink and distributes the basketball. But if he starts knocking down shots like he's been knocking down shots lately, that may not be an issue.
248-539-9797. Monday's main Champ and Chump. Get your Champ and Chump votes in. We'll get to more of your feedback coming up. But let's go to Aubrey in Farmington Hills. You're next on 97.1. Hello, Aubrey.
Hey, guys. Welcome back. Doug, good to hear your voice, my man. And as always, you guys do a fantastic job. And for that, I appreciate both of you.
Thank you.
Look, what I like about Michigan is they take on, in my opinion, the personality of their coach. You have a team that won 17 games in the Big Ten. I think it was Purdue. They were forecasting a quote-unquote court storming. And in the big moments, this Michigan team doesn't get flustered. Now, frankly, they were outplayed yesterday by Purdue. That notwithstanding, I think the only thing that can stop Michigan, in my opinion, is themselves. And I think if they get off to a quick and early start against whomever they happen to play on Thursday, I think they will be okay. And even if they do get into a tight game, I think Dusty's personality and the personality of this team will keep them from getting panicky and the moment becoming too big for them. So that's my take, guys. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, look, they've played some close games, and they played more of them recently. The LJ Kaysen injury makes them a little bit more vulnerable, because it felt like they had 2 answers at every position. And they're gonna need to rely on something I've talked about a lot that showed up last year, and that's March Roddy. Roddy Gale last year in March was so big for them. But their defensive effort yesterday, I don't know how much. Dusty mentioned it during the broadcast. He said, look, we need to do better on that end of the floor, because Purdue was scoring. It felt like for a stretch of about 20 minutes, it felt like Purdue scored on 75% of its trips down the floor. They kept running that high pick and roll with Trey Kaufman-Wren and Braden Smith, and Michigan struggled to answer it. I don't know how much of what happened yesterday was a product of Purdue getting white hot and making a lot of shots or Michigan's lack of defense. I guess if Dusty said it was on them, so that means he thinks they can address it. And it's a good time to address it going into one-and-done basketball.
And they'll have to be able to address that when they when they play against the higher seeded teams. I think in the early rounds, I think Michigan physically, wise, will have the advantage.
Well, certainly, and I mean, most teams don't come at you with Braden Smith and Trey Kaufman-Wren. Like, that is a great, when those two are on, and that part of their game is clicking, Purdue's is going to be a tough out as anybody. Now, who's got that? Who's got players that good at those positions? So I don't think it's a flaw that's exposed. I think it's a problem that only Purdue presented Michigan this year. Others can do it. That's a good combination. And Trey Kaufman-Wren's been hurt much of the year and looks like he's healthy now. And I mean, he's got my respect.
Well, Purdue was a great team, and then they ran into a streak where they weren't a great team.
It was weird, wasn't it?
It was really weird. And now they're apparently back to being a great team.
248-539-9797. All right, you tell us how you feel about your draw, Michigan and Michigan State fans. I do have one question about something Tom Izzo did, and you tell me if I'm wrong. And we will get to that next at 12:32 on 97.1. All right, so here's my theory. Willing to hear disagreements. I don't cover this team, so I don't know it to be the case. I mean, I pay attention, but I'm not around them. Entrenched. Did Tom Izzo play Trey Fort and Kurt Tang more minutes against UCLA because he's expecting to use them in the postseason and wanted to get them going? Or did Tom Izzo play them more to rest his starters for this week? Or did it just happen to work out that way and there's no conclusions to be drawn?
Yes. I think both conclusions are, I think, acceptable. When we look at the total minutes played, I mean, you didn't rest Jeremy Fears. He played 36 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's a lot. And they went with a shorter bench there. But I think it's more about getting guys like Trey Fort reintroduced into the offense, that they do plan on
using him.
Yeah. When you look at, he played 13 minutes. Cam Ward played 11 minutes. Kurt Tang with 26. These are the guys coming off the bench. Yeah, I think expect Michigan State to be using that 8-man rotation with an occasional, Denim Wojcik coming into the game. Unless it's a blowout, then obviously you throw whatever you want out there. But I think they're going to shorten the bench. You have to when it comes to the tournament.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't know that it's part of the plan. It feels like if he was trying to get those guys minutes to get them going for March, he would have played them more minutes leading up to the Big Ten tournament. But I did find it a curious rotation. And maybe there's no conclusion to be drawn there. I always wonder how intentional certain moves are.
Well, some of it may have happened because of fouls as well.
It's true.
Jordan Scott and Fears both had 4 fouls on the game to go to the bench earlier with some of those guys. But like I mentioned, Jeremy Fears played the entire game basically.
Do you got Scott's game log in front of you or
Yes.
easily accessible?
Yeah.
Has he cooled off a little bit here?
In terms of his shooting, yeah. UCLA was 2 for 7, Michigan 1 for 7, Rutgers was 2 for 4, Indiana was 1 for 2, Purdue was 2 for 5. I don't know if he ever was hot. I mean, he may have knocked down some shots, but he was never a high volume shooter.
Went through a stretch there where I thought he was going to be maybe a guy that can make a big difference.
Well, he was hitting his 3-point attempts. I mean, he didn't take many of them, but he was knocking them down. 1 for 2, 1 for 2, 1 for 2, 1 for 2, 3 for 3, 3 for 8, 1 for 4, 3 for 4. That was a stretch where, okay, at least he's making a good percentage of what he was taking. And I think that's what they were looking for because he's a really good defender, but he's also got the ability to shoot from the outside.
I think, 248-539-9797. Spartan fans, how you feel about your draw and if you have any opinion on that. And then for Michigan fans, same thing. Want to know how you feel about your draw, but also is the LJ Kaysen injury the biggest concern? Like, because Michigan for a while there was just cruising and looking so good. And there's been some struggles. I don't think those, I was talking to my dad who's tired and watching, and he's really concerned about Michigan losing LJ Kaysen. And I said, I think it's more of a reminder that even when Michigan was hitting on all cylinders, winning in March is not easy. And it never was going to be. No matter how good you look, how dominant you look, and there have been stretches where Michigan has looked like nobody in the country could beat them. And no matter how good you look, winning in March is tough, man. It is really, really tough. And you probably need a little bit more luck than anybody wants to admit. And you can't run into the wrong team on the wrong day because sometimes teams just get white hot. But I do think that Michigan's going to see a lot of zone defense early in this tournament with outmatched teams, whether it be Howard or UMBC. And that worked for Minnesota for a good portion of that game at Chrysler. And if you are outmanned, what are you going to throw at a team that is just that much better than you? I think that they'll see some zone. Feedback coming in. I got the same thing, Doug. I wanted both Wisconsin and Arkansas. I was so upset when I saw them. They were playing each other. Yeah, those were two teams I thought, here's a couple sleepers that make a deep run as long as they're not in like Arizona's bracket. And then they ended up, they're aligned to play each other in the second round, and it would be a Sweet 16 matchup with Arizona. Don't sleep on the Houston Cougars in this tournament. That's from an unnamed texter. And I would agree.
Don't sleep on Cougars?
Don't sleep on the the Houston Cougars.
Right.
Mm-hmm. That's what you meant?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. They are very, very good. And I can't remember the name of their freshman, but they got one of the most bouncy, elite athlete freshmen that I've seen this year. I'm not going to bother looking it up because nobody cares. I fill out my bracket online the second it becomes available. Knee-jerk reactions on every pick. I never revise it before tip-off. I do poorly. That's from John Lincoln. Kang, how much time will you put into it?
Probably 30 minutes.
Okay.
So my strategy usually is, for the smaller schools at least, right? Because you're going to see more upsets, generally speaking, now, because I think just so many guys are one and done. I think you look for teams with senior leadership, upperclassmen, and three-point shooting like you like as well. Those are the teams I really take a deeper dive into and see, all right, can this team upset the Blue Blood or whatever, So that takes some time as far as researching, and that's why 30 minutes or so, I would say.
Yeah, okay. My champ is Paul Skeens. My chump is Tarek Skubal. He should not be allowed to have the uniform on and be on the bench as an inactive player. If I were a USA teammate, I wouldn't even acknowledge him. Hope the Tigers just trade this guy.
I can agree with some of what he had to say. I think seeing him on the bench when he's not pitching anymore. I mean, do they need him to beat Great Britain?
No, he's not even on the roster.
I know. I don't think he should be on the bench. I don't think he should either. But I don't really care all that much because this is an exhibition tournament in spring training. I care about the season that begins in 2 weeks, less than 2 weeks.
Okay, I'm looking at this feedback. I'm just going to read a bunch of these.
He's going to be chump of the week.
He's going to be, yeah. Skubal can change his mind, be all in or be all out. That's it. He's not going to pitch, but he's going to hang out in the dugout in his uniform, all in or all out. He's a clown. That's from an unnamed texter. Charlie in Florida. Doug, Detroit is fatigued with Skubal. It's because every decision he makes seems to be self-serving. We love athletes who want to win for the fans, and he just gives off the stench of everything he does is about his upcoming contract.
Put yourself in the same position.
Are you me as the fan, or is
not you? The people that are texting and talking about this and using the contract of what he's going to get at the end of the season. Put yourself in the same position. How would you handle this if it were you?
Mm-hmm.
If you were staring a $400 million plus contract in the offseason, would it matter to you if you're going to be playing in the World Baseball Classic exhibition or not? I mean, does it matter? Or would you the problem with Tarek Skubal is it's hypocritical with what he's done. It's like he's halfway in, halfway out. Like, I'm going to play, I'm not going to play. I want to play, no, I'm not going to play. I want to wear the uniform and sit on the bench, but I'm not going to play.
Sure.
Optically, it's just optics. And it's the fans' reaction from a guy who is clearly headed down the path of free agency, which means he doesn't want to be a Detroit Tiger past this year. What he wants is the money cannon contract that his agent is going to get him. That's what fans are concluding. So they're given the preemptive,
okay,
I want you to do well for my team, which is the Tigers, but screw you otherwise.
I'm stunned at how much this bothers people.
It does bother people.
Like, I'm stunned. And I think sometimes in these jobs, it's easy to I don't think it's happened with us much. And maybe it's not you on this case, it's me. Are you stunned at this vitriol towards Skubal today? I'm stunned.
I'm not because people saw him on the bench last night in a game that actually was pretty exciting to watch. And they're in the finals now on tomorrow night. They'll take on the winner of Venezuela and Italy tonight. And that guy's not going to play for the team, even though he's sitting on a bench. It's like, well, what are you doing? I understand it. I don't agree with it. I understand it.
I can't stand Scott Boras, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Because, and it's not because he's doing his job. His job is to maximize his client's amount of money that he makes. I think the limit crap is so irritating to fans, especially fans of a team that is likely to lose him. He's having fun with this. He's joking around, and we're emotionally distressed over the fact that one of our best players is likely to leave, and I can't say I'm going to be. I haven't made every decision in my life about money. Okay, I will make that clear. I'm not sure how I can begrudge someone who's looking to maximize their income. I mean, how many people in your jobs turn down raises? How many people turn down a job offer that's better? If you've done it in your life, great. And I've actually turned down a raise to leave a job before in my life, but it was what was right for my family. So I don't know that I certainly wouldn't handle it. If I were Scooble, I'd tell Boris to shut up with the limericks, because I think that stuff is insulting to fans. But not enough. This stuff doesn't bother me so much that it's got me turning on Scooble for sitting in the dugout. I'm shocked. But champ Team USA chump Scooble, make no mistake. He's not looking out for the Tigers or returning to Detroit to get ready for the Tigers. He's putting himself first, looking at the next contract and not risking injury. Do it now. Don't do it during the Tiger season. If he does it during the Tiger season, I have an issue. But he's doing it during this exhibition tournament. Maybe that's part of the issue. I don't care about the World Baseball Classic. I can turn it on and find out if I care.
I think fans would feel differently if you didn't see a shot of him in the dugout. Like, out of sight is out of mind. Like, I'd rather see a shot of him in the dugout when the Tigers played the Yankees yesterday, where he's high-fiving Jordan Yost after a grand slam, or he's shaking the hand of Framber Valdez after pitching, 5 shutout innings. That's what I want to see. I don't need to see him on the bench of the World Baseball Classic team that he's not playing for.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
DraftKings Casino is putting the power in your hands with new exclusive flex spins. We're talking 100 million flex spins are up for grabs, and you get to choose how to use your share. With flex spins, all players can flex their fund across 100 plus slots, a reward only available on DraftKings Casino. It's your way, it's your play, it's your way. Head to the app to play for your daily share of 100 million flex spins now through March 29th. The crown is yours in partnership with DraftKings Casino. And if you or someone you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus, physically present in Michigan. Eligibility restrictions apply. One reward per day. Reward amount and claim or play requirements vary daily. Rewards issued as non-withdrawable flex spins for choice of select games that expire in 7 days. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Ends March 29th at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time.
This morning, John Jansen called the Red Wing game tonight against Calgary a must-win game.
Okay.
How do you feel about that?
Yeah. I mean, there's 15 games left.
Mm-hmm.
They have no room for error, very little room for error, right? I mean, they're in competition with a couple other teams. It was great to see Montreal lost last night in regulation. So that's a team they're chasing in the standings. They're only behind by a couple of points. But this is how tight things are. I think they're 2 points behind Montreal, if I go through this correctly. I believe it's 2 points behind Montreal for third place in the division. And that is correct. Montreal has a game in hand. They are even with Boston for the wild card spot with 80 points. Both teams are 1 point ahead of Columbus at 79 and 3 points ahead of Ottawa at 77. Everybody has played 66 games there except for the Red Wings who have played 67. So everybody's got the game in hand. Red Wings have got to win this game tonight to get the 2 points to at least just keep pace, right?
Mm-hmm.
Ride this out. You keep winning, you're in the playoffs. It's going to be tough. With the injuries they've got, they're going to evaluate at the end of the week. They'll evaluate Kopp and Larkin to see if they're ready to go. We don't know about Rasmussen, how long he's out. Brenzig Nygaard looks like he's a day-to-day thing. They've brought up a handful of guys, it seems like, from Grand Rapids to compete as well. David Perron is with this team now. And they were fortunate to get a point against Dallas. Very fortunate to get a point against Dallas. I'm so glad they did.
Mm-hmm.
And they were down 2-0 in that game, and you're like, there's no way they're going to do anything. And they get a fluke goal where the goaltender knocks it in his own net after making a save when his glove is going down to stop it on the ice after it's already hit off his body and ends up knocking it backwards. Then they tie it up. And it's like, just get it to overtime. Just hang on for over. And the last 30 seconds of that period, the third period, were just insane with how many opportunities Dallas was getting. They kept them off the board, and then they get to overtime. They give up the goal. That sucks, but at least they got the point, and the point is massive. Every point from here on out is massive. When you take on a Calgary team that has only 59 points this year, you have got to take advantage of that. I know the Red Wings are depleted. So what? Every other team is dealing with injuries of some kind, and you can't make excuses for the injuries anymore. You got to win the games you got to win. This is one they got to win.
248-539-9797. Gator, I can put myself in Scooble's shoes, staring down a contract next year, $400 million, whether it's WBC or MLB. He's going to not give it his all for the team just to get that contract. So that's why I was worried about the Tigers bringing him back this year and not trading him. It's from Chad in a truck.
Well, Chad, I would say I think he's absolutely going to give it his all for the Tigers. And maybe that's one of the reasons why he didn't want to do this for the World Baseball Classic, is because he plays for the Tigers. He earns a paycheck for the Tigers. This stuff with the World Baseball Classic, whether it's fake patriotism right now or not, it's just an exhibition. Other nations take it differently. And I think for Tarek Skubal, I think this decision that he's made to not pitch anymore for them, I think he's going to regret it. Either you do, either you make the decision to play on this team or you don't. And he kind of went halfway in. And I think in the end he's going to regret it, because if they win tomorrow night, he's going to feel like on the outside looking in, because he had very little to do
that's
with
on him. Like,
no, I get it.
I don't know.
And it's a whole separate issue. It's just something I was thinking of actually earlier this morning. I'm like, he's going to regret not pitching for this team, because he could be pitching the game tomorrow night to clinch it, and he's not going to.
Wow. The bashing of Skubal is just so messed up. The world we live in today is so upside down. It's from David Bancroft. I mean, I tend to agree that there's a lot of upside down stuff. It probably is. There's probably a direct correlation between how important the World Baseball Classic is to some fans and frustrations with Skubal. And maybe that's the people that really, really care.
Maybe those are the ones that are vocal.
Yep.
I don't really, really care. I enjoy the World Baseball Classic, but I'm not like crazy into it. I ended up watching every pitch last night, which I was surprised at. But let
me say,
whatever.
If there's sitting out of any kind during the Tiger season, I'll be mad. I will. That'd be BS. But I'm happy that that's his primary focus. Now, a lot of this may go back to the 7th inning last year in Seattle.
Oh, there's a lot of that. Which
Champ,
I think is stupid, but
Champ, the USA sled hockey gold medal winner for Canada, Chumpa Scuba. That's from Joe in Lake Orion. Turk Scuba just doesn't want to be at spring training. Same thing when people don't want to go to work. Same thing when people don't want to go to work. That's from Big Terry.
He's still getting his work in. He just, I mean, to go from Lakeland to Miami it's not a big trek.
No. I wish Terry Scuba would pitch for USA so we don't have to start McLean. That's from Jerome and Holt. 248-539-9797. Well, I will say this will be one of the more stunning developments in Champ and Chumpa in recent memory, but you know it's important to the fans, clearly. All right, March Madness brackets are out. You tell me if you want to, what you think of your team's bracket. USF coach. I said earlier, he looks like a character from Game of Thrones. Scott writes in, he looks more like an Irish blacksmith. Whatever it is, he's.
Yeah, which looks like a character in Game of Thrones.
Okay, there you go. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Mike next on 97.1. Hi, Mike.
Hey, you guys. I just want to say, I think you guys do a great job of providing sensible, reasonable views about what's going on in Detroit sports. You talk about what's, can be done in the scheme of not just making the biggest impact, having the biggest splash, but thinking about stuff like the salary cap, what pieces can fit where. And I really appreciate that. I don't find that in a lot of other sport talks people. And you guys are always kind of thinking about the bigger picture, not just sort of get people excited, upset, and talking. You really kind of give thoughtful approaches to stuff. So I just want to say thank you for that. And I think Brad Holmes is doing a fine job. I think that he's being patient, he's being sensible, and he's going to construct the team in the best way he thinks is possible. And we'll just sort of see what happens after that.
Well, we've seen a lot of Detroit mistakes historically, and the mistakes have usually been committing to the wrong players. There has been very little of that with Brad Holmes. And when he does make a commitment that fails, it's things like Marcus Davenport on a prove-it contract that he didn't prove it, and it wasn't very costly. And so there are some cheaper leaps of faith that haven't worked out for him. But I will say the hardest part of the job is that final piece to put you over the top, and he hasn't figured that out yet. He deserves another chance. I mean, if it were easy, the same teams would constantly be winning the Super Bowl. But at the end of the day, he's got work to do. And there's a lot of time to get work done, though. There's a lot of time to get work done.
I agree that last step is the hardest. Just think of Adrian Dantley, Mark Aguirre. It's a gutsy move to make, but, got him over the hump. Doesn't always work out, but it did that time.
Yeah. And I mean, if you look at Philly 2 years ago, famously didn't make a move at the trade deadline, won the Super Bowl. But they also have done some things differently than the Lions. And Brad Holmes might have to get out of his comfort zone a little bit. Only know in due time when it's all said and done if what he did worked, but I do have high expectations for the remainder of free agency. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Brought to you by Mother Waddles. The Red Wings have a huge 8-day stretch coming up that starts tonight as they welcome the Calgary Flames to town. With 15 games left in the season, the Wings are tied with Boston for 80 points as they currently occupy the last playoff spot in the Eastern Conference, but are just 1 point ahead of the Columbus Blue Jackets. Columbus does not play again until tomorrow when they have a tough game at home against the Carolina Hurricanes. For tonight, the Wings will drop the puck at 7 o'clock against the Flames in what feels like a must-win. After making his re-debut on Saturday for the Wings, tonight will likely be the first game for the newly acquired David Perron in front of a home crowd. The same goes for defenseman Justin Falk, who made his Wings debut during the road trip. Hear all the action right here on 97.1 tonight at 7 o'clock. Pregame show at 6:45. Some Tigers news today. Cater Montero will start in the WBC semifinals tonight for Venezuela against Italy. That game's at 8 p.m. Winner faces Team USA in the championship tomorrow. Also, A.J. Hinch announced that Framber Valdez will be the number 2 starter behind Tarek Skubal in the rotation this season. No other determinations about the rotation have been made just yet. Also, some wild March Madness news today. Alabama junior guard and second leading scorer Aiden Holloway was arrested Monday after authorities found over a pound of marijuana at a Tuscaloosa residence. Holloway's availability for Alabama's first-round game against Hofstra on Friday is currently unknown. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabat. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Well, indeed, that could be huge news in March Madness. I'm not even sure what's legal and illegal when it comes to marijuana anymore. A pound of marijuana, apparently in his residence, for the leading three-point shooter and second leading scorer for Alabama. Feels like it could be an issue.
Is it legal in the state of Alabama?
I have no idea, dude. He got arrested, so something is illegal. But I'm not clear on that. Do we have any resident pot experts here at the station that could help us out? As I look behind the glass.
Well, as I look as I look up Google search, this is as of March 2026, recreational marijuana is illegal in Alabama. So this just in, you can't have a pound of weed in your possession in the state of Alabama.
There you go. 248.
Is there something else with it was with the postage or something like that? Like, was he going to distribute it and mail it out? Or I don't know. There was something with the word postage next to it.
Let's see here. First degree possession of marijuana and failure to affix a tax stamp. So I don't know if that's what you're referencing.
Something like that. Yeah. Having a pound of weed in a state where you're not allowed to have weed, that's a problem.
But what is the tax stamp? And a failure to, is it sitting next to the marijuana and he needs to put it on the marijuana?
I don't know. And another thing.
You're forgetting St. John's in the East bracket. Don't underestimate this team, especially since the committee was less than fair to them with a 5 seed. St. John's also beat Connecticut twice this year and won the Big East. Oh, you know what? That's in reference to us talking about all the blue bloods in the East. So, I mean, Duke. You brought up Duke, Kansas, Louisville, Michigan State, UCLA, UConn.
That's correct.
And he wants to include. He thinks we should include St. John's in that group.
No.
Yep.
Is it blue blood? No.
I assume that's why he says we're forgetting them. I totally underestimated the LJ Kaysen injury, writes Ryan in Arizona. Elliot Cadeau has struggled with physicality, and when he goes to the bench, our offense is stagnant. Axel needs to be more aggressive early. Well, LJ Kaysen was the backup point guard for Reed. And so when the ball's in McKinney's hands, the freshman, or Roddy Gale's hands, they've had Yaxel bring it up the floor. I mean, there are some challenges, and yeah, his loss definitely hurts. But I still think they got a good shot to win this thing, but it was never going to be easy, and that just made it harder.
St. John's, by the way, has made 2 Final Four appearances, the last in 1985.
So you're not going to put them in the blue blood?
No,
category?
I don't think I should put them in the blue blood. They haven't made an Elite 8 since 1999.
Is it Chris Mullen? Is that the last time they were there?
Could be. Luke Carnesecca, was that St. John's?
Luke Carnesecca, who always looked like he was 120 years old.
Right.
Yeah. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Robert in Southfield. You're on 97.1. Hello, Robert.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
What's up?
Man, Scoop is what's up, man, because this is the issue I have with him. Either you in or you out. Everybody on that, do you see how high level this is, this tournament? I know it's what is an exhibition, but these people are not playing like it's an exhibition tournament. It's on the same high level as the Olympics with the Canadians and the USA. It is so high level, and you so waffling in and out, in and out, in and out. That I have a problem with that. Either you in or you out. Scott Boras is giving him bad advice.
So let me ask you a question, Robert, because I'm open to the fact that I might not be understanding. But why does it matter? Is there some tangible way that him not saying he's not going to pitch and sitting on the bench, is there some tangible way that it's hurting Team USA?
No, but it's just you're in. Listen, everybody
you can say that, Robert. I got it. You're saying that over and over again. You're either in or you're out. But if it doesn't hurt the team in any tangible way, why does it matter?
Why are you there to get a trophy or a ring or the prestige? Either you in or you're out. Plain and simple. I mean, I'm serious. Everybody else, you see the emotions, the way these people. $500 million players diving in the home plate, doing swims, Vladdy, Soto. Come on, man. Make it make sense.
And they're out. Oh, I'm sorry.
You either in or you out.
And they're out of the tournament because they lost last
Robert,
night.
I just if it's not hurting the team, I can't bring myself to care.
Tomorrow. They need him tomorrow. Plain and simple.
Okay, well, then it just changed. Now it just changed. It just changed. You want him to pitch tomorrow.
Absolutely. If he could pitch one inning, that's fine. You know, this is a high-level tournament, man. This ain't no
it's an exhibition.
It actually is.
It's completely an exhibition. It's different for the other nations than it is for the United States, but it's an exhibition. They're playing it in spring training. All right? If this were a real tournament, they'd do it in the middle of the season when you can get a pitcher that can go 7, 8, 9 innings or whatever, and the guys are already in a froth because they've been playing for half a season. But I don't want that to happen either, because what matters is the Major League season, not the World Baseball Classic.
Why is all I understand what you're saying, but why all these other players? I'm talking $500 million
because
players,
they're from a different nation. Because that does mean something for them. Because it is national pride for those guys. They make their living in the United States, but they're still Venezuelans or they're Dominicans or they're Japanese. It means something for them to take on the Americans because the Americans are the best of the best.
Look, I'm open-minded to this because given the number of chump votes he's getting today, I don't know if I should say I'm clearly in the minority, but I don't care.
This is the
and
same.
I don't think if it doesn't hurt the team in any way by him just being there, I'm not sure where all this is coming from.
We could try to draw comparisons to other sports, but it's different because in baseball, the pitching aspect is different because you're starting in spring training where the guys aren't stretched out to throw 100 pitches. That's not going to happen, right?
Yep.
So it's different. So trying to find any comparison, is this like having the World Basketball Championships? Is that it when they have them in the summertime? Does it mean more for some of the European nations than it does the United States? I bet it does. For the Americans, it's like there's pride on the line that we shouldn't lose to the rest of the world, but the rest of the world is catching up. So it means more for them.
Kang's our producer, and Kang, you often tell me when I'm completely missing something. Am I missing something here?
No, I'm surprised too, Doug.
Okay.
I am. I did not realize. I knew there was scuba fatigue, but I don't think we realized how much scuba fatigue there was. And I think at this point, anything he does that's not, you know what I mean, not considered like, the obvious right thing to do, then I think people are going to jump on him.
And can you imagine when he has a bad start this year?
Oh, yeah. It's going to be worse. Every single Scuba start's going to be like this.
If we have underestimated this and how much vitriol we're getting today towards Tarik Skubal, for Team USA, two things. One, it's going to be multiplied if things go wrong with the Tigers this year. And two is, I'm wondering if he and his camp underestimated this.
Well, they did that PR tour that no one asked for. That was right, like in the middle of the
I'll go to a Pistons game.
Right.
I'll go to a Red Wings game. I'll do anything. What do you want me to do?
Dude, everything's been strange.
Hey, Lions, how are you?
Yeah, and then when he just did the one game this year or whatever, 5 innings for the World Baseball Classic, then he bailed and he said, well, I didn't realize how, I said, everything has been weird.
So what's funny about this is, if that is 100% what this is all about, I could almost understand somebody calling every week and chumping Scooble for not, he says there was no offer. The Tigers said that Bordas didn't return their calls on negotiations. If you're mad about that and it just carries over into this, I would almost vote for him every week. And I am frustrated by that. But I also, unfortunately, recognizing the way this game is set up right now, no matter what Detroit offers, Boston, New York teams, the Dodgers, they can always offer more. They just can. Nathan in Pontiac, you're on 97.1. Hi, Nathan.
Hey, gents. Good afternoon.
What's up?
So I wanted to talk about Scooble as well. Kind of agree with the last caller. I believe that he should have never even opted in for the World Baseball Classic. Very much so last year in the playoffs, Game 5 against Seattle, and he said, nope, I'm not pitching over 100 pitches. And that's kind of been his MO his entire career after Tommy John. Now, the whole offseason has been drama with the contract, the arbitration, who's going to pay him, are we going to trade him? And it's just getting to a point where don't join the exhibition games if you want to get paid. And the fact that he went into the WBC and used it as like his press tour, it's just, no, pick one. Like, you either don't care if your arm gets blown out or you want the money and you continue towards the MLB path. But the wishy-washy halfway stuff is just, it's getting old as a Detroit fan.
So if he basically, how many pitches did he throw in that start against Great Britain? And did that equate as a typical spring training start he would have had with Detroit?
I don't believe so. I mean, I believe he went 6 innings there, so it's about on par. Or no, I mean he went 5 innings, 5 2/3, I believe.
Yeah, what was the pitch count compared to what his start before and after was for the Tigers? And was it just a typical workload?
Tigers are usually, I would say, it wasn't a typical workload. It would be, I would say, for spring training, but not for actual MLB season aspect.
Right, that's kind of the point. If it was typical for spring training, he just did his work for the Tigers in the World Baseball Classic.
Yeah, and people don't like that. That's why they're saying be all in or be all out. Do that work with the Tigers. Don't do it with the Team USA.
But that's implying that the outcome of a Tiger spring training game matters.
No, I'm talking about for the World Baseball Classic. Like if he just was doing his work that what he would have typically done with the Tigers, instead he was doing it for World Baseball Classic. The last 2 times Scuba has pitched that where it's meant anything, and I'm including the World Baseball Classic, it doesn't look like he's giving everything he has, I think, to certain Tiger fans, and so they're kind of annoyed by it. Obviously, the playoff game, right, where people thought he could have gone out for another inning, and then the World Baseball Classic when he's there just to get his work in. Like, this means something to all the other countries in this tournament.
All right, he pitched 3 innings against Great Britain.
Okay.
All right. He threw 41 pitches. It's spring training start. That's all it was.
Yeah, and I think some people are mad that the perception is he's not in it to win it.
And that's fine, because he probably isn't. He probably is.
Well, that's why they're mad, right? I think,
But I don't know how many of the guys are in it to win it. I mean, you can look at the intensity in Bryce Harper's eyes, but I mean, it's not.
Position players are a completely different thing than pitchers. 248-539-9797, 97.1.
Hey, if you want that green weed-free lawn this summer, do the right thing and call the folks at Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service, where you get green and stay green with Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN is the telephone number. You can get green and stay green and save green when you prepay. Call by the end of the month to get the early bird discount. They've been serving Michigan since 1990. It's a company I've used for the last, about a dozen years. I love what Natural Way provides. It's a 100% satisfaction guarantee, by the way. And for greener grass and fewer weeds, early treatment is key. They offer programs designed to strengthen the turf, improve the color, and control the weeds. But like I said, you got to start early for the best results. It's so much easier to prevent a problem than it is to fix a problem. Call right now, 888-GET-GREEN, and for limited time only, you purchase a full lawn program, you'll get free grub control, but you got to mention my name, Gator, and a station 97.1. I love what they do. When they're done spraying the yard, they drop off a little note, and it's pretty detailed of what they've done and what the problems are with your yard and what you need to do to fix it. Call them right now, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
I just said to Gator off the air, I feel really weird defending the millionaire athlete. And Gator, you said, and not only that, a guy who doesn't want to be in Detroit, apparently. And I'm like, yeah, I don't think I think the criticism and maybe turning against your guy because it looks like he's leaving here no matter what makes sense. I think the criticism of him being half in for the World Baseball Classic is unfair, but it obviously has rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. Or being mad at Scooble is going to manifest itself in being mad about everything he does. That's probably it more than anything.
you definitely can't ignore what's going on with Scuba and the Tigers and the contract situation. Then also the playoff game.
No,
right?
no.
All that stuff is part
if
of
you
it.
Want, like if you're calling up and saying I'm mad at Scuba, but they're mad at him about something that I can't see its relevance. But
they're putting it together. It's like a combo meal. I think they're combining it. But also, you guys don't really care about the World Baseball Classic, right?
I mean, I can't fake it.
No,
I don't.
That's totally fine.
Yep.
But you guys cared about the 4 nations in the Olympics. And so these people care about, I think, the World Baseball Classic just like you cared about the Olympics. So they're like, what are you doing? Is Connor Hellebuck just played 2 periods and left? Why? Oh, to get his work in? You know what I mean? You'd be pissed. You'd be like, why'd you even show up? I think they're maybe saying the same thing.
I guess I'd love to know how many people actually do care about the World Baseball Classic. Because when I brought it up last week, we didn't get anybody calling in saying they cared about the World Baseball Classic.
Is that right?
Yeah. So, I mean, I think the percentage is probably low of people that really care and where it really matters. Or they just started watching last night and then they started to care last night because you see how much somebody else cares. The Dominican Republic, their fans care. Those players care. And when you see that, you want to care. And yes, there was emotion from the players on the American side when they hit their home runs, when Judge made this incredible throw from right field to third base to nail a guy at third. It was awesome. And I started to care. But not enough where I'm going to, completely crap on one of the players that decides he doesn't want to play anymore in this thing.
Part of this, too, is foreshadowing, holy crap, this is going to be an uncomfortable Tiger season. Because they have postseason, division championship, postseason, and not absurd World Series aspirations. And maybe their most valuable asset, the fans, some fans have turned on. It's going to be a weird season, man. It's going to be a really weird season. 248-539-9797. We still got March Madness, of course. We'll take your phone calls on that. You want to jump in on Michigan and Michigan State, how you feel about the draw. We'll get into more specifics on how far those teams will go as the week goes on. Let's go to Paul in Clinton Township. Hi, Paul.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
I got to tell you, they're going to have to study how quickly and far Tarek Skubal's star has fallen. And I'm telling you, I think in the end, listen, I think he would get paid no matter who his agent was. Okay. I think this guy was going to get paid an absolutely life-changing amount of money no matter what. But I think he might in the end regret having Boris as his agent because it seems like everything that he's done has gone wrong. And a lot of it is perception. And,
I'm sorry, I hate to interrupt. Everything Boris has done wrong has gone wrong, or everything Skubal?
Everything Skubal is doing right now is perceived to be turning out bad. The whole tour people just don't like anything he's doing right now. And I think a good portion of this is people have such hatred for Scott Boras as his agent, and then you combine it with this whole holdout. You combine it with the way he came out Game 6. Then he went and took the tour, the victory tour around these stadiums. And then with this, he's right now a PR nightmare right now. He's absolutely, I think, getting terrible advice. And I feel bad because he seems like a genuinely good guy. And right now, he is being perceived terrible. And not just Detroit. If you guys go, I don't know, if you go on to national baseball pages on social media, Skeens is the darling and Skubal is the guy that everybody
It's easy to pit them against each other because they're the two best pitchers in baseball. One guy went to the Air Force Academy, and flew some jets and then finished off at LSU. And when he had to put a camera and microphone in front of his face, says, I'm doing this for our country. I'm doing it for these guys. I love it. And he's all in and all patriotic about it. And the other guy isn't. And the other guy's wishy-washy about should I play or not? I don't know.
And I hate it for my own local guy, right? I mean, because it sucks. I mean, like right now, as a local Detroit fan, it would be so spectacular to be sitting ready for him to start this game tomorrow night and lead the U.S. to this. I know some people don't care. I tell you what, baseball fans do care about this. After the way the Japanese American game ended in 23. I could not wait, and I know all of my other baseball buddies could not wait till this one to come around. And we should be watching Skeens pitch the semi, Skubal the final, all the glory to the Tiger player and pitcher, and instead we're getting none of that. And it's even worse. You have everyone turning on him, and I'm telling you, this Tiger season, I feel bad. I think it's gonna be extremely difficult for Tarek this year coming up, and I don't want that for him. And listen, I'm not happy. I'm furious with how the Seattle game went last year in the playoffs, and I can't stand his agent and everything, but he seems like a genuinely good guy, and he's taken, like I said, it's a PR nightmare right now. He's taking a beating.
Well, I think one thing you're definitely right about, this season could get really weird. Now, Paul puts much of it, as people hate Boris so much. And that Skubal shouldn't have got the Boris thing. I got so much worse for me with the limericks.
Well, he's just trying to be cute and smart, and it wasn't just with Skubal. It was every one of his.
I know
the players he represented. It was, it's annoying as hell. If I were doing an interview, I probably would have shot it down. Say, all right, enough of this. We really want to talk seriously about stuff, not you waxing poetic about,
trying to be
Lucky
cute when there are a lot of fans' emotions wrapped up in what this guy's going to do, and you're joking about taking him elsewhere. That doesn't sit well with me. And I said it from moment one, and this isn't an unforgivable crime, but I said it from moment one. If I'm Skubal, I tell him to cut it out. And
fans have definitely. I don't know how big the percentage are. There's a lot of fans that have turned on Tarek Skubal for sure. Now, will those fans still feel the same way when we get into May, and he's pitching, he's humming along like he has been for the last few years? I suspect that they'll be just fine with him, and until you get uncomfortable getting towards the trade deadline, see where the team's at, then you're going to ask yourself, should they trade him before they lose him for nothing? Those things. Those will be the different thoughts that come in when you get to June and into July.
Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. 248-539-9797. Kevin McGonigal just hit another bomb.
What?
Cody Stavenhagen on Twitter just posted, Kevin McGonigal has about 50 friends and family members in the stands today, and he just hit a down and in slider 437 feet way out of Joker Marchant Stadium.
Yeah, it was a 3-run homer. They're up 7-0 in the bottom of the first inning. Yeah, that's McGonigal. That's what he do.
Didn't we have somebody shoot the boot guarantee that he would come north with the team?
I don't know if we had maybe a listener.
Yeah, not one of us.
Yeah. Probably. I mean, he's making a team. He should make the team.
Like that at this point you're thinking of as a given.
I am, because he's made the plays defensively. They finally got a chance to watch him actually make some plays defensively, and he's done that. He can obviously hit. More importantly, he has the approach they're looking for. He's hitting 286 in the spring. Cooled down a little bit, but he was still getting on base. His on-base percentage is 459. So, yeah, I kind of think he's going to make the team. They put an emphasis on that. And now that Javi Baez is back playing again, he's healthy, that's going to be your center fielder. Unless Parker Meadows comes on. Meadows is hitting 147 this spring. It's ticked up a little bit. He drew a walk here in this game. But, there's a lot of pressure on Parker Meadows to get it done.
Yeah, and it feels like that clock is ticking, doesn't it?
Oh, it's ticking.
Mm-hmm.
And, Jahmai Jones may have felt pretty good about his position as well because he can hit right or lefties. But he's only hitting 083. He's hitting 083 this spring. And that's with a hit in today's game.
Nick Kurtz last year for the Athletics.
So good.
Hit 36 home runs at a OPS over 1,000.
Mm-hmm.
And, rookie of the year stuff here. And
didn't play the whole season.
And this is what it's sort of the unpredictable variable. If McGonigal's spring is indicative, you think about how much that would help. Oh my God. And so then you and I have either, I don't know if it's a strength or a weakness, whatever it is, but it's definitely one thing from the first time we did a show together, which was a couple of years ago, we started. But it was this whole concept of, okay, how can things work out? Like what needs to happen for our team to be better than the expectation is, for our team to be cutting down nets on Monday nights, or for our team to be hoisting the Larry O'Brien Trophy or the Stanley Cup or win the World Series. And sometimes you sit down and you go, okay, the best we can hope for is our team's 500. How do we get to be 500? Or how do we get to sneak into the playoffs? How do the Tigers become a more legitimate World Series contender? Is something along the lines of Kevin McGonigal having a Rookie of the Year type season. And with each passing week in spring training, I mean, just coming north with a club doesn't make you Rookie of the Year.
No.
But it's obviously the first step, and it feels like less and less of okay, Doug and Scott are really stretching here for this to be the case.
This is different than, say, a few years ago when Colt Keith was in spring training and, they made the commitment to him with a contract. Okay, because Colt Keith, it wasn't like he was killing the ball with the Tigers in spring training, but they felt reasonably confident that this is going to be a guy who's going to develop. He's going to be great. Let's sign him to an extension here before he even gets going. We'll give him a contract right away. Kevin McGonigal is getting accolades from everyone.
Yep.
He's the number 2 prospect in all of baseball behind Connor Griffin from Pittsburgh. And by all accounts, Connor Griffin's going to be great too. But people keep talking about him. Why? Because he keeps doing things. He hits, like this, he hit, what 400, how many feet was this one?
What did I say, 436?
I think so. He hit a 459-foot home run earlier in the spring off of Severino, who's the guy who started last night's World Baseball Classic for Dominican Republic.
Mm-hmm.
That guy. He doesn't get, the moments aren't too big for him. And he's done a great job of adapting and adjusting as things have gone on. And it's just been a few weeks of his, spring training look here. But there is nothing that says right now, you know what, he needs a little more seasoning. The only thing would have you saying is, he hasn't played a AAA yet. Okay, great, but he's getting major league at-bats against major league pitching.
I can't remember who had that study, but we had somebody had the data where we looked. There's plenty of it's not unusual for really good ones to make the jump from AA straight to the majors, and so we'll find out. But this is a very helpful development in spring training. That every time this guy has another good game, I'm sure that it feels like the Tigers' fortunes for this coming season points up a little bit.
Cody Stavenhagen from The Athletic has his Tigers roster 3.0 projection.
When did he put this out?
Today. And in that projection, he has McGonigal making the team. He also has Parker Meadows making the team. The man who is on the outside looking in, for him, is Wenzel Perez, which is interesting because he's a switch hitter.
Yeah.
And provides some.
He's a valuable role player.
Yeah, he can play center field when he needs to. He can play anywhere else in the outfield. So that to me is kind of interesting.
Does he have Veerling making the team?
Yes. Yeah, I think Veerling's definitely making the team.
Okay.
Veerling's a guy that could be a trade piece halfway through the season. That other team would want a veteran player that can play in this league. That maybe you trade him away along with a prospect and get something, a bullpen arm or something like that.
Interesting.
But I think it's interesting that Perez is left off of that list. Jahmai Jones is not doing himself any favors. And I haven't seen I have to double check and see what Perez has done this spring.
This is no different, though, than what we talked about with the Lions, is eventually you get to the point where there are difficult cuts.
Yeah.
Like you've upped the talent to a point where there are guys that have had some value. I mean, I don't think anybody thinks that the World Series contender is built around Wenzel Perez, but if he is gone and doesn't make this team out of spring training,
well,
then that means something else went right.
He's hitting 179, and it's all he's had are base hits. So his slugging percentage is only 460. So he has struggled this spring. Jahmai Jones has struggled this spring. And it just opens the door flat out for Kevin McGonigal to say, yep, I'm here. And it gives a little bit longer runway for someone like Parker Meadows to figure out his game because he is valuable to this team defensively. Matt Veerling's had a really good spring. His OPS is over 1,000 in the spring. He's hitting 343.
Yeah. Something to pay attention to. Another bomb from McGonigal. By the way, I'm sorry, I've been unplugged and I'm asking you this on the air, and I probably shouldn't. Is there any updates on Clark, how he's doing in minor league camp, Max Clark?
Yes, actually, yesterday on the backfield, I guess he hit 2 home runs in a game. So there's that.
That speaks more to me that mentally that it's a toughness. Like, okay, struggled at the big league level, back to where he is seasoned so far and gets right back to work. And, it's not moving up a level. Leveling up in baseball is tough.
It is tough. And for Max Clark, I still don't know where he's going to start. He's going to start at AA. He's going to start at AAA. And some of that may be dependent on what happens with Parker Meadows. Because if Meadows gets sent down, imagine he's going to play every day. And then does Max Clark go to learn a new position, left field? Or do you want him playing every day at center field at AA? But if Parker Meadows makes the team, if the projection that Stavenhagen is right, then Max could go right away to AAA and play center field.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1. The brackets are out. Michigan State, as projected since, I don't know, the very beginning, is in Duke's bracket.
This is the dawn of time.
Even though statistically we worked it out, this is 28 years that Izzo's been in the tournament, and only, think to yourself, how many times have Michigan State been in Duke's bracket? Up until now, it had been 6 times. It feels like it's more than that. This is the 7th in 28 years. There are 4 regions. It's mathematically exactly what it should be. It feels like it's more frequent than that.
Now that's how many times they've been in the same bracket, not how many times they've matched up in the tournament.
No, we're talking about how many times have they been in the same region. In fact, that's all it is.
Sorry, it's a region.
How many? And they've been in the same region in years where they didn't play each other. 2023, they didn't play each other in the same region. 2018, they didn't play each other in the same region. They did in 2005. Michigan State won that. 2013, Michigan State lost. 2019, Michigan State won. 2022, Michigan State lost. Then they faced each other twice in the Final Four. And it feels like more frequently than that.
Because it feels that way because Michigan State plays Duke every other year or so in the non-conference schedule too.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that they've gone against each other a lot, Duke and Michigan State.
Michigan coming off the loss to Purdue in a game where actually Purdue looked like the best version of themselves. I give them a ton of credit. They're a really talented basketball team who went through a midseason swoon where it looked like they were completely unraveling. And they lost 5 of 6, I think it was, and had struggles even in the game. They won a game against Northwestern. At Northwestern, that looked like they were going to lose it, and they've kind of gotten it together here, swept through the Big Ten tournament, looked like the best version of themselves, which can be a team that is good enough to win it all. They were the Big Ten favorites for a reason going into this season. Michigan's got some stuff to work on, though, and still trying to maybe figure out life without L.J. Kaysen, but the old saying, how good is their good? Their good is certainly good enough to win it all. We'll get more into the Wolverines and Spartans as the week goes on, but it's a fun time of year with the first 4 games starting tomorrow in Dayton. And once again, Gator has rejected my invitation. And I'm starting to think you don't want to go to Dayton with me for a Carson Anderson road trip.
You didn't have to add the last two words. I just don't want to go to Dayton.
Kang, would you go?
Yeah, I'd go. Let's go, baby.
Yeah.
Come on.
I mean, I can start making calls.
Gator coming? Come on.
No.
Come on. I thought if I said maybe you'd come. And
so this is about Dayton. It's not about the first 4 games or road trip.
Fake basketball at this point. What are we going to do another
fake basketball?
Yeah, the tournament starts on Thursday. I don't care about what happens beforehand.
Well, it matters to these teams.
Well, good for them. If they need an attaboy, there you go. Attaboy.
Michigan State played in this round once. Michigan played in this round once.
Mm-hmm.
97-1.
If you've been thinking about a new ride, now is the time to get to Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield. The deals are big and the savings are real. Right now, you can drive a brand new Chevy Equinox for just $999 down and only $249 a month. And if you want to save even more, and who doesn't, go electric with the all-new Equinox EV, just $999 down and only $149 a month. Now, that's $100 less every month. Plus, you're going to be saving at the pump. And if you need a truck, how about the Chevy Silverado for only $999 down and $199 a month? Powerful, capable, and ready to work. And here's the big part. Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield needs your trade. They're paying top dollar right now, even if you don't buy from them. So go ahead, bring it in, get it appraised, and see how much it's worth. SUVs, EVs, trucks, the deals are happening right now at Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield. Stop in today, and together, let's drive.
Doug Hirsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Open lines, 248-539-9797. It got all jacked up here. Did you see that? Yeah, it's better.
What's happened there?
I don't know. I got too hot, took the sweatshirt off, put it back on.
Hoodie problems?
I was having hoodie issues, yeah. I get it right almost every time. So, we got March Madness talk. We got some Tiger talk. We got the World Baseball Classic. We got Champ and Chump mixed in some Red Wing discussion. So it's been a busy day here on 97.1.
And a little bit of NFL breaking news, too. Darius Slay, former Detroit Lion, is retiring, guys, officially. He is done. And on his Instagram post, I noticed that, and everyone noticed that looked at it, he posted his Lions jersey. And usually guys do this because that's the team that took a chance on him first, right? And they want to be grateful for the team that, I guess, introduced them to their, to the league and got their career started.
That's cool. I remember when they took him.
Go ahead, Doug. Sorry.
It was a draft show. Was he was a day, maybe I don't remember when they took him. Day 2 pick?
He was a second-round pick.
Okay. And we weren't on the air. I was driving. I feel like I was driving through Ohio. This memory of driving through Ohio and the Lions select a corner out of Mississippi State named Darius Slay. And, he was a good player.
He was really good.
I don't think he was a great player, but
I thought he was pretty freaking good. And he was not just a Pro Bowler, he was an all-pro player, wasn't he?
6-time Pro Bowler, Super Bowl champion. Are you guys talking about, like, Doug, are you saying pretty good player in college or pro? So I feel like you guys might be oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he was a one-time all-pro.
Yep.
I mean, that's impressive.
I think he led the league in picks one year, maybe, too.
Yeah, I think he was I think he was a really good player. And when he left the Lions, I thought that sucked, because Darius Slay, big play Slay, man. He would make plays and goes to the Eagles and made plays. He had posted over the weekend that the only team he would come back and play for would be the Eagles. So clearly the Eagles were like, oh, it's not happening.
And then, wait a sec. But then because he finished last year at Pittsburgh, is that correct?
Uh-huh.
He'd only come back and play for the Eagles, but then he retires and posts a picture with his Lions jersey?
Well, if that's the team he started with. I mean, it's just, hey, look where I came from. I don't know.
He didn't do the thing that Stony hates, Gator, the one-day contract with the Lions?
Right, yeah. He has not done that.
He's retiring.
Not yet.
Or even the Eagles.
Right.
It's a Steeler. Well, I guess they released him, though, so.
It doesn't seem like something Stoney would hate.
Oh, Stoney despises that. He was very adamant about that. Yeah, he was very adamant about that.
And why?
He just said it doesn't make any sense, kept saying it doesn't make any sense.
Do the one-day thing, yeah.
But it's like, it's, of course, 1,000% symbolic, and that is it.
Yeah, I said it's like it's for the fans, It's a tip of the cap from the player to the fans. Thank you for supporting me when I first started here or whatever, and you get to do that. And I said, well, who does that? Why would you do that? Like, you're not playing.
Mm-hmm.
You just so you can retire as a member of that, but you haven't been playing there. Like,
he wants to actually play for that team one more time before you can retire.
It's like, I understood that it doesn't mean all that much, but I've tried to explain. I'm like, I think it's, it's just that. It's a tip of the cap to the fans, and he wasn't having any of that.
So there were a couple other NFL news items that were that happened while you were out, Doug. I want to get your opinion on them.
Yep, my God, this is going to be great. I hope I even know what they were. I kind of unplugged last week.
Yeah. You really unplugged.
Well, I sent you guys. Should we tell them about the text?
Yeah.
I was excited. They signed Isaiah Pacheco. I sent you a text.
We were 2 days earlier.
What'd you reply with, Gator? I'll tell you what I replied with. I go, dude, LOL. It's like 3 days later.
Because Doug sent it to us separately.
Yeah.
You have to go and see.
You probably sent me or you first and wanted a better response from the other guy.
Right.
I'm like, hey, anyone got my back on this?
That's it? No?
That's so funny.
Yeah. He goes, dude, Pacheco. My reply was, it's a home special. He goes, how much? I'm like, 1.8. Wow. For how long? 1. I'll take it. And then I said, Muhammad just signed with Tampa Bay for 1 year at $6 million. That's it. And with an angry face. And Doug said, dude, that's disappointing.
So the other NFL news not involving us, Doug.
Yep.
Your opinion on the Max Crosby in Baltimore and the Raiders. All right, do you believe that the Ravens actually saw something in the medicals and said, we can't sign this guy or trade for him? Or do you believe they got cold feet and backed out?
And one other aspect of it, because Baltimore said afterwards that their plan all along was to restructure Lamar, trade for Max, and sign Hendrickson. They want to do both defensive ends.
I will start with that last part. What a giant, colossal crock of what.
Oh, Doug does not agree.
No. That's what you say to, look at how much our team wants to win. Yeah, we were going to try and do both those things. I don't buy that for 1 second, that they were going to be able to get that done.
They said it was a response to the Raiders signing.
I don't know how
the center.
Max Crosby doesn't pass a physical, but Trey Hendrickson does.
Well, they're not going to pass the physical necessarily, but there's something they saw in the medicals that say we can't sign this trade for this guy.
Max was 6 weeks out of the surgery, and I don't know what Hendrickson was doing with a core muscle injury.
There's a lot of players that wouldn't pass a physical right now.
Right.
But you still could sign off on it.
Yeah, but they just realized it didn't cost them 2 first-round picks.
So we know what Gator thinks. What do you
so
think?
You think they got word that they could have got Hendrickson instead, voided the trade, and just signed Hendrickson?
Yeah, I think there is
That makes a ton of sense. It really does.
I think there's something to the medicals. Maybe it's more serious than what people know. But I also think it's just in line with the timeline of how long it takes to recover from the kind of surgery. Like we might have a totally different opinion of it 4 weeks from now, but you can't wait 4 weeks to make the trade. You got to make the trade now.
Interesting. I tend to think that makes a lot of, I don't believe in conspiracies, but that makes a lot of sense. A lot of sense. Here's Rico Beard. What's up, man?
He's Doug Karsh. Hey.
How are you?
I love that ad.
Do you?
Yeah.
So that's getting more and more out of the rotation. But
yeah, I'm good. A lot better than I did this weekend. So
what
happened, buddy?
Well, so I'm at dinner for my birthday, and my neighbor's like,
Happy birthday.
Hey, thank you. Yeah, did you lose power? I'm like, I'm not at home. So as I was heading home we're leaving to go watch the state game. And so, yeah, ended up right here on the couch.
You watched the game here?
Yeah. I'm like, you know what? I know a place where there's nobody.
And there's a big, a huge TV right outside this
There's
studio.
nobody here. So I talked to some people over on the J side, like, what are you doing here? I got no power. Just leave me alone. Don't bother me.
You've got it back now?
Yeah, I got it back the next day.
What do you got planned coming up next?
Pretty much all things tournament, especially the bet that Mike and I have. Are you Team Mike or Team Rico? Mike, as you see up there, early in the season, I gave him Michigan and Arizona, and I took the field. Which side would you take?
Doug's always a field guy.
Ken gave me 5 teams, and he took the field, but that's it. That's
He
interesting.
a long time ago, he took Michigan and Arizona.
Wow. That's a tough one. Have a great show. Stay safe, everyone. Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Victor's Home Solutions. The Red Wings host the Flames tonight to kick off a 4-game homestand. Calgary has the second least points in the league. You can hear the 7 p.m. face-off right here on 97.1. Tom McClellan said the timelines for Andrew Kopp and Dylan Larkin have not changed. They'll be reevaluated again at the end of the week. Kopp was on the ice again today wearing a blue non-contact jersey per Ansar Khan of MLive. Tom Izzo, after his look at the bracket today, quote, "I don't see any reason why we shouldn't win the national championship or get beat in the first weekend. That's about how crazy I think this year is," end quote. He also is hoping to get former assistant coach Dwayne Stevens back during the tournament. Alabama basketball is the number 4 seed in Michigan's region. Their second leading scorer, Aiden Holloway, has been arrested for possession of a pound of marijuana. Recreational weed is illegal in Alabama. His availability for Friday's game is unknown.
Do you know who his coach is?
He's Nate Oates.
Playing.
Tigers manager A.J. Hinch officially named Framber Valdez as his number 2 starter behind Tarek Skubal. He thought about splitting them up because they're both lefties, but decided not to. Rest of the rotation is yet to be decided. Keter Montero is getting ready to start for Team Venezuela in their World Baseball Classic semifinal against Italy at 8 o'clock tonight. The Lions officially announced the re-signing of linebacker Malcolm Rodriguez. Former Lions corner Darius Slay has also officially announced his retirement. The Jets are trading quarterback Justin Fields to the Chiefs per Adam Schefter. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay, we'll try this. It is the inevitable road to failure that is talking college basketball in this town, but we're excited and, well, we're going to talk about it. And yes, there are other things, but it is tournament week, and even my cold, dead black heart can understand and recognize that it's a big deal. And I'm looking forward to it, despite hating. I am just about, despite hating the direction of the sport.
And anything college basketball, life in general. Yes.
Yes. Shout out Pete Tang. But let's. No, State looked fabulous Friday. But where do you want to begin? Because I have a couple of special blitzes prepared. We're going to talk about our hype list. I've got 5. You've got 5. We're going to alternate. Kind of the 10 big things we're looking for Thursday and Friday. I have a trivia thing we're going to do every day. And it's nothing. It's fun. It'll be you, Kenny, and David. I'll pepper you with questions. We'll tabulate the scores. Just some interesting tourney facts.
Yeah. And I will, at some point, either tomorrow or Wednesday, have the tournament receipts.
Okay. So, look, where do we want to be? Do you want to be in Michigan and Michigan State?
Yeah,
we can.
Let's just jump right in.
Because we have our big bet.
Yeah.
Which is something I want the people involved in. Now that we're here, it was one thing for me to say it back in early January. It's another that we're here. It's shaken out. I think on one hand, you've gained an advantage, ? But I still feel very good about my standing of I have Michigan and Arizona. You have the field. I don't feel terrible about it.
You don't?
No.
I was going to see if you wanted to buy out.
No.
Go and buy me a candy bar and call it quits.
No, that's a Kenny Cott move. We're not doing that. We're going to see this through.
You always offer somebody a buyout.
I like that.
If it feels like, you know what, if you want to take this exit right here, right now, and I'll let you buy yourself out of the bet, because I like how it is.
Okay, and that's totally fine. You want to start Michigan State? How? Because I tell you what, we're not going to do. That Happy Horse Bleep the Morning Show did. I don't know what the hell that was. Hey, golly gee, who wants to see them face off in the final? Who the hell thinks they're both getting to the final? Second of all, anybody who says no is a brain-dead moron. Right. And I don't cater to brain-dead morons. And that includes you, Kenny, which we'll get to you later because you are living a double life.
No.
You presented yourself as one thing on this show, and then you went on with Stony, and you showed your ass about something you know that upsets me. We're going to get to it later. We're going to get to it later. David, I'm not happy.
No. See, there's a difference in call screener Cott and host Cott.
Totally different person.
There's no difference. I'm the same guy.
No, you're not. The guy here wears a T-shirt tuxedo. The guy who went on with Stony was fully suited up, and you admitted something. There was a revelation about you.
Wow.
I don't like it.
I don't think it was as big of a deal as you're purporting it to be, sir.
It's a big deal because it's offensive to me. We're going to talk about it.
Shocked to realize
Shocked
that you
and appalled by
don't like my
one-
kind. I was really shocked.
Amazing. Also, shout out David in the company Q-Zip today. All right, where do you want to begin? This is your week. This is like in Rudy when they grab his face mask. Are you ready, champ?
How is this my week?
Because you are still in the fight. I don't really enjoy watching State play. That's my biggest issue. But where do you want to start with Michigan State?
Well, my thing, I think, Mike, the easiest thing to start for Michigan State is I'm not asking you for your bracket because I honestly, I don't care about your bracket. So you can save that for another show. I don't care who your upset pick is. But I would like to know.
Hey, want to see my fantasy team?
No. But I would like to know when the brackets got announced and you saw who was all in your region for Michigan and Michigan State fans, what did you think? Was it, oh, we're effed? Or, you know what? We got this. We could actually pull this thing off. Or, my goodness, that second round matchup is going to be something. Because that's where I was. I looked and I saw State's draw, and I'm like, okay, you knew you were going to be in Duke's bracket because they're always in Duke's bracket. I mean, Duke's region. I don't know why. But then it was like, okay, well, St. John's is the 5? Wow. Well, if St. John's is the 5 who just won the Big East, who are the other people? And then it was, okay, well, Kansas is the 4, MSU's the 3, UConn is the 2. Like, wow. On the surface, it looks like that's a very difficult bracket. But, you know, that's really, if you look at the programs, all those programs are struggling. Kansas, hey, is my star player going to play or not? If he doesn't, then it's not.
Or not.
Right. Michigan State and UConn both stumbled towards the end of the season. So it's like, okay, Duke's -2 players. So you're looking at it like, okay, is St. John's the best team in that bracket? But I think that one's going to be fun. I looked at Michigan's bracket. And I chuckled a little bit, David, when I saw that one of the teams that they could be playing was a UMBC.
UMBC has to play in the play-in, yes.
Right. So I chuckled a little bit. For anybody who followed, that's a team that upset the number 1 Nebraska. But other than that, I said for Michigan, I think the toughest game that you would have would be potentially your Sweet 16 game against Alabama because, well, I think that's going to just be a tough draw because Alabama's just going to shoot a ton of threes. So when I saw that, but I like, if they can make it past that, then I had to sweat a little bit because I'm like, Mike's maybe winning this bet.
Listen, the bet aside, my problem in all of this is I have a belief that one of the teams is capable of winning a national championship. No, I don't think it looks as easy as it was going to be before the Kason injury, but I think Michigan can still do this. I have 0% faith MSU can even make the Final Four. I forget about it. I mean, like, look, there's what I want to happen and then what I feel like will happen. Okay. And now, this is important. You made a point last week that we never got to fully investigate, and it wasn't even about college hoops, but it was about sports in general. And you go, Mike,
I know where you're going.
Can you enjoy something if there's nothing on the line? And I said, no, at this stage of my life, there has to be something on the line. That's why regular season NBA is such a farce. Or the day in, day out minutia of baseball. While I love baseball, I don't overreact to much anymore. With college basketball, here's where I'm at with the money. With this turning into the pros. This would be the equivalent as a State fan. I feel like I'm a Toronto Raptors fan. They're in the playoff, and they're a decent ball club. They're nowhere close to the elite. Yes, they popped the Pistons last night, but the Pistons aren't elite.
Gotcha.
Like, it's like knowing you have no hope of, if you're in the West and you're not Denver or San Antonio or OKC, what's the point? You can't beat those teams.
Understand
State can't beat those teams.
Understand where you're coming from, Mike, and I'm not even going to argue.
You're not mad.
No, man, I'm past that, okay? I am the accepting one on this show. Okay, here's the thing. I get what you're saying, but it's a little bit different than the pros for the fact that, guess what? You can go out and play San Antonio. They have a bad night shooting, and that's it. They're done. Because of the one and done type of thing, it makes it a little bit different. Because, yes, when you're playing a 7-game series, you're allowed 2 games where you can go out there and just absolutely stink and still win it 4-2. It doesn't change a little bit with the whole one and done format for you? Because I think that it does. Look, I look at this tournament, I see about 15 teams that if you told me they were cutting down the nets, I'd be like, I can see that. If you told me Kansas just won the national title. Oh, the freshman played? Okay, I can see that.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be shocked. So where you're like, and I could say, yeah, Michigan State played. Wow, they finally hit threes. All right, not that shocked.
Pete Tang.
Or Kurt Tang.
I know. I just like calling him Pete.
The first time you sent me that, I started like, who the heck is Pete? Oh,
Pete Tang.
Okay.
So look, guys, you tell me. And again, the one thing I don't obsess on really much anymore is the draw. Oh, the draw is difficult. The draw is easy. Every year we do this. You're going to have to beat somebody good sometime, and someone who's good ends up not being good.
Go tell that to Mr. Shabath.
No, you can't talk to him. He already has all the answers to life. There's no point in talking to him. So look, I'm asking you guys, what is the expectation? See, I want to offer something else. Expectations about the NCAA tournament, where I'm at today versus where I used to be. I used to just be championship or bust. Mm-hmm. And although there's a level of that for me, I could pathway something for state where I'd go, hey, hell of a run. They're just not good enough. Mm-hmm. For Michigan, that's the hard part because they've already hung a banner. And I don't think anybody's going to be pumped up about a Final Four.
Should have hung a second one.
They should have. They should have beat Purdue. They got beat by an Amish point guard. The point is, Michigan, it should be championship or bust.
I said that a long time ago, and a lot of people got angry at me for saying that.
Well, too bad. 248-539-9797. Can we please? I often say this. Hockey elite, and we play the Matterhorn. Guys, we have to be able to talk March Madness. Let's have some fun here. I'm not asking you to be basketball elite. Right. I'm not asking you to know.
Who's your 5-12 upset?
Yeah, I'm not interested. I don't care about your bracket picks either. I just want to know, Michigan and Michigan State, the baseline to happiness. Yeah. Tell me what these teams have to do to make you happy.
They finish here, and you know what? I'll tip my cap and say, okay, job well done.
Better job by me? My team stinks. All right. Okay, here's Rico. We'll get to some calls.
All right, let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way. Hamilton Chevrolet and Warren. Andrew and the sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer because they're going to guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. All March long, Hamilton Chevrolet is participating in Truckloads of Hope campaign. That's a donation drive that supports over 20 local community food pantries. So stop into Hamilton Chevrolet and drop off non-perishable food right in the showroom of Hamilton Chevrolet, located at 14 Mile and Mound. Hey, while you're there, check out Hamilton's great inventory, including the March Rico deal, a new 2026 Chevy Equinox EV, $179 a month for 24 months. Walk in there with $995 down. You'll drive off with 10,000 miles a year. You know what I say? The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Just stop in to see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details. Make sure you bring some non-perishable food items is with you. Tell them Rico sent you and make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together. Let's drive.
All right, tournament week. We're just going to start with Michigan State. Expectations, kind of bare minimums. Like for me, I think State has a cap of being a Sweet 16 team. I just don't think they can get beyond there. We could talk about it. Oh, my God, you doubted Tom Izzo. Guys, he's not God. All right, I love Coach, but he's not God. There are plenty of tournaments they don't get past the Sweet 16, including 7 of the last 10. As far as Michigan goes, I treat it like Indiana football. It's national championship or bust. You had 2 losses in the regular season. You are the one who knocks. At a certain point, you graduate. Yeah. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's pass fail. I guess you could say Final Four plus the regular season crown, but is that really success in now the welfare pro sports model of college hoops?
See, I would say yes, it is. And hey, David, I'm saying something nice about your school, so write this down. But yeah, if they made it to the Final Four, I'm not going to be angry. I'm not going to be upset. You're minus your backup point guard, who I think was about to become the starting point guard. You won the Big Ten. The only problem I have with Michigan is they go on. They're beating teams by 20, 30 points, it seems like, and then all of a sudden they are just barely winning games. And this past weekend in Chicago in the Big Ten tournament, Mike, they're playing with fire. It's like every game. Ohio State, it took a shot with 0.3 seconds left to beat Wisconsin. I'm like, and then finally you just ran out of gas with Purdue. It was tied at halftime, and then Purdue just said, nah, we're good with a center like I like, it wasn't even Kaufman. I mean, Kaufman-Wren scores 20, but I forgot the Clough, the center's name for Purdue.
I don't know. He looks like he drives a tractor.
Right. See, what you just said is what has me worried. I am still championship or bust for Michigan. I just don't think they can actually get it done now because of the LJ case. And I've said this before. But since his injury, again, they're 0-5 against the spread, and 3 of their 4 wins have come by 4 points or fewer. That isn't against the greatest teams. That's against the Big Ten.
You ever think it's just the end of a long
teams,
regular season and familiarity of opponents starts to wear your ass out?
I understand that, but I'm worried if they play the better opponent in the Final Four, it may come down to hurt them because of the loss of
LJ. Well, it'll be Michigan and
side.
Arizona if they can get there.
Right.
So I'd be golden because all I need is one golden ticket
You'll be
to get
golden.
to Rico.
But and that was the other thing, because my worst fear
was opposite sides.
I know.
Sides,
like I have no chance. He can't lose. I'm like,
yes. That would have been too easy, right? But no. And look, for State, I don't know how else to say it. I'm not happy. Well, first of all, didn't hang a banner in the regular season. Didn't hang a banner in the Big Ten tournament. And you don't get a banner for not making the Final Four. The Final Four would simply represent the only way this year is not a total failure. Now, before butthurt Spartans get all butthurt, hear what I'm saying. You want to purport to be a blue blood. We all believe Michigan State basketball is on the list of teams that matter. Well, okay, put the shoe on the other foot. And forget about Duke, okay? Let's say Duke is a unicorn. Whether it's Kentucky, whether it's North Carolina, whether it's Kansas, pick. Can they go 0 for the regular season, 0 for the conference tournament, and not make a Final Four and consider the year a success? The answer is no, and you know it. So don't bring your grievance to my doorstep. I don't make the rules.
And I don't think that that's a grievance whatsoever. I mean, because, man, it was a long time from 19 until just last year when they made it to the Elite Eight, and you're like, wow, okay, you got out the first weekend and you won your Sweet 16 game because, it was all right. Well,
it was pretty ratty.
Yeah, you'll be done before the weekend is over. You'll be part of the 52 teams who just said, hey, thanks for inviting us, but we're going home now.
Let's check the text communications. We'll get to the callers. Let's set the table for tournament week, expectations for Michigan and Michigan State. And look, we got a lot of fun stuff with the tourney, but it felt right, I guess, to Florida for various reasons, which I can outline. I don't feel like having an argument today about something we'll maybe talk about Friday. I think those could be that's a nightmare, potentially, second-round matchup, which, by the way, maybe it would help if you didn't shove your own head up your wazoo Friday night against UCLA. You'd be a 2-seed. Mm-hmm. But you made that choice. So, again, that's just me. I have doubts. Does that make me a bad fan?
No, Mike. It doesn't, because you should feel that way. We had this conversation, and at first I thought you were just Mike being Mike. And I was like, no, you actually gave me some data.
Yes.
And then it was like we had a serious discussion. I feel a little bit different about it because those two teams, Louisville's going to shoot threes. That's it. They're going to walk into the gym, and they're shooting threes. And South Florida, they shoot threes as well, but they also do a lot of what UCLA did.
Dribble, drive.
Penetration, kick it out for a wide open three.
Yeah.
And I think it was a little PTSD, like, well, you know what? I just saw what happened when you played against
State's
that.
defense has sucked over the last 4 or 5 games.
It
has sucked.
It has. Now, the reason why I think that may be a good draw for them is because State doesn't hit a lot of threes. It's the transition game. So, look, let's face it. If you walk in there and you shoot and you nail 20 threes, man, ain't nobody beating you that day. But if you miss long rebound, and now that's Fears finding a Cohen Carr for a dunk.
Yes.
And by the way, Carson Cooper, get out of the way. When Cohen Carr is getting ready to dunk, no need for you to stand there.
Ludacris made a song about that.
Yeah, you're 7 feet tall. Move. Just move and get out the way.
Move, bitch. Get out the way. Like, what are you doing?
Right. But I think it could lead to a lot of easy transition baskets if those shots aren't falling.
Yes.
So
enough. That was all.
Yeah.
Look, we can get to the people. David, do you want to hit a few?
I don't think you're a mean man for saying
No,
that.
but you know how people get. It's like, guys, what do you want me to do?
And
Be
you
a
know
cheerleader?
What? No. Here's the other thing that I hate to say it, Mike, but history's on your side. History's on your side saying,
sadly,
they won't make it out the first weekend.
Look, and then the flip side of the coin, if Trey Holloman didn't tank the game against Auburn, maybe they get through. If you really look at it. Yeah. Maybe if his headband was slightly lower, he makes a 3.
But not as tight.
Let's get, you want me to go to the people or you got a few texts?
I will read this one to your point about history on your side. Frank and Romulus did send this in. This is Mike and Rico. Here's a power stat. The last 4 times Michigan State has been eliminated in the first round, it's been years that end in a 1 or a 6.
Uh-oh.
So
I don't think they're losing in the first round.
No.
I don't like the second round pairing. It doesn't mean they can't do it, but I'm sorry that I'm not John. I'm not just going to blurt out "Go Green" and they're indomitable. They're infinitely beatable.
No, you're right.
Let's go to Albert, 97.1. Albert, how you doing, buddy?
What's going on, Mike, Rico? How are you guys?
Excellent. What's on your mind?
So, as a Michigan fan, I think that it has to be championship or bust. I think this team has been invested with way too much money, way too many resources, and too many NBA players to just chalk it up as a Final Four, as a victory. That's not the case. I think the biggest wild card for this team is Elliot Cadeau, not only because of LJ Cason's injury, but also when he's right and he's got that pick and roll going with Mara, Michigan's unbeatable. There's too many good players around them. The problem is Cadeau is prone to turning the ball over and missing shots in big games, and that's what worries me. But I think if he's right, Michigan can go on that run that can put us in that national
Are you
championship.
happy with anything short of a national championship?
No.
Okay. So I'm not mean McSparty. Like, it's an okay opinion to have. You're in championship or bust. Same thing that State was in 2019. Like, it's championship or bust.
Yeah, and I think, you got the Big Ten Defensive Player of the Year, you got the Big Ten Player of the Year, you got the Big Ten Coach of the Year.
You won the Big Ten regular season, which frankly means more than the tournament.
No. You won the season running away.
Correct.
Right. And I think the in our side of the bracket, the matchup that worries me is the Texas Tech or Bama matchup. I know JT Toppin's out, but
they played great without him. And Tech's got a resume that is really impressive.
I don't know how they're doing this.
I know.
And I think Christian Anderson should have been a Wolverine, but Christian Anderson, that kid can straight out ball. And I think the problem is with Alabama, they do shoot a lot of threes, and if they're not hitting, they're in trouble. Also,
exactly.
Aiden Holloway.
Look, the Bama game is going to cut one way. You're either going to get beat close or you're going to blow their doors off. Because if Bama is shooting it and getting up and down the floor, they're going to – it's like – and I'm not insulting you, Albert. Please don't take it this way. But like you're similar to the Pistons in this regard. You are limited on the perimeter. Now, you can have a decent night, but you're never going to go to war against one of these teams that's going to take 53 three-pointers and potentially make 21 of them. That's all I'm saying.
I agree, and I think a big problem too with Alabama is they rely on Phylon a lot, isolation. And I don't know what's happening with Aiden Holloway. He just got arrested like last night.
Well, that's par for the course for Bama. I mean, whether it's handing a gun to somebody who kills somebody or a pound of weed in your trunk, tomato.
Albert, somehow or another, it's that case is going to get thrown out or lost.
No, or Nate Oates will just be like, double birds, I'm playing them.
No, that's what I'm saying. Phone call. Oh, we lost a court docket. Oh, sorry, kid. Guess there's nothing for you.
But see, once we've arrived in the pro sports mentality, I'm not going to sit here and have a bleeding hearts routine. Nate Oates is doing his job. He's paid to win basketball games. Yeah. He's not paid to get kids an education. He's not paid to turn them into better people. He's paid to play. This is boats and hose. Ain't no different than the NFL. What do you want from me? It sucks, but it's true. Let's go to Sean, 97. Oh, hold on. I'll get to Sean in a second. David is saying we need to be timely. I want to start. Well, no, you're in a company QZIP. You're like a corporate controller right now.
Corporate David over here.
Corporate David said, be mindful of the clock. So that's what we're going to do. Yeah. You fumbled in your closet with a company QZIP. Well, what are you, assistant PD now? Powers give you another gig? What do you got?
He's the new Gov.
Whoa, that is Tom Blilliken.
Try that in Livonia and see what happens.
Straight to the people. We got multiple tournament blitzes. I've got trivia at 4. It's going to be something we do every day, just fun. I'm going to rifle questions out. The 3 of these guys are going to compete. You guys will be kings of the water cooler. They're all completely stupid facts about the tournament, but it's just a way to have fun. We're not going to be doing, hey, what's your upset? 2-4-8. I don't care.
I thought about trying to do something with the teams and the mascots, but I think that's too easy for you.
And we've done it all.
I know.
It's okay.
But I think I have a new twist to that.
Oh, great. Let's go to Joe, 97.1. Joe, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, Mike, doing good. Just got back from Florida. Unfortunately, the weather sucks, but it is what it is. I can't wait for the tournament. So here are my takes from the Michigan point of view. I think, can you meet me in the middle and they have to at least get to Monday night?
Yes, I'm fine. If you say, listen, get to play for a national championship, and then the construct of the game determines the happiness or not, I'm not mad at that in any way, Joe.
No, and they do like every other Big Ten team has done and lose that national title game. No, I'm okay with that. Like I said, Joe, I'm saying if you make it to the 4, I'm tipping my cap to you saying, way to go, because you did it without a key piece to the puzzle.
Yeah. So the Michigan State perspective, Mike, you're really going to like it. So I kind of look at Michigan State basketball in the way I used to look at Michigan football, is that 2 blue bloods, and even there was a time Michigan football fell for a little bit. So if I was a Michigan State basketball fan, I would be getting sick and tired of hearing about the tournament streak in January, February.
Yeah, I don't care.
Israel.
Yeah, I don't care about any of that.
This is a program that is built on winning the Big Ten, making Final Fours, making meaningful runs.
Yeah, and case in point, Joe, they didn't do any of it this year. And then people will go, well, why can't you be happy? The record's pretty. Because it doesn't mean anything. If you don't put any laundry in the ceiling, what the hell's the point?
Why would MSU fans lower themselves like you are?
Because I'll tell you why. Because
it's
easier. For the same reason that Michigan fans lowered themselves for so many years in football, trying to act like winning a national championship. Not you. I'm saying the whole idea was, we don't worry about the national title. It's about winning the Big Ten. No, it's not. The standard's the standard. And if you want to consider yourself a blue blood, that's the deal. I mean, I'll be indebted to Tom Izzo forever that he's given MSU 7-8 cracks at a national title, but the reality is it's 25 and it's going to be 26 years since winning one. That's a lifetime. Kenny was barely born when State won in 2000. It's kind of pointless. And the tournament streak, yeah, I got Ken Holland on line 3. Red Wing streak. It doesn't mean anything. Like, oh, great. Like, you think Kansas fans care they made the tournament again? Kansas fans want a championship.
No, as a matter of fact, the funny thing is, Mike, you know how many championships since State has won that UConn has won a title?
Like 4.
5.
Okay.
And if you take it the year before State won theirs, 6.
Yes, and then I remember saying this, like, I'm fine. UConn wins it, then they disappear, then they come back winning again in 5 years. That's a good plan. I can put it on my schedule. I don't care about,
being consistently good.
It doesn't matter. Consistently good. What? The Lions?
I was about
How's
to say,
that working out?
The city of Detroit.
Baltimore Ravens, Buffalo Bill. Consistently good doesn't mean anything.
I got you.
I don't know.
No. Well, once again, it was. I didn't realize until you brought that up, the stats this morning on the phone. You're like, hey, have you realized in the last 10 years? I was like, no,
Yeah.
Oh.
And look, part of it too, like why Friday bothered me. Like if you make it to Sunday, it's been proven the winner of the Big Ten title game, it doesn't matter because it's already foretold. Mm-hmm. Michigan did their job. Mm-hmm. But if you like State, they got like the quadruple bye. Mm-hmm. Teams are playing games starting on like Tuesday night.
Bruh.
You go out Friday, you pull your pants down and show your ass. Yeah, guess what? That cost State a seed line.
Every quadruple bye lost but Michigan. And Michigan, it took pulling out the end against Ohio State. It was like something, maybe they had too much time off. I don't know. It could have been worse, Mike. At least you had power to watch yours. I had to show up here to the station.
I had no idea. You didn't call me.
Well, you know what?
I had no idea.
I'm close. I'm driving. I'm like, you know what? I'm closer to the station. There should be nobody in the studio. I'm just going to go there and watch it on the big screen TV. So I was like Kenny watching this hockey show.
But I'm a company man.
Ooh.
Hey, David.
Hold on. This guy was doing weather disaster triage. I think it's different than showing up on a Monday proudly adorning yourself with the company logo.
I'm not proudly wearing it.
Well,
I'm just wearing
I don't know,
something.
man. You seem awfully chesty today.
I'm just saying, hey, look, I knew that TV was going to be here. I've seen Kenny sit on that couch many a time watching that hockey show. I'm like, I'm going to be like Kenny.
We're going to change the channel and watch the game.
I changed the channel.
Kenny, that hockey show, it's called NHL Network.
Wait, you changed the NHL Network? What are you doing, man? We're the only ratings that channel gets.
There was a couple people here. I was like, hey, guys, I don't want to talk to anybody. Okay? Just leave me alone. Act like I'm not here.
It's all right. State didn't want to guard anybody. It really doesn't matter.
You know what? You're right.
That was awful. Go to Bradley 97.1. Brad, how you doing, buddy?
What's going on? I appreciate a long-time listener. Just wanted to kind of touch on the expectations of the Michigan State side.
Yeah.
I don't get the phantom of it's always just get to the Final Four. I get it. Awesome accomplishment, but why can't it be a national title? What are we doing here? Like, why is it always just, let's get to the Final Four and raise a banner? Why can't we win a national title as Michigan State? It's always such low expectations. Like, I don't mean any disrespect. Like
none taken.
No. I think, Bradley, the
national title.
reason being is
let's just be honest.
You don't have any NBA players. When you look at the teams that win the national title, they have a lot of lottery picks or NBA players on that team. You don't have that. So you get to cut down the nets if you make the Final Four. So that is an accomplishment. You get to hang a banner. So that is an accomplishment. And to win the national title, you need a little bit of luck. You don't believe me? Ask Houston.
No, but what you need, look, Bradley, here's the other thing, and this is, again, like, it doesn't matter what I say. There's a sector of State fans that think somehow, like, oh, my God, he doesn't like Tom. No, I love Tom Izzo. The job's the job. Like, the big-time coaches have two natties. And for too long, State didn't have enough talent. There's a reason when they would make the Final Four, they would largely get orbital rammed. Well, now they have a problem getting to the Final Four. And I'm sorry, name a school. You don't get to go several years without making it. This isn't a professor emeritus. This is a coach in real time.
No, because Kentucky's probably going to fire Mark Pope.
Listen,
he doesn't make it.
Don't take my joy, devil. Here's the deal. Shout out Kirk Franklin. Here's the deal. We have a hype segment we're going to do in the 3 o'clock. That's one of my 5. You have a $22 million roster versus a $22 roster. Yeah. And if Kentucky loses that game, which is absolutely possible, they are going to whack a former player after 2 years. Gone.
All right, now I understand. Okay, I see that now. Yeah, all right, I'm going to change because that was one of mine as well.
No, just make it a bonus one that we're like Voltron. We can unite on it. That's drama.
A week from today, Kentucky's having a coaching search.
He's right, 248-539. Company David, may I take this last phone call?
I don't know who that is, but you could take the phone call.
But you know what? The quarter zip looks really good.
Company quarter zip David over here.
They call it a corporate zip.
It looks good, David.
David, looks great. You're in a few extra little company points with that?
I'm okay with that.
David,
I'm upset with Kenny calling me the next Goff. That's what I'm upset with.
Thomas Blilliken.
David, I have one of those for the Lions pregame show, so you're good.
All right, we'll go to Sean, 97.1. Sean, you get the last word. What's going on, buddy?
Hey, what's going on? Thanks for having me on.
Yes, sir.
So I'm a Michigan fan, but real quick from the State perspective, I just don't feel good about them, dude. I would root for them in the tournament as a Michigan fan. I have in the past. But something about the way they played UCLA, their last game against Michigan, and maybe some of it is the way that Tom Izzo has handled a couple of these pressers where it almost seems like there's some excuse-making, some reason-finding. I just don't feel like they're in the right mindset to go play survive an advanced tournament right now. Maybe I'm wrong about that.
No, Sean, you can also use basketball reasons. Their defense has been ass the last 4 or 5 games. They don't have a backup point guard. No, they're limited from the perimeter.
But
They just are.
But then it's like Michigan. I wonder if a lot of these teams are just tired of beating up on each other and ready for some new blood.
That would make sense.
But I don't feel great, just to be clear, because Sean, right here, right now, who's your first round NBA draft pick on that team? You know my rule. If you've listened to the show for any amount of time,
Pete Tang.
No, it is not Pete Tang. Sean, if you don't have high level NBA talent, I don't believe in you automatically. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's the deal.
And they're not gonna if they get into a shootout, they can't hang in a shootout.
Yeah,
it's
and
just
look,
not the ball game.
There's an outlier, as you want to say. Well, Cassius Winston wasn't high level NBA talent, right? But he was basically our version of Bobby Hurley. Like this kid who was in school forever and was an elite college player. Okay, so Xavier Tillman goes to the pros as a first round pick. He's not elite, but he's there.
But you also need something special to happen. And it was Kenny Goins. No one designed that play for Kenny. Kenny wasn't supposed to shoot that shot against Duke. He just said, if I get the ball, I'm not giving it back. And he made it. So,
and then they blew it to Texas Tech because that's what we do. 248-539.
Cassius was also just done.
I know. Yeah. I just couldn't take it. Losing to that Texas Tech team and scoring 12 points.
Oh, yeah, they said, you know what? We're going to take Cassius away. Can any of you guys do anything else?
Nope.
No.
And flowchart. NBA talent. Nope, not enough of it. All right.
Matt McQuaid.
The Pigeon. I'd kill for him right now because we have
Quado.
We just don't have shooting. All right, good talk. 97. Corporate David, take us out. All right. It's my distinct pleasure as we start tournament week, March Madness week. Corporate David, give us some tunes. Ah, yes. The week we actually care about college basketball.
Still not the same without Greg Gumbel.
It's not, because Adam Zucker is a complete AI boner. He can't possibly talk that way in real life. Hi, honey, I'm home for dinner. I'm Adam Zucker. Dude, will you let it loose?
Yes, go ahead and order that pizza for us. That'll be fine.
Ha, ha, ha. Okay, I miss Greg Gumbel.
Yeah. Let's get right to it, guys. We can talk about upset alert or Cinderella's, however you want to label this here. I'm going to start with this one because in order for this to happen, it would need someone to win in the play-in first before we could possibly see the upset, and that's Miami of Ohio. They are 31-1. They have to play in the play-in first to beat SMU, and should Tennessee then be on alert?
Yes, because Rick Barnes is a walking upset. The guy's been past the Sweet 16 like once in 30 years. Rick Barnes could face neighborhood kids. I'd take the kids plus 6.5 points. Like, yes, David, 100%.
Yeah. In the words of Morgan Freeman, he's right.
He's right, you know. Also, were you surprised by the point spread? No, I'm not surprised Miami had to be in the play-in. But like 8-point underdogs to SMU.
Yes, 8.5 right now is what I see.
I was surprised.
No, I was, especially because it's a Miami team that beat Louisville.
It just surprised me. And it's in Ohio.
Let's move over to the next game here. And I have this on here just simply because I wanted to ask the rule.
A company quarters
I
it?
know when we do football, it is the devil's number at 5.5.
Yes.
Does that work in basketball? Is that also the devil's number?
David, thank you for asking that, because I often see 5.5 and I wonder, like,
why?
Well,
is
because
that a bad thing in hoops?
And that's why I wanted to bring it up, because Louisville right now, for what I see, is a 5.5 point favorite over number 11 South Florida, but it feels like it should be South Florida's side you pick.
Yes, it opened up at 7.5 and immediately just started getting crushed. Look, I think it's one of the more fascinating games out there. It's a clash of styles. You know, one team's just going to dribble drive, occasionally kick out for an open look. The other team, it's YOLO ball. It's a fun matchup.
See, I think it's a game where you just take the over, you sit back, and you relax, and you're going to enjoy some high-scoring basketball. It will be the antithesis of Iowa Clemson.
Oh, Iowa Clemson, over-under 90.
I apologize. That's not real college hoops. So don't blame me for that one. Watch this one instead.
They may as well play that game with a peach basket.
Right, watch this one instead.
Horrible. Go ahead, David.
Let's move over to the next game, because I'm always looking for a team that may be dealing with an injury or may have lost a star.
North Carolina.
Nope, not that one. That's coming up next. It is Texas Tech.
Yeah.
Number 5 seed going against Akron. Akron actually won the MAC tournament. They beat Toledo in the title game. But right now, what I see spread-wise is they are an 8.5 point dog.
Yeah, also, it was a great moment. The kid hits the shot for Akron with like 5.5 seconds to go to put him up 3. And then John Gross, the old coach from Illinois, pre-Underwood, he was in tears. I mean, it was just nice to see actual emotion and not just general hooker behavior. Like, it was a real emotional moment in college sports again. Sorry. What's your question? Are they on upset alert?
Yes.
Yes. It's the tournament. It's going to damn near be. My answer will be yes for everyone almost. But I hear you. Yeah. But again, to Rico's point, David, Tech's doing this without one of their best players and an upperclassman at that. Akron has a nothing to lose deal. They've got elite guard play. And look, I know the MAC is no great shakes. They won it. Miami didn't. I mean, why not?
See, I'm still going to say no, Tech should be okay, because I'm a believer. Because I thought, okay, they're going to fall and they're going to end up being like, 6, 7 seed. They just kept winning, David. And they were beating good teams out there. So, no, they'll find a way to get this thing done.
Well, since you mentioned it, Mike, I will mention this too, because you talk about emotions. Speedy Claxton also had emotions when he took his program, Hofstra, to the program. He was crying on his assistant's
Do you know who he was
shoulder.
coached by at Hofstra?
I do not remember that, no.
A very young, yet still suspender wearing Jay Wright. That was Jay Wright's gig before going to Villanova. He was maybe 31 or 32, still suited up like a soprano, coaching hoops on Long Island in Nassau County.
Let's close it out here with the last one here, which is North Carolina. You mentioned it. North Carolina going up against VCU.
Yep.
Right now, I see Carolina is just a 2.5-point favorite in that
Fun
game.
fact, I've never gotten a VCU game right in the tournament. So whatever I say, do the opposite. They are the Antichrist. I take them, they lose. I don't, they force 38 turnover. Leave me out of it. Whatever Rico says goes with this game.
North Carolina should be worried. They're without their star player.
Oh, we're doing this again. We're going to back the ultimate CTs, the VCU Rams.
But
oh no,
I think they still have enough talent.
Oh no,
they should win the game.
Oh no, what about the point spread?
I think they'll cover 2.5 points. They'll hit a free throw
David,
at the end and
watch
win by
this.
3.
VCU forces 36 turnovers. They are the Antichrist for me. I can't get it right.
That is your NCAA tournament upset alert.
Corporate Blitz by David.
Brought to you by Michigan Hair Restoration. Kevin McGonigal back in the lineup hitting 6 and playing short today. Launched a 437-foot homer in the first inning. The Tigers lead the Phillies 12-6 in the sixth. Jahmai Jones had a pair of hits and 5 RBIs as well. Jack Flaherty started and gave up 5 hits and 5 earned runs. Tigers pitcher Justin Verlander spoke with Foul Territory today about his arm and how it's feeling. Padres starting pitcher Joe Musgrove is expected to start the season on the injured list. The Tigers, of course, start the year in San Diego. The team says his recovery has been difficult after his start against Great Britain in the World Baseball Classic. The Red Wings have Calgary tonight at home. You can hear right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 7 o'clock. No update on Andrew Kopp or Dylan Larkin. Those just have to be reevaluated at the end of the week. UMBC basketball has been stuck on the tarmac for the last 2.5 hours as they prepare for a flight to Dayton. They posted on X, quote, "Even though Howard is already in Dayton, we'll be ready if we ever take off," end quote. UMBC is set to face Howard tomorrow in the first 4, with the winner taking on Michigan. Alabama's second leading scorer, Aiden Holloway, was arrested for weed possession, has been charged with a felony. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto.
I'd like to offer a quick note. Yes, we are tournament heavy because it's fun, but I want to offer one quick note. We're not going to obsess on this. We're not going to spend a lot of time. The Red Wings season is on the line tonight. Calgary is terrible. They are coming here. And I'm not going to salute you for losing in overtime. Key focus on the word losing against Dallas, who, by the way, they basically pulled an NBA team move. They were without 6 guys. The point I'm making is this. The Red Wings are going to win tonight. And then Kenny and Rat Costa are going to crawl back to the boat.
Nope.
As we sit here today, the Red Wings' odds to make the playoffs are still minus 200. Nothing has changed. Kenny, they will win tonight. A lot of pride in that locker room. They're going to win tonight.
Man, could is shouldering a lot of weight for you. I say should win. They should win
They
tonight.
will win.
All right.
They are winning tonight. Because if they
Guaranteed.
lose to Calgary, it feels like we're in trouble. Like at that point, then I think you're going to be where you need to be.
The cash your ticket lock.
They're going to win tonight.
Guaranteed.
You can't do locks. They're like a minus 200 favorite, but you get my point. This is a must-have. And if there's any pride, any guts coursing through their veins, you beat Calgary here. Or as our Canadian friends say, Calgary.
Calgary and Detroit?
Right.
No, they should win tonight. This is a bad Calgary team.
They will win. You have to manifest this.
Should.
They
could.
Will. Say
Might.
will. Just say will.
Maybe.
Will.
Question mark?
Okay.
So paying customer Costa comes home happy.
Is he there tonight?
Yes.
Assuming, yeah. They'll win.
I take back everything I said.
About to say, now we're going to lose.
Doesn't
Okay.
he have some sort of a losing streak with the Red Wings going to games, or a losing record when he goes to see live games? I thought he did.
Sure. I'll take your word for it. All right. So I want to bring something up, okay? Because we talk about the tournament and the first 4. Have you seen what, and it's probably going to happen, unfortunately. Have you seen the whole preview for what the expanded tournament would look like?
No, I haven't, because I refuse to believe it's going to happen.
Well, you're going to live in this world now with me. Are you ready? This was the proposed 76-team tournament. And this is what it would look like. And I want to know, and I don't expect to get calls on this. I think most people will just agree this is an armpit of an idea. But from Kenny, you, corporate David, this is what and I firmly believe this will be the tournament. This is going to happen. Why? Because greed is killing sports actively. You would have the following as at-large play-ins. Are you ready to see some of the crap that you'd have to watch? Now, you'd have the two that are already scheduled. Texas and NC State to be on that 11 line. That's already in. You have SMU, Miami, Ohio. Same thing. That's your first four. Here are the other four matchups for the at-large play-ins. On the 13 line, you'd have Arizona State from the Big 12 against Cal from the ACC, a.k.a. Pac-12 basketball. On the
Arizona State, no coach. Gotcha.
Right, on the 13 line. On the 12 line, you'd have Okie State and Virginia Tech. On the 12 line, you'd have Indiana and Oklahoma. And on the 11 line, you'd have Auburn and SDSU. Then the following would be on the automatic qualifier play-ins. You'd have the already scheduled pairing. I just want to be accurate with this, okay? Lehigh and Prairie View, that's already scheduled. Howard and UMBC, already scheduled. And by the way, I'm not slandering those schools. These games are unwatchable. There's always two play-ins you care about, and then there's like the welfare class. Then you'd get these four games nobody asked for. Queens versus LIU on the 16 line. Furman versus Siena, my hometown school, on the 16 line.
The Paladins?
They are, the Saints.
Furman?
No, Furman's the Paladins.
Yeah, okay. I'm just trying to channel my inner Valenti.
You're fine. You're fine.
Okay.
Queens is the Royals.
Okay.
But Siena on the 16 line. The 15 line, Kennesaw State versus Wright State, and Idaho versus Tennessee State. All of that crap just to get where we are now. How is that, honestly, the direction this is going?
Here's the problem with that. Because you were told we're doing this so that we can allow for the, for the group of fives or whatever you call them, the automatic qualifier conferences to get more than just one team in. But what you read to me are all the bottom feeders from the Power Four conference. Indiana does not belong in this tournament. They had an opportunity just like Ohio State. Ohio State won games, Indiana lost games. So you're not there. Arizona State, so bad, you fired your coach and pretty much said, guys, go wherever you want. Just don't worry about being here in sunny Arizona. So no, you're expanding it for the same reason that I thought you were expanding it. You're expanding it to put in more bad teams from good conferences just so they can play extra games. You're not opening this up saying, we're going to make sure that it won't be a one-bid conference anymore. We'll allow you to get a second team in. So therefore, hey, good Miami of Ohio, you lost your game. Don't worry about it. You're still in, and we're going to also take your conference championship, your conference winner.
None of that's appealing. But it's going to happen.
It is, and that's why there's no point to it because you just keep lowering the bar and lowering the bar to now you're going to have teams that are 500. It's like the bowl games. You're 500, you're in the tournament.
Well, what I would comp it to is the inevitable that college football will expand past 16. I mean, they're just going to do this until there's no juice in the orange. And no one's trying to watch a pair of 8-4 football teams square off. No. But that's where it's headed. So I just wanted to share that with you.
No, that's just totally unnecessary. It's not needed, and it was everything that they promised it would not be.
Right.
We're here for the little guy. We're expanding for the little guys.
Speaking of promises, fix the damn roads. Okay. Corporate David on the text communications. What's your read on A, what I just laid out, but B, what do people have to say about it?
Well, it's disgusting, first of all. That is not necessary.
Wearing company-issued attire on a Monday?
Sure, that as well. But Rico, you're right. You're exactly right. It was never going to be about the little guy. Never going to be about the little guy. Oh, we're going to get, Queens in a little bit, No, it was all about getting Indiana and Auburn on that list. Does not deserve to be in.
There's going to be about 3 minutes later where I launch Bruce Pearl, that sweating idiot, out of a cannon. His performance on the Selection Sunday show was every bit bad as it was compromised. We'll get to that later. Carry on.
Yeah, we don't need that at all. Ticket Tech says, but what if the plan is Bishop Sycamore if
Right.
they get in?
Perfect.
That's what all that sounds like. he
Absolute
says.
perfection. Let's find a way to get DePaul into the tourney while we're at it.
Someone says, I was confused by all of it because it doesn't need to happen.
Thank you.
We don't need the expansion at all.
It's almost like a 12-team playoff. Either stay at 8 or go to 16. But here we are at 12, and you know what they're going to do next? 14. Test the market conditions, make sure they can keep crushing the rights fees with no eye on what it means for the sport.
You know what's funny about it, though, is between the three of you, you guys are all varying range from hardcore to big fans of the sport. And a guy like me who's on the fringe, it barely appeals to the three of you.
Correct.
How are you supposed to rope a guy like me into this?
You can't.
You can't.
Kenny,
You know what the play-in games are? They're the games that if you're at the bar with your friends, you know, all of a sudden you may place a bet on it and you just say, you know what, I'm going to go for this game. And a lot of times they end up being entertaining, but you know neither one of these teams have a shot at anything.
Well, you say Kenny at the bar. We were just giving you some of the audio. All right. We'll get to some of the people. David, text communications, please.
All this sounds like to me is one extra game for the Cinderellas to have to play, making them more worn out before we actually get to the real games, which means blowout.
But your problem is this. We are already letting in teams that are fringy, right? We did the first 4. And I'm fine because when we talked about play-in games 20 years ago, it was the last 4 teams out versus the last 4 teams in, square them off. Cool. Instead, what they did is we got a couple of those teams, and then you pitted a couple. You basically created bum fights. Mm-hmm. You took homeless team A versus homeless team B and said, all right, y'all go over here and play.
Great use of the term bum fight.
I'm here for you.
It works because that's what it is. I don't know which team to pick, so how about you guys fight it out?
And you watch it. The games are unwatchable. It jumps off the screen how bad these teams are in comparison to their high Division I.
The only ones that are entertaining, Mike, are the automatic qualifiers because this is it for them.
Yes.
They have to win. But yeah, when you see, this, like these two teams, like they were bad in their conference. Why do I need to see them square off against each other now?
Can you imagine Cal versus Arizona State? As you said, ASU fired Hurley.
Right.
Cal basketball, I don't know, is Jaylen Brown still there? Like, who cares? Yeah, let's put these mid teams. Here, Oklahoma and Indiana.
Well, you know
what? At what point was Indiana a tournament team this year?
They were never.
Never.
You know what? Like 3 weeks ago, they were on the fringe, and then they fell apart. No, but then they'll say, hey, what about VCU? What about UCLA?
What about NC State?
They played in the play-in games, and they made it to the Final Four. That's what they're going to trumpet. Oh, you say it's meaningless, right? But those two teams did it.
There has to be a line of qualifications to get in. When you are out here and you're barely 500, I know, I don't want to obsess on it. The idea that Bruce Pearl was allowed to schlep for his former school where his son coaches and tried to make a case that with 16 losses, they somehow deserve to be. Do me a favor. You can't be on a broadcast tonight. All right?
Because it started off, I thought it was a joke.
No.
And I'm like, wait.
No.
This man is serious.
That's worse than his deodorant back when he coached.
Okay.
Guy would sweat through his shirt in layup line.
All right, Sean Miller, line 2.
Only one worse. Only one worse. Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the country, and Northville is Michigan's Trex superstore. They stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting. They have it all the time and at the absolute lowest prices. So whether you're a builder or do-it-yourselfer, you can count on Northville. They're going to have everything you need when you need it. Time to plan it, build it, buy it, right from the source. Take home some samples. Call Northville Lumber today, Michigan's Trex Superstore, or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, we'll get to the people. And again, we hit on Michigan State to start the day. We're going to have some fun with the tourney, both today and as the week goes along, but want to bring in some other stuff. Don't want to do, guys, games that matter aren't until Thursday or Friday. We're not doing this whole what's your upset special stuff. Man, nobody cares. It's Monday. I thought that the fact that they spec'd out what the actuality of the proposed expanded tournament would look like, it was mortifying. I had to put that out there. We covered Michigan State hour 1.
That's just sad and depressing right there. That right.
What's worse?
You can't
that
defend
or
that.
State's backup point guard situation.
That.
Okay, that's pretty bad.
You can't defend that because here's the thing. State's backup point guard situation can get fixed in a year. You do that, and that's here forever.
Yeah.
And ever and ever.
It's awful. But the point I'm making
I
is,
can't defend that. Because
I
when
know.
you say, oh, well, you ruined the sport.
No,
I'm like,
no.
They're ruining the sports because that's the thing that nobody is asking for. You can make a case in college football that there's some fringe teams, some blue bloods get left out, and you're like, yeah, wouldn't it be great if we can sneak Bama in there? But wouldn't it be great if we could sneak who? Queens? We could sneak in Arizona State?
Oklahoma, Indiana, Cal, Arizona State. Who asked for this?
Hey, you know what? I got an idea. How about this? Hear me out. Hear me out, guys. What if you just won more games in your
my
conference?
God, you're kidding me. No. Let's go. Let's go to Chris, 97.1. Chris, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
What's going on?
Yeah, so this is, like, to me, the prime example of the phrase, hogs get slaughtered and pigs get fatter. Like, you're going to let all these little teams in here, a few more, just to, lead them to slaughter while everyone that's running the committee and all that are just lining their pockets. The NCAA is just laughing to the bank. I don't understand. We do not need expansion. We don't need expansion in playoffs for football. They already did it once. We don't need more. We didn't even need that one. We don't need this. And like you said before, when it was the first 4 in and the last 4 out, they would pit them against each other. That was good enough, and that's how it should have stayed. And now it's just, well, these guys are actually the last 8 out and the last 8 in, and it's kind of getting ridiculous to a fault now, where you can't even enjoy the sport and enjoy those games. Tuesday games, Monday games. It's just nuts.
Look, I'm still old school, and Chris, I'm not offended by any of it, but I miss the days where Thursday at noon the whole tournament started. I hate the play-in stuff, but I understand time moves on and they needed to greed it up. But yeah, I miss Thursday at noon. Let's get the dance going.
Yeah, that Thursday and Friday was the greatest thing in sports, in my opinion. And just real quick to touch on the Bruce Pearl thing, because I am a Tennessee basketball fan. His son and him trying to do the Nepo baby thing for him was just ridiculous. And, I mean, I can still remember senior night when he was coaching at Tennessee. He put his son in, and his son shot a 3 and airballed, and I was like, well, this is great. So, but, yeah, it's kind of like the same thing with watching him coach down there. So
No, I'll play.
guys.
Yeah, and I appreciate it. And Chris, I'll tell you what, I'll play the audio in a few minutes. I don't care. We do it right now. Here, hold on. Let's just do this because this is like media 2026. There's just no limit to being compromised, whether it's Gus Johnson being an open U of M fan and doing events for the school and going on TV pretending he's not a fan. You're a play-by-play guy. You're not allowed to be a fan. You don't work for Michigan. You work for Fox. Or whether it's ex-athletes, handed jobs, totally compromised, all the way to this. I want you to think about this. CBS has the ability all year to craft their March Madness coverage. They have a whole year. I only need a crew for 3 weeks. I can hand select it. It's a dream job for anybody. How many rejection letters did you get before you had to get to this loser, Bruce Pearl? Okay, fine. Pearl's on the broadcast. Any producer worth their salt, Bruce, stay out of the Auburn stuff. Let Clark Kellogg, let Seth Davis, let AI generated, I'm Adam Zucker. Let anyone talk about it. Bruce, your kid coach is there. We can't cover you. You're going to look like a buffoon. Right. Take a listen to what didn't happen. David, do we have this audio? Thank you. you had 16 losses, and if your kid didn't coach the team, you wouldn't be bumping your gums. How embarrassing. Get off the TV. You don't belong there. You're compromised. The school paid you millions. Then you handed your kid the job in a real succession plan. And now I got to listen to you. They beat 3 champions. Bruce, they were the town bike. Everybody got a ride. You lost 16 times, babe. What are we doing here? Right. If I'm Clark Kellogg, I would have thrown a tennis ball at his head. It's unbelievable.
What's more interesting is when they brought in the president or whoever it was that does the tournament stuff. They bring him in, and then Bruce Pearl gets an opportunity to talk to him and begins to bring up Auburn.
Of course.
And then the graphic just shows they weren't even in the Final Four last out, not even the next 4. Like, what are you doing, Bruce?
It's an embarrassment, and it goes unchecked. I'll say it again. Anyone with knowledge of how TV works, real producers step in. Bruce, you can't do it. It's like yelling bomb on an airplane. You coached at Auburn, you handed the job to your son. Stay out of it. We have experts that are uncompromised who can talk about it. It's unbelievable. I'm sorry.
No, Mike.
It drives me crazy.
I'm with you because, win your games and you're in. We beat these teams. Okay, well, what about all the other teams?
It beat 3 champions. Oh, really? You got beat to death by 16 homeless people. You're out. You're out. Yeah. Sorry. That's all. There you go. It's done. Now we don't have to worry about it later. I'm just tired of it. I'm tired of these people being allowed to lie to the American public.
You get to bring in the ex-coach because, okay, you're going to tell me what it's like in the room, how you're feeling. I understand. It's like bringing in the ex-athlete.
How to leave right before the season so your son gets the job? How about you do this? Okay, you want to go on TV and lie? There should have been a banner, Simpson style. This guy's son coaches Auburn, right on a scroller. With the sounds of the Benny Hill music playing lightly underneath Bruce Pearl's opinion. And the average guy doesn't know any better, and that's what's wrong with it. That's a disgrace.
No, it is.
Sorry.
No, and while you're sitting there championing, you beat all these teams, you also lost to Oklahoma by double digits.
You lost 16 games, right. And you played, 32?
Right.
Stop.
You had opportunities, and it didn't work out that way. But no, they bring the ex-coaches in so they can get that. Because you see it all the time. Izzo's on the thing. As soon as he loses, he's up on the stage. But you don't get to do that because when he first did it, and this isn't the first time he's done this, Mike. He's done this many times. I don't know if you've been paying attention. And it was like, okay, you're joking, right? Because you can't be serious because your son's team is awful. And then, wait, you really are being serious. Like, let me consider if I should put Auburn in. I thought about it. No. Well, what about now? How about no? Okay, I'll give you a chance. Go win the SEC tournament, and you're in.
I want to remind everybody, too, this POS retired September 22nd, just so his kid could get that job. Don't tell me Auburn had time to hire somebody.
They didn't.
Okay? Bum. We'll get to the phone calls next. I'm sorry. I know no one cares. It just upsets me. 97-1.
All right, well, guess what? The beauty of it, I can watch all the teams in the tournament minus Auburn because they are a bunch of bums down in my new basement. Done for me by Matrix Basements. Guys, it was the best decision I have ever made. I was down there this morning taping a podcast, and I was like, this thing is great. If you've been teetering, I'm telling you, now is the time. Go to matrixbasements.com. When you get on that website, you're going to see they have the Build Now, Pay Later program. You want to sign up for that. What they'll do is they'll come up with a design for you, a free consultation, and in about 7-8 weeks, you are going to have your brand new basement. And the beauty of it is 0 payments, 0 interest until the year 2028. That's 2 years from now. And in those 2 years, you can enjoy a lot of tournaments, a lot of baseball games, a lot of football games in your brand new man cave built for you and designed for you by Matrix Basements. Go to matrixbasements.com right now. Build now, pay later, and enjoy your beautiful new basement sooner.
Let's get to the people. Sorry about the Bruce Pearl rant. I just can't take it. Let's go to Matt, 97.1. Matt, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, I'm doing good, man. So for me, Michigan State, I'm not going to count them out because NCAA, anything can happen. And honestly, as long as we got Jeremy Fears in his right foot, we can do anything. Second, this is more for David, who has veto power on this. So it started off as a joke. Somebody had called in and said, "Get David, get laid." So me and my friends decided to make a website about David and his, if you want to veto it, you can.
Yeah, it's vetoed. I'm sorry. I can't have that. No.
Well, okay.
This man is a leader of a church. We cannot do that, Matt.
I will tell you, I'll veto. I'll stop it, but I will tell you, we had it to where when you clicked on something, it would say spanking or any one of your other drops.
No.
Reach out to me on Twitter. I want to see it, though.
No, oh, boy. Okay. So, look, Matt, let me ask this question. For Michigan State, what the hell do you think their ceiling is? You say you're not counting them out. What does that mean?
Well, I'll say their ceiling is Elite 8, I think. I don't think they'll go past that. But I'm not going to count them out right away because anything can happen in the NCAA.
Sure. But, Matt, you understand my point in it. The Elite 8 doesn't matter. Look, if people disagree, call in. We can have the argument. But whether it's me speaking to Matt or if you call in, paying the players has now put a pro sports mentality into college, which I always skewed towards anyways because I'm from the East Coast. The whole point I'm making is if you're Kentucky or you're Michigan State, whomever, you're paying your players. And I know what some of these guys are making. You can't view it like the old days anymore. So, okay, let's say State made the Elite 8. They didn't win the Big Ten. They didn't win the Big Ten tourney. They didn't make the Final Four. Complete failure, period. Argue it. Oh, but the record's fun. Okay, let's look to the ceiling. Was it memorialized in any way? No.
Here's the beauty of it, Mike. It's the hard and fast truth. And sometimes the truth, it's not fun. It's ugly. But I can't argue with what you're saying. Because at Michigan State, you set a standard that you hang banners. And if you're not hanging banners, then what are you doing?
Nothing. That's
so
why
therefore, I can't sit here and be like, well, Mike, you're being a hater. No, you're actually kind of speaking the truth. You know what you're doing is you're holding the standard to the standard.
That's it. Well, look, we make fun of Dabo, but I'll tell you the one phrase he always has at Clemson that I like, and he's not living up to it. The standard is the standard. Mm-hmm. That's it. What do you want from me? Like here, the last decade, MSU's been to one Big Ten tournament final. One.
Now, here's the beauty of it. For the State fans that are saying, well, Mike, you're being mean. I think that Izzo has realized my teams have not been good, and he's improved them. So you saw last year, they got out of the first weekend. This year, they should get out of the first weekend. And now you got to hope that, hey, Tom, you got to bring in some NBA players. You got the number 2 class coming in next year. So hopefully that increases and you start getting back to where you used to be because State fans enjoyed it when you just took it for granted. Oh, can they make the Final Four? Because, can they win it all? Because I'm not sweating the first weekend. Now, if you're a State fan, you don't feel good. You can't make plans and say, oh, I guarantee we're going to be in D.C. for the Sweet 16.
And I also, because you're speaking the gospel to me. It's more case in point. I don't feel like State can compete with Michigan, can compete with Duke, can compete with Arizona. There's a gap. I get tired of that. There shouldn't be a gap. There's not a gap in resources. There's not a gap in facilities. There's not a gap in coaching acumen. Tom Izzo's a great coach. He's a Hall of Famer.
Right. I think as far as the resources go, a little late to the party, but I think Izzo's finally accepted the fact that, well, they're just not out there playing for the love of the game.
Boats and hoes, baby. Tommy, you got to book a couple.
I think he's finally realized that, and you're seeing an upgrade in some talent now.
Tom's got to leave the money on the nightstand. Let's go.
You got gifted $400 million. Use it.
We need some lottery hose. We need an A cuff. We need a Yaxle.
You got gifted $400 million. So there's really no more excuses.
The Pinto and the Santa Maria. We need NBA players, man. I mean, God love Carson Cooper. He's turned into a decent ball player. He ain't winning a natty for you. No. And he's a nice player.
No, he's the extra. He's the other. He's one of the others. He's one of the others that if all of a sudden he lights up and it's like, yeah, okay, didn't expect that.
Those people? Is that what you just said? One of the others?
Yes, that's Rico referring to white farm people. Let's go over to Ethan, 97.1. Ethan, how you doing, buddy?
Good. How are you guys?
Good, Ethan. What's it?
You said Michigan's championship or bust earlier. I feel like that's not acknowledging the Kaysen injury enough and what he did for our team.
Okay, so let me put it to you this way. A, they're still a 1 seed, and they made the Big Ten tournament final, and they beat Michigan State in a showdown game. These are all without Kaysen. You know, I can't lower the bar. He's not a starter. Yes, it hurts you. Okay, I'm not saying it doesn't, but what will you be happy with in the tournament short of a national championship? What was it all for,
right.
Ethan?
You're right. After that, I've seen plenty of Big Ten tournament champions, plenty of Big Ten conference champions.
Sure.
And I've been telling that to people, but like Michigan State fans, I think they're completely delusional. We've got a better program. And
well, hold on. What State fan would argue that? Who's arguing with you on that?
State fans in East Lansing argue that.
Okay, well, they're wrong. But, I mean, your program right now is the Indiana of college basketball. You don't get to say that you're not better than State. You are right now, and that's just where it is.
All right. I love that. But
well, you should.
After watching the Duke game and this Big Ten tournament, I feel like just Michigan's not at that level that we have to be happy with a Midwest championship. I guess, maybe I'm arguing against myself.
You are arguing against yourself, Ethan. It's national title or bust. Listen, at a certain
Ethan.
No, I mean Ethan. At a certain point, you got to put your big boy pants on. You can't cry about a backup point guard. Are you as good as you were before? No. Let me help you with something. You have the second best odds at winning the national championship, Ethan.
And let me
drop your nuts. It's national title or bust. This is what I can't stand about Michigan fans. You want your ass kissed, and then you complain when it's not, I don't know, kissed appropriately. Like, dude, you are second choice to Duke. What else am I supposed to say?
The problem was Ethan fell into the trap that a lot of State fans. You're basing your happiness on the other school instead of just looking and saying, you know what? You're not our problem. We've already beaten you twice. We're looking at Duke. We're looking at Arizona.
Right, and
he's worried about, will State fans say this?
I also felt like I was talking to Jim Costa right there. What State fan is not acknowledging Michigan?
I would say this. Look, I look at them in eras, and we're in the new Dusty May era, and right now they're dead even. I think Dusty has a couple extra wins, but they're right there neck and neck with each other. So and I think they're tied now 2 games apiece against Izzo. So we'll see what happens. Next year's the rubber game, unless you get the national title game, because I heard about that could happen.
Oh, what a stupid conversation that is. You know what happened? We'd lose to them again. I'd still sign up for it. It means State made the final and you get a crack at them.
It means it's tough to beat a team 3 times.
Oh,
Mike.
please.
Cliche.
David, you were exasperated during that.
Right, because I've said it, yes. While I don't like the LJ Kaysen injury, I'm still saying championship or bust. We should still get there. We have the talent to win it all. Win it. Period.
You have the second best odds to win it. Like, if I come on the air and say, well, golly gee, guys, if you make the Final Four, it was a great year. What? What was it all for?
See, but I would say, no, I said right now with the injury, if you make the Final Four, because you put laundry up already. You hung the Big Ten, and you went through the Big Ten like a hot knife through butter. If you make the Final Four, I'm not going to change the bar, because if Michigan State makes the Final Four, you get to hang a banner. If Michigan makes the Final Four, you get to hang the banner.
I think the problem for me is the money has changed what a Final Four means. That's my
it has,
problem.
Mike, but because unlike in pro sports, you can't go out and add to the roster. You can't go to the G League and grab somebody. Once you have this,
I thought you actually could do that.
No, not anymore. Maybe in high schools, but this is your roster. So if player goes down, you can't fill it and say, okay, where's our Dennis Jenkins? Can't do that.
How dare you denigrate Dennis Jenkins?
Just saying.
Noted tryhard. David, go ahead. You want to get to the text communications momentarily?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, we'll take care of some business. We have some fun. I have a blitz to get to, and I think you're going to enjoy it. Okay. We also have the trivia where we're going to do this all week. We'll tabulate scores, just ways for people to be up on useless tournament knowledge for the office. Right now, FanDuel is dropping bonus bets into everyone's account for the tourney. All you have to do is opt in, claim your bonus, and use them on your bracket picks, money line spreads, or the Kenny Cott I want to bet every game in the same day parlay. Don't wait. Bonus bets are available for a limited time. FanDuel.com/Michigan to learn more. It's FanDuel. 21 and up, present, Michigan. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max bonus $5,000 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. All right. 10 things, 8 minutes. The 10 things Rico and I are most hyped about for the tournament. 5 from the Rico Beard Camp, 5 from mine. Alternating rapid fire. Are you prepared? Let's get people some sizzle. David, some tunes, please. All right, Rico, I'll give you the first one. We'll go from there. Are you prepared?
I am prepared, my friend.
I give you an introduction to the wildest, wackiest guy who looks like he's from a Nebraska gym class. They call him Cream Abdul-Jabbar. Mr. Robbie Avila is back on the big stage, along with one of the rising stars in the sports of coaching, Josh Schertz. St. Louis, the Billikens, take on Georgia. Clash Styles. Georgia's going to fly up and down the floor, play AAU ball. St. Louis, they're going to run sets to death. And Avila, he's got the sexy specs. He's got a weird arm tattoo, and he looks like the most unathletic pile on the planet. But there he is at the end of the night with 23-10. I'm pumped for that matchup.
Mike, you know what? We've heard about the bracket of death, and that's the East, the region of, it's got Duke and all of those teams in it. You know what the one bracket they're not talking about? The region of losers, the underachievers. That is the West. Why? Because I'll tell you, they put all the teams, Mike, that would always have the preseason hype. They're going to be great, and somehow they stumble before they get to the Final Four. I give you 1 seed, Arizona.
Yep, that tracks.
I give you 2 seed, Purdue.
Oh, yeah.
I give you 3 seed, Gonzaga.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do we have Rick Barnes?
No. That's the only thing that's missing is Tennessee in that bracket.
That would have been the chef's kiss.
But you also have Wisconsin's also in that bracket as a 5 seed. So, yeah, we talk about, these teams are, not necessarily. And even throw in BYU as well.
Let me give you number 2. We talked about it briefly, and I think State's in some trouble no matter who they face. South Florida, Louisville, a battle of contrasting styles. The Cards, they're not a great three-point shooting team, but they take so many of them. They're dangerous. It's the College of Charleston offense brought over. USF, it's playground ball. They're going to drive the lane every time, and occasionally kick out for a wide open 3, and they shoot it at good efficiency. I love stuff like this. Plus, you have an injury, Mikal Brown. You gotta see if he's going to play. He sat out the ACC tournament on the hope and a dream he would make the NCAA tournament. We don't know yet.
Correct.
I think it's a super interesting game. Over to Rico.
Mike, I give you this tournament. The one thing that I've noticed, there is no dominant team. This is no longer like the UConn Invitational. We all knew it was UConn, and who was the battling to play for second place? Mike, there's no team that I can sit there and say, they're definitely going to be in the national title game. I could probably pick 15 different teams, make a case for it, and you're going to be like, I can see that. Hey, Kansas, their star freshman decided he wanted to play 6 straight games, and they won a title. Okay, I can see that. He's pretty good. You can make a case for Michigan. Hey, they showed up and just beat the brakes off of teams by 30 points. Okay, I can see that. Florida went back-to-back. I can see that. No dominant teams in this year's tournament.
All right, number 3 for me. North Carolina upset alert. Caleb Wilson out. VCU, bit of a darling. I talked about this earlier in the show. I've never gotten a VCU game right in my life. I don't touch them. They drop a bomb on somebody. I go with them. They look like they've never played basketball before. And for UNC, it's a debilitating injury, but it's a game I can't wait to watch because it's a blue blood versus a nobody. The injury might be the equalizing factor, and reality is this. UNC is about a 2-point favorite. But I'm here for it. It's a game I'm looking forward to.
Mike, what I'm looking forward to is which UConn team and which Purdue team shows up this weekend.
Yeah, buddy. What was that against St. John's?
Because those 2 teams are feast or famine. Both teams have just gone through streaks where you're like, do they realize the college basketball season is going on right now? And then all of a sudden they wake up. Purdue woke up this weekend. They looked like preseason number 1s. But for a time, throughout the month of February, man, they were getting beat by everybody.
I called this one wealth disparity. You have a $22 million roster versus a $22 roster. I give you Kentucky versus Santa Clara. First time Santa Clara's made it since Steve Nash was running point for them in the early 90s. Wow. And you have Mark Pope coaching for his effing life in Lexington. and Kentucky is only a 2.5-point favorite. $22 million roster, and there's a absolute 50-50 coin flip. They could lose to Santa Clara. That to me is number one with a bullet for me as far as interest. That game is wild.
Well, for me, Mike, it's the player that, unless you're a hardcore basketball fan, let me introduce you to somebody who played basketball at Cass Tech and decided he was going to leave.
Acuff.
Arkansas and Darius Acuff Jr.
Stud.
Make sure whatever you're doing when Arkansas plays, stop for 2 hours and watch this kid
He's
play.
John Morant, pre-guns and hand grenade gestures.
Yes.
He's just a machine.
This kid, I don't even want to say he's a kid. He's special. He is going to do something. I don't know what he's going to be in the NBA, but as far as his time in college, watch out.
Last one for me, I call it the setup. Lower seeded team, lousy, everybody bleeping all over them. I give you got Miami, who's everybody's darling, is the 7 against Mizzou, and people are like, how the hell's Mizzou on the 10 line? They're crap. Miami's this darling. They can beat anybody. You know how this goes Friday night at 10 o'clock. This is where Mizzou does the revenge play and drops a bomb on them, right?
Right.
But I'm here to watch it because
Okay.
it doesn't make sense. Last one.
Well, for me, you know what, Mike? It goes by what you said. This time next week, are we watching a coaching search at Kentucky because Mark Pope's been fired? Because you're not allowed to lose at Kentucky when you have that much money invested, when you have that crazy of a fan base, and I wonder where they're going to reach out to and pick their next coach.
You hate to see
Will
it.
they bring back Pitino?
First round sizzle, 10 items, 8 minutes. He just said Rick Pitino to Lexington. I'm not dignifying that. 97-1.
Brought to you by Guardian Alarm. The Red Wings host the Flames tonight to kick off a 4-game homestand. Calgary has the second least points in the league. Hear the game right here on 97.1 at 7. Andrew Kopp was seen skating again with the team today in a non-contact uniform. There's no change to his injury status. Tom Izzo after his look at the bracket. He's also hoping to get former assistant coach Dwayne Stevens back during the tournament.
Oh, good.
Alabama. Mike is going to join the staff too. Alabama basketball is the number 4 seed in Michigan's region. Their second leading scorer, Aiden Holloway, has been arrested for possession of a pound of marijuana. Recreational weed illegal in Alabama. His availability for Friday's game unknown. Oakland guard Coy Thurman is also entering the portal. Tigers manager A.J. Hinch officially named Framber Valdez as his number 2 starter behind Tarek Skubal. Detroit beat the Phillies 13-6 today. Jack Flaherty, the first Detroit pitcher to go into the 6th inning in spring. He gave up 3 runs in that frame and 5 earned in total. Kevin McGonigal launched a 400-foot-plus homer today. Keter Montero getting ready to start for Team Venezuela tonight for their World Baseball Classic semifinal against Italy at 8. The Lions officially announced the re-signing of linebacker Malcolm Rodriguez and the signing of corner Roger McCreary today. Former Lions corner Darius Slay has also officially announced his retirement. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto.
All right, we're going to jump right in there. We're going to have some fun. 4 o'clock. We're going to do this all week, headed into the games. Kenny looks stressed. Relax. We're going to do trivia just because the tournament has so many wacky moments, so many stupid facts, and it's fun. But we're going to do this with a twist. We're going to do this Jeopardy style. Not that you're going to phrase it in the form of a question.
Okay.
But it's going to be you, David, and Kenny, not me, because I'd get all these right and it wouldn't be any fun. The point I'm making is, if you answer incorrectly, you lose a point.
Oh.
So, unless you want to end up like Jalen Rose on Jeopardy at a negative $38,000, you want to be careful. But it's also like Jeopardy, even though we don't have like a wired buzzer. You got to raise your hand. I will go to whoever gets in first, and you have to answer. You can't buzz in and then not answer. I'll take 10 points away. Just like Kenny when he makes up the rules on a Friday. Don't try to buzz in and then not answer.
Oh, this is what that feels like. All right.
Yeah.
All right, so what level is this? Is this like Bellini genius level?
It varies.
Okay.
You don't. So we're just going to go. David, whatever music you'd like to attach to such a stupid trivia game. And we're going to have some fun. All right, here we go. Question number 1. Remember, we're going to play all week. No panic if you get off to a slow start. You ready? Which team won the very first NCAA tournament in 1939? David has chimed in.
I'll guess Yale.
Wrong. Mark it down. You're -1. Rico or David? Rico or Kenny? Kenny buzzes in.
Duke.
Also wrong. -1. Rico.
Do I have to answer?
No, you could just sit there like a bump on a
I didn't know
log.
that was an option. I
You're
wouldn't
still
answer.
ahead.
No.
It was the Oregon Ducks in 1939. All right, question number 2. Which organization runs March Madness? David.
NCAA.
Correct. David's back to 0.
I thought it was a trick.
I thought that was a trick question.
I told you.
Yeah.
Varying difficulties, boys. Here we go. Number 3. I love you too. Which team has won the most NCAA basketball championships?
Which team has won the most?
David has risen. Hold up. I think David beat you to the punch.
I'm going to guess UCLA.
David's correct. How could you not get that? All right, question number 4. Here we go. Which Virginia player hit the game-winning shot to win the 2019 NCAA championship? Beep, beep. Kenny, go ahead.
Somebody whose last name is Johnson.
Wrong. -1 for him.
Damn it.
Everyone else sitting it out? The answer, Kyle Guy. Which small school team made the Final Four in 1979, led by Larry Bird? Rico Beard.
Indiana State.
Correct. He's on the board. Here we go. Which mid-major team reached the Final Four in 2013 before losing to Louisville?
13. Oh, mid-major.
All right. Rico's going to venture a guess. Go ahead.
I'm going to go VCU.
Ooh, so close. The color scheme's right. The team's wrong. -1. Anybody else? I'll take that as a no. Dude, color scheme spot on. It was Wichita State. Remember they were undefeated in the regular season? Which team completed the last undefeated season in 1976? Rico Beard, I wasn't even done with the question.
Indiana.
Yes. Score one for Team Marvel Comics. All right, here we go. Which team defeated Gonzaga to win the 2021 national championship? This is stunning.
Wait.
Stunning. Rico Beard.
I'm going to go UConn.
Wrong. -1, Team Marvel. David and Kenny, I'm disappointed in both of you. That was a famous game. We were out of COVID. Come on. They don't want to venture a guess. The Baylor Bears. 2016 championship game. Which 2016 title game ended with a Villanova buzzer beater? Who'd they play?
North Carolina.
There you go. He buzzed in. But he buzzed in.
All right.
Point for David.
I was there.
But you didn't say it.
You don't get the point for being there.
All right, here we go.
-1 point for being there.
Which team won the 2006 national title? Rico Beard.
Florida.
Yes. Which coach led UCLA to 10 NCAA basketball championships? Rico Beard.
John Wooden.
Yes. Whew. Here we go. All right. We're going to skip over the women's section because nobody knows anything about it. Yeah, UConn and Gino Auriemma is the answer to everything. All right, here we go.
South Carolina.
No. Stop it. Which city is hosting the 2026 Final Four?
Indianapolis.
Oh, David got you. David got you. Kenny, you okay? All right, here we go. Which Duke player holds the most career NCAA tournament points with 407?
That's been a lot of Duke.
I know. I'm going through the.
Do you want to? Does the group want a hint?
Yes.
He's white.
Yeah.
I hate you.
3, 2. Rico.
Christian Laettner.
Rico Beard with the Team Marvel saver.
I was going to guess the point guard.
All right. Which team has the most tournament appearances all time?
Duke.
-1 for Kenny Cott. I'm just glad you're still alive.
I'm here.
All right.
Barely. I'm -3 points already.
David or Rico?
You know what? Kansas.
Wrong. -1, Team Marvel. David, venture a guess or save a point?
I'm going to save my point.
All right. It's the home of the northernmost Publix, the Kentucky Wildcats, Lexington, Kentucky.
That was going to be my guess. I just want to save my point.
You're a liar and we don't believe you. What are the most points scored by a team in a single NCAA tournament game? And we'll do it this way. We'll do this like Price is Right. You place, hey, I think it's X. Who's ever closest is going to get the win, okay? It's easier than this very specific number. Okay. Most points in an NCAA tournament game all time?
120.
Kenny Cott?
119.
I actually think it was 136.
David wins, 149, Loyola Marymount. All right, which team has the most Final Four appearances in NCAA tournament history?
If I just keep guessing Duke, eventually it'll be right.
Or you'll crater into Middle Earth.
Damn
Wrong, -1. Rico Beard.
Kentucky.
Wrong, -1. David, save a point or go for the gusto?
No, I'm going with UCLA.
Also wrong. You all lose a point. We are all collectively dumber for having listened to that.
All right,
North Carolina.
Doing good.
All right, here we go. Here, Petey Pablo. Ready?
Yeah.
Which team won back-to-back national championships in 2023 and 24? Rico Beard.
UConn.
Yes, Team Marvel back. Which player scored the most points in a single NCAA tournament game?
Player?
Mm-hmm. And it's not recent. That's the hint I'll give you. 3, 2. All right, David's going to venture a guess.
I'll go Lou Alcindor.
Wrong, -1. Kenny Cott with a guess.
Carmelo Anthony.
I said not recent.
Oh.
Rico Beard.
Bo Kimball.
I hate all of you. It is Austin Carr. My God.
Okay.
Which coach has the most NCAA tournament wins?
Dean Smith.
Wrong. -1. 3, 2, 1. Kenny, if you just would have stayed with Duke, it's Mike Krzyzewski.
Yes.
Okay. Which team has the most Sweet 16 appearances all time?
Duke.
Wrong.
Damn it.
Just keep going, Kenny.
Sweet 16 appearances all time. Rico Beard.
I'm going to go North Carolina.
Also wrong. Team Marvel, -1. David.
I'm going to go Kentucky.
Yes, for the church, for the general fund. Your uncle needs another bow tie. Winner, winner. All right, here we go. Which school has the most Final Four appearances?
Duke.
Wrong.
No.
My God. Rico, David, pass?
Pass.
Okay, David, pass. North
Yes.
Carolina. Which team is known for its Cinderella run as an 11 seed that captured the hearts and minds of fans nearly 20 years ago? Rico Beard.
George Mason.
Yes. Horrible loss by Izzo. Which team pulled off a historic upset as a 15 seed, upending the number 2 in 1991? Here's a hint. I hate the coach that they beat.
1991.
That is correct. When college sports was still real. Rico Beard.
Richmond Spiders.
Yes. Down goes Boeheim. You hate to see it.
Yeah, I was thinking Middle
That was
Tennessee
the
when he said 15.
time of 15-1.
Highest scoring game in the history of the tourney with 264 points. 1990. Kenny, I beg you not to say Duke. David, Rico, you should know this.
I think I do.
UNLV.
Wrong, and a terrible guess. -1.
Okay.
Rico.
Yeah, stupid.
Loyola Marymount.
Yes. Against?
Michigan.
Yes. Which team has the longest NCAA tournament winning streak at 38 games?
Tournament winning streak?
Mm-hmm. 38 games. 3, 2.
UCLA.
Yes, Kenny Cott has a point.
On the board, baby.
Oh, my God. Kenny Cott has a point. Kenny Cott has a point. Kenny Cott has a point. All right, last one, boys. Here we go. Which NBA legend holds the record for most NCAA March Madness titles won as a player? Rico Beard.
I'm going to go with Bill Walton.
Wrong.
Somebody from Duke.
You've just vaporized the point you earned. David, your choice. 3.
I'm holding my point.
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. 3. That is chapter 1 of the trivia, people. David, what is the score tabulation?
I'll have to put it together.
I just know Kenny's in the negative, so not winning.
I got a point there one time.
Gonna say Lou Elson.
I'll count it and I'll let you know.
We'll do this again tomorrow, 97.1.
The playoff push is here. NBA teams are deep in the stretch run, and Fanatic Sportsbook is ready for every moment. Here's the deal. You guys have heard me talk about fan cash. And remember, every time you bet with Fanatic Sportsbook, you're earning up to 10% fan cash, whether you win or lose. So even if your bet misses, you're still stacking fan cash that unlocks value you can't get at other sportsbooks, like more bets, unlimited profit boosts for your favorite player props, authentic NBA gear, game tickets, and access to exclusive Fanatic events like the Fanatics Fest in New York City. But that's not their only play. The good times roll on with Fanatics Fair Play, an injury protection policy that turns losses into wins. That's right. If you love player props like I do, your legs are protected across the entire first half of every game if an injury takes place. If your guy goes down, you're getting your money back, or your parlay plays on. Make the switch to the sportsbook that gives you more to play with. Winning hits different here. Got to be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or 1-800-MY-RESET.
All right. Appreciate you guys being good sports about it.
No, that was fun.
We'll do it again tomorrow. And like I said, they're varying degrees of difficulty.
Well, let me give you the score because I have
David, what's the
tabulated.
scoreboard, brother?
I'm going to start with the lowest. Kenny's at -7.
All right, so that's yikes.
Rico, you are in the lead with 5, and I am second with 2.
Okay, so Kenny is probably eliminated. Don't tell him.
Kenny didn't make it out of Dayton.
Correct. Kenny played the role of MSU 2015.
If Duke isn't one of the answers tomorrow, I'm going to freak out.
Okay. David, texts, and I got a couple other things. And obviously, we're going to be continuing with some tournament talk and some fun. And look, if you're a Michigan State fan, we opened the show with a good hour on it, which is tell me what your happiness point is. Like, if you're a Michigan fan, I find it hard to believe your happiness is anything other than winning the whole damn thing. For a State fan, it's more convoluted. I think you know in your heart you're nowhere near good enough. So the question just becomes, all right, we didn't win the Big Ten. We didn't win the Big Ten tourney, and we got thrown on our head twice by Michigan. So what would they have to do in the tournament for you to be happy? You tell me. And yeah, I broke rank. I know I'm supposed to say January, February Izzo, but I'm kind of worried about the second round matchup. I am.
As you should. Here's the thing. Historically speaking, 7 of the last 10 years?
Haven't made it to the Sweet 16.
They haven't. I mean,
and last 10 years, they've made one Big Ten tournament final. It's not good enough.
So, yeah. But
If they'd done their damn job Friday, and by the way, Izzo looked like he sleptwalked too. You can say whatever you want. I know he doesn't love the Big Ten tournament. He looked like my father at the end of a long day. He was exhausted on the bench, hand on his head. And I'm like, Tom, do you even want to be here?
See, I can't prove it, Mike, but sometimes when he gets to these Big Ten tournaments, he'll throw lineups out there or just do something he really hasn't done all season. I'm like, Tom, this is easy. Bilodeau goes down with a knee injury. Thank God he'll be able to play. And then Booker fouls out of the game. They don't have any
big contribution with 0 points.
I understand.
I know. He's
they
just
don't have
size.
any big men. You got 2 not in foul trouble. Change the game plan, guys. We're just going to do high-low, throw the ball up, big people dunk. No. Let's go ahead and play small ball and let Donovan Dent beat you.
Well, the problem is defensively, they've been terrible the last 4 or 5 games. And that was no surprise there. I mean, they were a disaster on the perimeter with the switches. They were a disaster guarding the isolation with the dribble drive. It just, look, I'm the wrong person to look to as far as optimism. I think State is largely been trumped up this year. It's a pretty record. But I think if you look at the data and you look at the talent, there's a gap, and it's pretty wide between them and the real teams. I just hope I'm wrong. Would love to have a magical March. But for me, the other problem, and I leave it to you, the fans, the players are getting paid, man. This is pro sports now. Who the hell sits there in pro sports and is like, oh, golly gee, I'm thrilled if we what? You got to win a championship to attain the ultimate happiness. And for Michigan State, it's like a Red Wing fan. By the end of it, you weren't excited to make the playoffs. You've made the playoffs for 25 years. What are we going to do here? So, and look, I have the bet with you. I still feel okay about it. Michigan and Arizona are my 2. You have everybody else.
I know, but you know what? Kind of like that game that you played, I could afford a loss.
You can. You have everybody else.
No, not only that. It's a little off topic, but it makes sense. I'm going to land the plane.
What?
New York Jets made a trade.
How does this have to do with?
They got rid of their quarterback, meaning Geno Smith will start a game, guaranteed.
I'm going to owe you lunch.
Justin Fields got traded.
So he's sitting here trying to get 2 lunches today.
No. It says that, you know what, David? I'm okay if I lose this.
No, he is. And look, I'm a man of my word. I offered him 5-1 odds. I'm very confident Michigan or Arizona is winning the national title, meaning if they don't, I give Rico 5 lunches. That's a real bet.
Here's the thing that really helped me out yesterday when they did the brackets.
They were on the same side.
They're going to meet in the Final Four.
I know.
So only one can represent you.
I know. I never thought I would get that lucky to have them on opposite ends of the bracket.
Look, and for as far as what you said about MSU, could they get lucky? They could, Mike. Because I think a lot of State fans are going to look at the games they played, especially the game against Duke, the games against Arkansas. They were early in the season.
Man,
they were early in the season, but you're going to say, okay, for Duke, man, you battled with the Boozer brothers, the good and the bad.
They were kids back then. Their father's a 3 with a mortgage by the end of the season.
Yeah.
You want to play teams with freshmen early. That's when they did. You think the game against Arkansas November 8th? That's what I was trying to tell Shabbat. Acts like he's never watched a damn sport before in his life.
I left that alone. Like he came over ready to argue. I'm like, okay, you know what? You got to leave me alone now. I got to get ready for the show. But yes, looking at what Arkansas has, those 2 freshmen, the moment was too big for them at the Breslin Center.
It isn't now.
And then what they did against Alabama in that overtime game, and then they lost still. Now, that's a team you don't want to play.
Same with Duke. Duke's better now. Yes, even with the injury, they're better.
That point guard.
Yeah, but hold on. You can't tell me the kids on that team haven't come a hell of a long way since the beginning of the season.
Even Bad Boozer's good.
Oh, my. All right.
No, Bad Boozer's a pretty good boozer now.
Okay, David, text communications, and then we'll get some calls.
Someone simply says, come on, Duke, one time.
Poor Kenny.
Duke, you bastards.
Kenny's like a guy at a track just betting the 8-horse every race.
And then this one, Sean in Wall Lake, he says, that was easily one of the most entertaining and informative segments in quite some time. He asked me, he says, David, please punch Kenny in the arm because he said Duke is going to ride with him, and then he didn't ride with him on the one answer.
That's how it works, though.
Damn it, Duke.
That's the universe speaking.
It's Friday, March 20th, and Kenny Cott has negative 769 points.
If it keeps going this way, it's possible. But good thing we're only playing through Wednesday. Obviously, we'll have different things for Thursday and Friday. Which, by the way, Thursday, listen, if you're gonna be sick, just tell me now. Right. Do the Kang. Lay the groundwork. Just a couple of dry coughs today and tomorrow. Set the table right, and then you call in Thursday. Just do the Kang.
Is it hot in here?
Just lay the seeds.
I'm fine, Michael. I can tough it through.
I got the black lung pop. And then Thursday, you're home. State place. I respect it. I'm not even mad at it.
When the times came out, I'm thinking, well, maybe they'll get the late game, the 6:30, 7 o'clock game, or the last game of the night, or maybe you'll be the first game, and it'll be a noon game, and it'll be over by the time the show starts. No.
In my life of doing this show, I think this is only the second time it's happened. It'll be the first time that they play dead middle of the show, and we don't get to react to it. When they played Middle Tennessee State, that game ended at 4:30. I stayed on the air till 7 that night. We had full lines, and we were gutting the team and having a blast and giddy pots and the whole thing. We were in Vegas for that. But this is 4 p.m. sharp. I'm gonna do the equivalent. I think I want to have a system of like you have a timeout you get to use.
Okay.
And
like the review.
Basically you throw the challenge flag. Just get up and leave in the middle of the segment. I'll know you, and you're gonna go and watch the game. And I'll know the whole segment's under review. I'll carry on, and you can focus.
So I can just say, you know what, I'm review?
Yeah.
I can do the finger like this?
Yep. I don't have a problem with it.
And I can just walk out.
I'll be more spiteful if it's a close game. I don't even want to watch. David.
Hey, Kenny, tell me you're white without telling me you're white. Kenny answered 0 questions correctly.
No, he got one.
I got one.
He got one right.
Have been -8. Wow. Okay.
Listen. This is a time-honored tradition. Diehard hockey fans don't like basketball. Diehard basketball fans don't like hockey. You kind of pick a lane. The sports play at the same time of year, and they're distinctly different. Nope, that's not it. The games are distinctly different sports. It's very hard to follow both simultaneously in this serious fashion. It's just, it doesn't line up. It's very difficult. I mean, it's hard enough for me. I made a choice a long time ago. I'm going to follow hoops.
So that's what you said on Saturday, Kenny. Now I understand.
No, Kenny, you know what? Corporate David wearing his company swag today, he just segued into something. So I'll take these calls, but I'm going to bring up Kenny. There was a revelation with Stony Saturday, and it angered me to the point where I texted Kenny and I said, you're off the show.
I'm lucky I still have a job today, boys. That's where we're at right now.
It was an absolute disgrace by you. I will bring this up. We will do one segment, and we'll get the calls, and we'll get this train back on the tracks. But I'm going to tell you.
The fact I got a challenge flag.
Thursday. I want to do that for you. And I'll tell you what, we can even step it up one. You get one per half.
Oh.
So you can take the whole segment, just disappear. I'll have Kenny yell to you if someone wants to address you while you're gone. And I'll keep driving the bus.
You don't want a challenge flag either?
No.
Or you that checked out?
I don't even like watching them, so it doesn't matter to me. I don't care. Let me know when Pete Tang hits a shot. All right.
I hope he hits.
I hope he has like 7 threes. All right. While everyone's filling out their brackets this time of year, the real action, Moran Buick GMC of Sterling Heights. Right now, Moran Madness, the deals are loaded. GM employees and immediate family members lease a 26 GMC Sierra Crew Cab, $199 a month, or drive a 26 Buick Encore GX, $219 a month. Both deals 24 months, $999 down, and Moran is your premier Buick GMC dealer in the area. Elite car buying experience. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get best price, period. It's on Van Dyke, just south of 18 Mile, or shop anytime at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, before we get back to the business of the tournament, I want to bring this up. So Kenny has begun a series of shows with Stony on Saturday, which is fantastic. And I listened a little bit. I was running some errands, and I was greatly disappointed because the Kenny we get to see and hear and be around Monday through Friday apparently is a complete fraud. Kenny went on the air on Saturday, and Stony did one of his blind ranks.
Okay.
It's a great bit.
Stony staple.
Yeah. So he did, quote, ancillary Detroit sports things. So they were doing things like Mo Cheese and the singing hot dog vendor and the octopus, the dancing usher.
The third down threes that they
Right.
hold behind the end zone.
So as they're doing these, Kenny is offering commentary. Then they got to Mason, which, as a time-honored tradition on this show, is, to me, it's almost inarguable at this point, the most cliche, played out, has-been bit in all of sports, much less Detroit sports.
Detroit icon.
Yeah, right.
John Mason.
On the sideline. No one wants to hear it anymore. So my point is, I can't stand Mason's bit. I don't know the man, and I don't care to. And I didn't grow up in the 70s. I didn't listen to his morning show. The point I'm making
Great
is,
morning show.
God bless. The point is, I don't want to hear Detroit basketball anymore. I can't stand it. What does Kenny do? Kenny, for years, has sat here and nodded like he agreed with me. He goes, Stony, actually, I have to tell you, I quite like it.
Is that how he sounded?
Likes it. Look at that. Look at that. He likes it. How could you say you liked it?
So, rewatching, I saw the Malice at the Palace thing, and they had Mason doing the introduction to the team.
That was 22 years ago.
But it's still, it's like, okay, when he introduced the starting five,
Mike, who's going to tell me that he's the stop sign wearing number 9? SR. Thompson.
Okay, once again,
Get out.
I said the championship team. That introduction, that was iconic. I can listen to that all day.
That's fine.
I go
That's
down
fine.
that little rabbit hole
That's
every now
like,
and then.
I'm sorry, but that's like if the Chicago Bulls were still running out Michael Jordan's intro with the very same guy. You can't do it. It's played.
Yeah, Rico, no offense. He was doing that when I was in high school.
Thank you.
I now have 15 kids and 2 relationships.
That's right. Now David has gone from a swordsman to a corporate hack wearing company attire on a Monday.
David, you know your mic is on, right?
Doesn't matter.
You didn't talk to me in the talk back.
Listen, David's been doing more than spreading the good word, okay?
You know what the sermon was? It was about confession.
The point I'm making is, Kenny, how could you do that to us?
I didn't think it was going to be that big of a deal. It was a blind rank. I had 3 spots left.
And you said you like it.
I don't mind it. It's not bad.
For years, we have sat here and we have an understanding between 2 and 6. Detroit is obsessed with cliche. That Mason thing is so played, and Kenny just said, "Oh, Stody, I love the blind rank."
I didn't say I loved it. I said I liked it. I'm sorry for liking things, Mike.
You
It's
can
allowed.
like whatever you want. Just don't lie to us. The Mason thing, it drives me nuts.
No.
It almost borders on making me not like the team. I can't stand it. It's so Detroit. It's so cliche. Stop.
In fairness, I also, during that cut, said I would have rather put it 5, 6, 7 range, but,
Where'd you put it? Where'd you put it?
I only had 2 left.
Where'd you put it?
I put it at 2.
Yeah, second best
That's
thing in
right.
Detroit
That's
sports.
All right, next time you do the blind rank, we'll see exactly how your
fine.
list looks.
I had Mikey Matuk at 6, okay?
No, you had him at 3.
Whatever.
You had Mikey Montook at 3.
He's a legendary player and a good person. All right, I'm sorry.
I'm also receiving a message here that Kenny also said he loves the Forward Down the Field song.
Oh, I know. He's a traitor. That's all Kenny Cott is. He's a turncoat MF traitor. And that don't stand for my friend.
That turncoat.
You're a regular Benedict Arnold.
I'm sorry.
You're a disgrace.
I'm not sorry.
You like that song? I mean, should we play the audio? Him fawning over Forward Down the Field? What has happened to you? Who are you? I don't even know you anymore.
Maybe we find out the real Kenny on the weekends, Mike.
Yeah, we know what that is.
Hold on. Wait. Maybe he can come out of his shell when Uncle Mikey's not around, and he could be himself. And
you're doing the Tom thing, huh?
Uh-oh.
Yes, Mike. Yeah. Whatever you say. That's right.
What Tom thing?
Let's play some basketball. I can't believe you endorsed that.
A stop sign.
Oh, stop it.
Kenny, what did you just say?
What?
What did you just say?
The stop sign?
No. Before that.
What?
I'm doing the what thing?
No,
not that. He's talking about Milliken. He's talking
No.
about Gov.
The name Tom, not the insult.
No.
I didn't pick up on that until Rico did that. No. The name Tom, which is short for Thomas,
Milliken.
not the other thing you're thinking of. Kenny, I am trying to dig you out of this hole.
I think we might. I think there's phone calls on the line.
There goes Rico again. What did you say to me? Oh, what?
There's no getting out of this, I don't think.
He is referring to Milliken.
First, I got patted on the head.
Oh, boy.
That's one of the first texts I got. Said, what did he just say?
He was referring to what Milliken does, basically saying that you're a brainless idiot who never disagrees with me. It's insulting and disingenuous, but whatever. He's got a limited brain. He can only do so much. The point I'm making is Kenny was referring to that,
Tom Milliken,
not a form of insult to a black man.
No.
Kenny, say nothing else. As your lawyer, I am advising you.
He almost was off the show.
Yeah, because Rico, all of a sudden, it was like delayed response. It was like the Quaaludes at Wolf of Wall Street. Do you feel anything yet? No. Then Rico, all of a sudden, what did you just say?
Rico trying to body bag me.
No, I thought I'm like, wait a minute.
No, because in fairness to Rico, he took it as the other thing. Not the thing you were saying.
Somebody says, just get out the boxing gloves.
Oh, no. Wait, hang on.
Oh, geez, Stony, I sure love Mason. He's a Detroit institution. Shut up, Kenny.
Boy, this really took a turn on me. We really got away. This segment really got away from me.
I got to tell you, I sure love forward down the field. What are you, 12? Probably best for you to screen calls. I just wish. David, I need you to get the sound of Rico going, what did you just say? That beats last week when you're like, are you patronizing me? It's only funny because you thought he said arguably the worst thing he could say to you. Oh, I know. The gears in your head were turning. What did he just say?
Yeah.
This hillbilly son of a...
We're going to talk in the break.
This Mason-loving piece of...
And by talking the break, we're going to break early.
And Sting will play us out. All right, David, text communications, please. Ones that are readable. Look at David. He looks like he's playing Tetris. It's that bad?
No, it's not that bad.
Okay.
I'm just trying to get myself together. Mason is responsible for an entire generation not knowing how to correctly pronounce the name of their own city.
Thank you. And that generation's in their 60s now.
But how would we know that he was from Virginia Union University?
It's 2026.
I know. That's Mason. I grew up with Mason.
Okay, that's
Mason.
That's
the morning show.
Okay, that's fine. It's done. My God.
Some advice for Kenny. Please go take a walk during the commercial break.
What did you just say to me? David?
Someone else says, yeah, Mason is overrated. So Kenny's wrong.
Thank you.
here.
Oh, gee, Stoney, I'm so glad you brought this up. I've waited years to talk about this.
I thought the show was going to immediately go to commercial break.
You thought it was just going to go right into one of those EMS testing things.
Nothing going on. It's just dead air.
What did you just say?
Wow. It's like the callers who get a little too comfortable.
The look of panic on Kenny's face.
That's not what I meant to say.
Woo! All right. David, are we all set?
Yeah, let's go to break, guys. That's a good idea.
Probably a good one. FanDuel bonus bets. Hit everyone's account for the tournament. All you have to do is opt in and claim the bonus. Bracket picks, money line, spreads, totals, you name it, they got it. Bonus bets are only available for a limited time. Just visit FanDuel.com/Michigan. You can learn more. It's FanDuel. 21 and up, present in Michigan. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max bonus $500 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions do apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right. It's my distinct pleasure as we start tournament week, March Madness week. Corporate David, give us some tunes. Ah, yes. The week we actually care about college basketball.
Still not the same without Greg Gumbel.
It's not, because Adam Zucker is a complete AI boner. He can't possibly talk that way in real life. Hi, honey, I'm home for dinner. I'm Adam Zucker. Dude, will you let it loose?
Yes, go ahead and order that pizza for us. That'll be fine.
Ha, ha, ha. Okay, I miss Greg Gumbel.
Yeah.
Let's get right to it, guys. We can talk about upset alert or Cinderella's, however you want to label this here. I'm going to start with this one because in order for this to happen, it would need someone to win in the play-in first before we could possibly see the upset, and that's Miami of Ohio. They are 31-1. They have to play in the play-in first to beat SMU, And should Tennessee then be on alert?
Yes, because Rick Barnes is a walking upset. The guy's been past the Sweet 16 like once in 30 years. Rick Barnes could face neighborhood kids. I'd take the kids plus 6.5 points. Like, yes, David, 100%.
Yeah. In the words of Morgan Freeman, he's right.
He's right, you know. Also, were you surprised by the point spread? No, I'm not surprised Miami had to be in the play-in. But like 8-point underdogs to SMU.
Yes, 8.5 right now is what I see.
I was surprised.
No, I was, especially because it's a Miami team that beat Louisville.
It just surprised me. And it's in Ohio.
Let's move over to the next game here. And I have this on here just simply because I wanted to ask the rule.
A company quarters
I
it?
know when we do football, it is the Devils number at 5.5.
Yes.
Does that work in basketball? Is that also the Devils number?
David, thank you for asking that because I often see 5.5 and I wonder, like,
why?
Well,
is
because
that a bad thing in hoops?
And that's why I wanted to bring it up because Louisville right now, for what I see, is a 5.5 point favorite over number 11 South Florida, but it feels like it should be South Florida's side you pick.
Yes, it opened up at 7.5 and immediately just started getting crushed. Look, I think it's one of the more fascinating games out there. It's a clash of styles. You know, one team's just going to dribble drive, occasionally kick out for an open look. The other team, it's YOLO ball. It's a fun matchup.
See, I think it's a game where you just take the over, you sit back, and you relax, and you're going to enjoy some high-scoring basketball. It will be the antithesis of Iowa.
Clemson. Iowa Clemson over under 90.
I apologize. That's not real college hoops. So don't blame me for that one. Watch this one instead.
They may as well play that game with a peach basket.
Right. Watch this one instead.
Horrible. Go ahead, Dave.
Let's move over to the next game because I'm always looking for a team that may be dealing with an injury or may have lost a star.
North Carolina.
Nope, not that one. That's coming up next. It is Texas Tech.
Yeah.
Number 5 seed going against Akron. Akron actually won the MAC tournament. They beat Toledo in the title game. But right now, what I see spread-wise is they are an 8.5 point dog.
Yeah, also, it was a great moment. The kid hits the shot for Akron with like 5.5 seconds to go to put him up 3. And then John Gross, the old coach from Illinois, pre-Underwood, he was in tears. I mean, it was just nice to see actual emotion and not just general hooker behavior. Like, it was a real emotional moment in college sports again. Sorry. What's your question? Are they on upset alert?
Yes.
Yes. It's the tournament. It's going to damn near be. My answer will be yes for everyone almost. But I hear you. Yeah. But again, to Rico's point, David, Tech's doing this without one of their best players and an upperclassman at that. Akron has a nothing to lose deal. They've got elite guard play. And look, I know the MAC is no great shakes. They won it. Miami didn't. I mean, why not?
See, I'm still going to say no, Tech should be okay because I'm a believer. Because I thought, okay, they're going to fall and they're going to end up being like, 6, 7 seed. They just kept winning, David. And they were beating good teams out there. So, no, they'll find a way to get this thing done.
Well, since you mentioned it, Mike, I will mention this too because you talk about emotions. Speedy Claxton also had emotions when he took his program, Hofstra. To the program. He was crying on his assistant's
Do you know who he was
shoulder.
coached by at Hofstra?
I do not remember that, no.
A very young, yet still suspender wearing, Jay Wright. That was Jay Wright's gig before going to Villanova. He was maybe 31 or 32, still suited up like a soprano, coaching hoops on Long Island in Nassau County.
Let's close it out here with the last one here, which is North Carolina. You mentioned it. North Carolina going up against VCU.
Yep.
Right now, I see Carolina is just a 2.5 point favorite in that
Fun
game.
fact, I've never gotten a VCU game right in the tournament. So whatever I say, do the opposite. They are the Antichrist. I take them, they lose. I don't, they force 38 turnover. Leave me out of it. Whatever Rico says goes with this game.
North Carolina should be worried. They're without their star player.
Oh, we're doing this again. We're going to back the ultimate C-tease, the VCU Rams.
But
oh, no.
I think they still have enough talent.
Oh, no.
They should win the game.
Oh, no. What about the point spread?
I think they'll cover. 2.5 points. They'll hit a free throw
David,
at the end and
watch
win by
this.
3.
VCU forces 36 turnovers. They are the Antichrist for me. I can't get it right.
That is your NCAA tournament upset alert.
Corporate Blitz by David.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. The Red Wings start a 4-game homestand tonight. Calgary in town. You can hear that 7 o'clock puck drop right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Kevin McGonigal was back in the lineup hitting 6 and playing short for the Tigers. He launched a 437-foot homer in the first inning. The Tigers beat the Phillies today. Jahmai Jones had a pair of hits and 5 RBIs as well. Jack Flaherty started and gave up 5 hits and 5 earned runs, 3 of those in the 6th inning. Tigers pitcher Justin Verlander spoke with Foul Territory about his arm, how his arm is feeling these days. Padres starting pitcher Joe Musgrove is expected to start the season on the injured list. The Tigers, of course, start the year in San Diego. The team says his recovery has been difficult after his start against Great Britain in the World Baseball Classic. Bo Brisky was scheduled to pitch today against the Phillies for Detroit. A.J. Hinch said they would have an update tomorrow when asked why he didn't go. The Pistons face the Wizards tomorrow. Isaiah Stewart has already been listed as out with a calf strain. The Lions made several of their signings official today, including corner Roger McCreary. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
No, God, you can't do that. No.
And we're off and running. I'm sorry. That was amazing.
I don't know if I'm going to be putting this headset on again.
David, that is the Lord's work. Tremendous job by you. All right, so we have done a lot with the tourney today. We've had some fun stuff. I want to just kind of bring it full circle. We started with Michigan State. Let's just get into it now. What's the acceptable expectation for both? Now, obviously, I'm pot committed. I have Michigan and Arizona versus everybody. I think one of those two is winning the national championship. I think it's national title or bust. For Michigan State, it's more convoluted because my expectations don't really change. Like at this point,
but it doesn't jive with the current team.
No. So it's like, I could say win a national title. Dude, I'm worried they're not getting out of the first weekend. I don't like that South Florida Louisville draw. The point is, in a year they didn't win the Big Ten. They didn't win the Big Ten tourney. They didn't even get out of Friday night. And you got swept by Michigan. The only way I could say the season's not a complete and utter failure is make the Final Four. Otherwise, what's it for? And I want to admit something before the green Kool-Aid brigade comes after me.
What are you admitting?
I want to admit that the players getting paid, and this being welfare, boats and hose, pro sports, alters my opinion. Because to me, it's like in a given year, if you know your team's having a down year, you're not happy. But if you're like, hey, they made a run, like last year, I didn't think they were particularly great. They made a run. And damn it, if Trey Holloman's headband wouldn't have been so high in his head, maybe they beat Auburn. Mm-hmm. The point is, you didn't view last year as this total fail.
Right.
I would love to hear from State fans because I can't come up with anything that's going to make me happy short of get to Indy.
But see, here's the thing, Mike. I get where you're coming from. Because last year you won the Big Ten.
Yes.
By 3 games. So you got to hang a banner, and then you had the run to the Elite Eight. I guess I'm to the point now looking at this team, if they did another run like they did last year, I'm okay. It's not the standard. You're not going to hang any banner for that. But you got out the first weekend, which used to be a given. It ain't a given anymore when you root for Michigan State. As a matter of fact, 7 of the last 10 times, you haven't made it out.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
And I'm not trying to be provocative. I'm just asking you in earnest. if Tom Izzo hasn't hit the standard since 2019, then what the hell are we doing?
Well, I was there with you, but he has now started to change some of the people that he brings in.
You mean guys with a chance to play stateside as pros?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And now you also have a $400 million war chest to go to battle with. Okay, I'm seeing an uptick where it's not the from basically the lost years from 2020 to 2023, where it's like you're not really going anyplace with any of these guys. So that's what I see. So no, will it be happy? No. For Michigan, I was early. You were on vacation, and I said, you know what? It's win or nothing. But then K-Sign goes down.
Okay.
And I can be fair about this. I may not like the school, but I can be fair.
How dare you, Sparty?
Get to the Final Four. Let's see what happens. Okay? But you make it to the Final Four. It means you hung the banner for the Big Ten. It means you're going to hang a banner for the Final Four.
Then the question is this. Does the Final Four still mean anything in the new world of college basketball? That's the question. For years, I was okay with the Final Four. And I'd get frustrated, especially 2019. Thought we let it slip away. No reason to lose Texas Tech. Obviously, the year that Draymond, the Phantom Foul, Butler, the whole thing. The point is, does the Final Four mean a damn thing now?
I think it does, Mike, because one, I've had this argument plenty of times. CBS and NCAA, it's not called the road to the national title game. It's called the road to the Final Four. And as you like to put, Mike, who won the title 8 years ago?
Let's see, what would that be? 2016? No, I know. I
Right.
know your point.
But
I know.
if you make it to the Final Four, teams will be like, yeah, we made it here. We've gone this amount of time. So it's a weird anomaly in sport that this is the only sport where just making it to the last four teams is an accomplishment. It's not in football. It's not in hoops. It's not in hockey. It's not in any other sport. It's win or nothing else. It's not, hey, we made it to the last four teams in college football playoffs. No. Who won the title?
I think it was Villanova. All right.
Yeah, what good point.
To the
Could be.
people. I would like to hear from you guys. I mean, they're your teams. I'm conflicted with State. With Michigan, Rico, you're right. The K-Sign thing, they have the second best odds to win it all. Like, respectfully, I can't let them off the hook. And it's also, look, Duke's plus 300, they're plus 320. This isn't like 1990 UNLV minus 500 and there's somebody.
Right. Or UConn just a few years ago.
Right.
But
This is open. They have a real shot to do this.
can I be a little geeky?
Yeah.
I think it's going to be a problem if Yaxel becomes the point forward. That's where, because Godot is not getting the job done. That's why I said K-Sign was about to take that job from him. Yaxel is the point forward means that, there's nobody there to set him up for his shot. He's got to create his own shot. So that's where I think that's why your games, Michigan's games, have been kind of how they are for these last three games where they flirted with disaster, and then Purdue, I don't know how Purdue beat them because it wasn't like they were shooting lights out for three. Purdue just out Michigan them.
Amish point guard. It's
Okay.
a superpower. David, your thoughts? I mean, you are the Wolverine guy. Am I being unfair? National title or bust? And I don't know how to categorize Michigan State. I really don't. And if you're going to look all year, I've said, look, I think they're Sweet 16 at best. That's not acceptable. Like, I'm sorry. That's just for me. If it is for you, that's great. Have fun with it. For me, total waste of money, total failure. That a Sweet 16 in today's world of college basketball, when you have gone better part of a decade now, 2019 for the Final Four? I mean, that's one step close. That's like relegation in the EPL. You didn't win the Big Ten. You didn't win the Big Ten tourney. You didn't beat your rival, and you didn't make the Final Four. I mean, what is this? Everton? This is ridiculous. What are we, Leicester City? You purport to be a blue blood. Here's what I would say for all the people. Like, go have a run like that where you haven't been to a Final Four since 19 at Duke. Go do that at pick. I mean, just pick a school. Kansas. I mean, look, Kentucky's going to fire a coach every 2 years.
Player.
Yes, and I don't know what to say. I don't want it to be this way. And maybe Rico's right. Maybe a year from now, State's a 1 seed, and they've beaten Michigan, and they hung a banner, and they're top 5 odds to win a national championship. But I'm here now, and I'm going, dude, it's just more of the same. Like, they have no chance to win a national championship. None. I'd be gobsmacked if they did it. So I'm the wrong person to talk to. I'm openly saying I need the people's help. I need your help, Rico. I can't.
You don't want my help.
I want your help because unlike Kenny, I respect you.
You don't want my help.
There's a deep drive to right.
Kenny?
Kenny has just walked out. He is not going to be here for the
On
slander.
that note, I will read this text because it says, pay it or not, it's a failure if you don't make the Final Four. Standard shouldn't be make it out of the first weekend. There are no more excuses for Tom. Then he says, can I say that name? Tom.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. You just can't do it the way Kenny did.
But I would definitely say, yeah, it is championship or bust for Michigan. The minute you went out there and spent what you did in the NIL at the transfer portal to get these players, and then you came out with the goal because of what you were, you came out and you showed, okay, this is a championship. This is what we're going for.
Right.
That's it. Championship or bust.
I know he says it's all boats and hoes, but
I'm sorry.
Everybody is spending money. So in the end, 60 of the 67 teams are going to be home saying, well, why did we spend all of this money on these players?
Right. Welcome to the NFL.
Which is what you're saying is why I can't give any more excuses for Michigan State. Not because it's because of the spending. Yes, everyone's doing it. But this is no longer early 2000s where making the Final Four that's a huge accomplishment. No, you have to go out there and win it, especially when you've had the goal of Tom Izzo to win a second. Go do it. You can no longer just say, I made it, so that's good enough.
Look, there's no yelling, and I want to make this clear. This is not an argument for me and Rico, David. I see what he's saying, and I think he understands me.
Oh, yeah.
This is the problem when you have a legend as a coach, though. People become afraid to hold said legend to a standard today because of what they did yesteryear.
Yes.
And this is a problem. I just treat it like it is. I love Tom, but the reality, dude, your title was 26 years ago. That may as well be in black and white.
I was starting to think that maybe time had passed him by, but he is starting to spend the money. And people know he spent all his money on the current players that he had. David, I look at this as, look, you got to get out there first weekend, and that's where they are now. And it's a low bar, but it's a bar they haven't been able to clear. Now, the thing about the Final Four, it's an anomaly. I think it's going to be the only college basketball will be the only thing that still celebrates that, because right here, right now, Mike could have asked the question, well, who won the national title last year? Most people couldn't get it.
He's right, you know. Sorry, that gif is still the funniest thing ever. Now it's like everything we say, it's like one of those is sent a weekend. 248-539-9797. Want to hear from you guys on it. And again, I'm asking for help because I don't have the answer. I don't know what to say about my school. For Michigan, it's very clear. You have the second best odds to win it all. There is no way I'm saying anything other than win the whole damn thing. And look, I'm pot committed. First week of January, I took Michigan and Arizona. Rico got everybody else. Yeah, you can win the whole damn thing. No one said it's going to be easy.
Yeah, I'm saying you can, but if you get there and you lose in the national title game, man, I can't sit there.
No,
and be like,
I wouldn't.
Oh, you didn't make it.
No, I wouldn't knock that either. No. But they got to get to anything short of getting there.
So the compromise is the national title game.
Right. If they get there and lose a classic 83-79, I can't make fun of them. It won't be ultimate glory, but it would be hard to put a big F for failure on it. Gotcha. But if they don't get there, no, I can't let them off the hook that way. So They'd be like me letting State off the hook for what?
They lose in the Sweet 16.
Oh, that's a disaster. Ridiculous. All right, listen. Moran Madness. Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer 2 years in a row. Truck month, absolutely loaded deals. GM employees and immediate family members lease a 26 Silverado Crew Cab V8, $399 a month, 24 months, or an Equinox LT, $239 a month, 36 month. Both deals, $999 down. And while everybody else filling out brackets, you're the real winner because you're going to save a ton of cash on these. Online anytime, MoranExpress.com, or stop by on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clayton Township. It's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Straight to the people. Tournament kickoff, lots of fun, but I'm asking a question. Like for me, I'm kind of done with it. It's been so long since State has consistently hit the mark. I'm very disenfranchised with it, but I'm the wrong guy. I'm the devil to many Spartans. So we'll just go to Nick and see what the hell he has to say. Nick, how you doing, buddy?
How you doing, Mike?
Good, sir.
Yeah, as far as Michigan is concerned, it is national championship or bust. I am kind of worried that they won't make it because of the case on injury, but I have hope. As far as Michigan State is concerned, that bracket, good luck with that. And I have one more question for you. As far as the lower seeded teams go, who is poised in your mind? Who could make a Cinderella run, if you know what I'm trying to say? Who could pull off some upsets and go far?
Lower seeded, like how far?
Like
a 5 or higher?
Yeah, who could pull off some upsets in the tournament?
Well, all right. I'm not ready to lock in everything, but I did say it. This South Florida team is no joke. They got really good guard play, and the way that they play, they're going to live at the free throw line. They're high efficiency from the 3-point line. They dribble drive. If they can clear Louisville, I think they're a bit of a bad matchup for State. You're asking for double digit seeds, right?
Yeah, who could be upset or something?
It's sad because one of the teams I really liked, unfortunately, they'd have to face Michigan if they won in the second round, which would be St. Louis, so I can't say them because Michigan is just a monolith.
State, very hesitant for them to get out of the round of 32, so I'm on your side. I don't think they can do it.
No, it's tough. I like South Florida, and I've watched them enough to where I'm like, all right, that they're good, man. Give me another day, and we'll have some fun with upset stuff, and we're going to do a draft and all that. I would just say initially, I like them to win that game, and I'm not confident with Michigan State, so I'm the wrong guy.
Yeah, Nick, and looking at it, I think this is going to be more of a chalk type of year when it comes to those teams where I know everybody's trying to fill out their bracket and find that 15 seed or that 13 seed. I don't see it this season.
I'll give you one. Utah State, again, a lot of older players, experience, tournament experience. You're playing a Villanova team that I don't love. They're actually favored over Villanova. That could be one.
That's a 9.
Yeah, I know. He wants Johnny Davis at UT Chattanooga back in '98.
I don't see a Northern Iowa anywhere on there.
How about Santa Clara? Because I think they could beat Kentucky.
They could.
No.
But I don't think they make this run because it used to be. There was a double-digit seed in every Sweet 16 for a run of 3 or 4 years where
the NC State one is still the most incredible one I look back at. That team was legit bad. And DJ Burns.
The dancing bear.
Yeah, and a coach that was basically on the outs who now is fired, by the way.
Yeah.
So, that tough to forecast any of it. If I had those answers, wouldn't work for a living. Right. Let's go to Jay, 97.1. Jay, how you doing, buddy?
What's up, boys?
What's the good word?
So, a bunch of quick points. One, my brother went to Miami of Ohio, and now my 2 nieces do. So, God, I hope they beat SMU.
I do, too.
I would love to see it happen.
They've been a fun story all year. I'm rooting for them. I am. And I'm old enough to remember when Wally Zerbiak was there with the old coach who had the heart attack and the whole thing.
Man, it's a great campus. It's a great school. I'd love to see it, just
it'd be
for
fun.
My family. 2, okay, the Detroit basketball. I'm done with it. It's disgusting. I don't want to hear it anymore. The Detroit Lions theme song, it makes me sweat. It makes my teeth hurt. I get uncomfortable, embarrassed.
Yes.
It's bizarre, but for some reason, and I don't know if you guys are going to be comfortable with this or not.
Uh-oh.
I'm 52 years old. I'm a hair metal guy. Every time I hear the final countdown, I love it. I want to keep hearing it.
Well, you can have the final countdown. We just don't need Mason. It's the perfect combination.
Oh, I want it in the playoffs so bad.
They
and
will.
I love it.
They will.
With the Detroit basketball thing.
Let it go.
Oh, my God.
Yes. You can have that.
No, but if you have that, it's a combo meal. You got to have Mason.
No, you
with
don't.
it.
I disagree.
Mason needs to be introducing the players.
No, he doesn't. Or if he does, do it in a normal manner.
Get on your feet.
It's time to meet
and greet
Okay, good.
the ballers.
Okay. It's so played out, dude. You got to let it go. It's ridiculous.
It's 2026.
I know.
It's called nostalgia for a reason.
It's called not winning a playoff series in 20 years.
Bruh,
That's probably why you're nostalgic.
If you, there are a ton of people that should be replaced calling our sports, but for some reason,
Yes.
we hang on to them way too long.
Yeah, well, see that's a YP, not an MP. I'll make those changes. Put me in charge.
Because
Who are you referring to?
you insult the fans, and it's just
No,
like
you don't.
well, the fans. And I grew up listening to this guy, and you can't change.
Listen, this isn't Bo firing Ernie.
I'm just
Okay,
saying.
it's a little different. You life
Bo
moves
went in
on.
there like you and said, "Ernie,
No,
you're gone."
No, because Ernie wasn't done. It was ridiculous. We got plenty of people that are done like
I'm
dinner.
sure there were people saying, we need some more younger blood than Ernie.
Let's go to Jack, 97.1. Jack, how you doing, buddy?
Good, Mike. How are you?
Good, pal. What's on your mind?
Well, I usually wait till Wednesday or Thursday to call in to share in common beliefs about our hatred for St. Mary's, but I couldn't wait that long.
That ugly ass style of basketball.
Oh my gosh, I can't stand them.
The worst.
Anyways, this is well. First of all, as a Syracuse grad, I really hope they get Brian Hodgson from USF. That'd be a great hire.
Did
But
you see the report that you guys are toying with the idea of Bob Huggins?
No, I did not.
Yeah,
That makes me sick.
it should.
My question is why?
Pretend I didn't hear. Pretend I didn't hear that.
Okay,
But,
noted.
But this is directed actually at Rico. Rico, you're talking about how Izzo's finally starting to spend money. He spent money on Freddie Fiddler and Igachukwu and Trey Fort. Those guys aren't going to win you national titles. It's like asking my 85-year-old grandfather to change how he's lived the last 60 years of his life. Tom Izzo's not going to spend money before he retires. Do you actually think he's going to win a title before he's on his way out?
Well, Jack, yeah, he's actually spent differently. So, yes, no longer is it the Freddie Fiddlers of the world, or Frankie Fiddler, as his real name is.
Whatever.
But no, it's
all the same.
This upcoming class that's coming in, yeah, he spent a lot of cash on these players.
All right, Jack, here's what I want to do. I want to broker peace, okay? I have no problem with what Rico is saying as long as there's accountability on the other end. Anything short of MSU being at that Final Four next year, there needs to be a hard conversation. It can't keep going this way.
I 100% agree. If he's at the Final Four in Detroit, he can have his swan song. I'll eat crow if that happens. But with the way the roster makeup is this year, the other night they were down 10 points to UCLA, and they had 4 guys on the court that couldn't shoot to mount a comeback. So,
right, but here's the thing, Jack. I mean, you can make fun of the name, but, yeah, Ukachukwu playing, and they got some shooting. They got some scoring. He can't do anything.
But I
with
think, to Jack's point, hold on, Jack. Just time out real quick. To Jack's point, why are we paying for the backup point guard at Miami versus going out, spending BOGO money, and go get an A cuff? Go get the stars.
Right, because at that time, you know what?
No, it's okay. You can say it.
It's going to come across like I'm not making an excuse. At the time, Holloman was coming back, and then Holloman walked out the door, and it's like, oh crap, we got to get a point guard. Who's left? So now you're at the DVD bin.
I'm convinced you wouldn't want Holland either after the stat line he's put up this year at NC State. So that might have been a good.
True.
Jack, here's the thing. Yeah, the 2 guys that demanded a lot of money and they passed on both. They won by losing out.
Yes.
Him and Booker.
Oh, the Xavier Booker thing. I mean, Jack, I can't help it. I know it's probably mean. Like, I'm not
Booker's
rooting
7
against
figures.
the kid, but like
7 figures.
And falls out 0 points. I go, well, I've seen that movie before. I mean, it was the only joy I had Friday night was watching his bum ass fall out with 0 points. I'm like,
it was beautiful. It was beautiful to see.
But no, I mean, Jack, that's where I'm at. Is next year it's bleep or get off the potty.
And Jack, exactly, and that's why I said $400 million, you can't sit here and say, well, I'm finding our kind of guys. Your kind of guys better be guys who are going to the NBA.
Nailed it. And guess what? Oh, well, see, Kentucky spent the money and it didn't work. It can't be about highlighting where it doesn't work if you won't acknowledge where it does. So just stop. You know where it's working? Right down the road, where Dusty's taken the pipe to you twice this year. And you pray to God you don't see him a third time. Because they went out and they doubled up what Yaxel was going to get in the NBA. That's how it's done. You got to play the man's game. That's it.
Right. And that's why, look, the donor the money, that's his best friend golfing buddy. So hopefully he's taking that money. He's gone out there. He's bringing in the number 2 class. You're right. Next year, this is one of those, there's no excuses for you, Tom.
There just can't
you gotta
be
get this
because
thing done.
Ultimately, you have to get the standard
back to where it
was. Or otherwise we have a different convo.
Correct.
And there's no animus.
Correct.
That's all. Okay, good talk. See, we brokered peace. Everything's fine. You're good. Jack's good. We're all good. It's fine. Good. Kenny's not good. Not after what went down last hour.
Kenny will be okay.
Been a fun last day, boys.
What a disgrace. How about David doing you dirty like that?
I know, the Brenneman. I went full Brenneman.
Guy runs a church and he does you like that. Can you believe that?
I don't know if I'm going to be putting this headset on anymore, boys.
And there's a deep drive to right. All right, here's Rico.
Imagine a world where you can leave your house and take your home Wi-Fi speeds with you. Thanks to Xfinity Mobile, that's not just